The demon's wings burst out from his hands like jagged spears of darkness, launching into the sky. His scream ripped through the city like a siren, sending people into chaos. Some bolted in fear, while others froze in place, their faces twisted in horror. Among the chaos, a boy stood motionless, his eyes locked on the terrifying figure above. Sparks danced in the air, their glow reflecting in his crimson eyes. A sudden bolt of lightning streaked across his cheek, breaking his trance. He winced, turning away as pain surged through him. Electricity crackled around his body. It wasn't just light, it was agony. His pupils narrowed, and he screamed as if thousands of crimson threads were piercing through his flesh. Lightning wrapped around him like a vengeful force, lifting him into the air as he thrashed against the pain. Then it appeared, high above him, a glowing pink sphere, small at first, but steadily growing. It hovered for a moment before descending slowly, as if drawn to him. It stopped just before his forehead, and then, without warning, the sphere merged into him. Everything went white. He woke up with a gasp. Lying in bed, his body felt heavy and numb, like he'd been hit by a storm. Was it a dream, he thought? But something deep inside told him otherwise. He had awakened, something. He sat up, gazing out the window as memories and history flooded his thoughts. It had been 100 years since countless dimensional portals opened across Earth. Savage monsters had poured through, pushing humanity to the brink of extinction. People ran, helpless. But in the midst of this despair, some began to awaken powers, abilities fueled by the same dimensional energy that poured through those portals. Those first gifted ones stood tall against the threat, ushering in the era of talents. A knock interrupted his thoughts. His sister's voice called out, asking if he had awakened. He looked down at his hand, where a strange stone hummed. It sparked, lightning shot from it with a crack. His eyes widened. A talent, but a low-level one, he realized bitterly. Low-level talents are practically worthless, he muttered. But then he clenched his fists. Even so, if I can't become a warrior, how will I protect my little sister? The door opened. His sister walked in, cheerful and excited. So? How did it go? She asked, her hands clasped together. He put on a grin. Excellent, he said. Her eyes lit up with joy. I knew it. My big brother is the best. He ruffled her hair and smiled. Don't worry, I'll become the strongest warrior, just wait. She bounced in happiness. I even made your favorite. Let's eat to celebrate. She turned to leave just as something strange appeared before him, a floating window, digital and glowing. He stared in disbelief. Status window, cultivation talent, low-level freezing talent, low-level, unawakened, what, he whispered, tapping the screen. It flickered and shifted to a new page. Name, Yesine talent, copy ability, locked, his heart skipped. Copy ability? His sister tugged his hand, pulling him toward the kitchen. Come on. It's getting cold. As she held his hand, a faint pink glow surrounded her palm. More system windows appeared before Yesine, this time, showing her status. And then, something incredible, a message next to her talents read, copyable. He blinked in shock. I can copy other people's talents? He didn't know how it worked yet, but the option was there. This changed everything. At the kitchen table, the aroma of braised pork filled the air. I made your favorite, she said proudly. He smiled, thanked her, and sat down. She kept piling food onto his plate while he thought deeply. Copying talents, that's incredible. But I can't try it on her. Her freezing talent is extremely rare. If she fully awakens, she'll be unstoppable. He chewed quietly, eyes drifting to the family photos behind her. Their parents smiled back at him from the frame. Mom. Dad, if you're watching us, I promise, I'll protect her. You don't have to worry anymore. Later, the sky was clear as Yesine walked through the nearly empty streets. He needed to test his ability. He approached a passerby. Circular waves pulsed out from him like sonar. Low-level talents. Everyone around him had them. Too weak, he thought, frowning. I need someone stronger, at least average level. At this rate, it's useless. Still, even with a low-level awakening, he could now roam freely and search. He thought about joining the academy for official testing, but if people found out about his copying ability, things could get complicated. Then, a smile crept onto his face. He had a better idea. Yesine raised his head and stepped toward the gates of 5th Len High Academy. As Yesine stood silently, his gaze fixed on the bustling gate, he watched the armored warriors rushing about. He studied one of them intently, imagining how many among them must possess average talents. A small smile crept onto his face, because with his unique ability, he was sure that no matter how talented they were, he would one day surpass them all. 10 days later, Training Ground No. 3, Lanai 5th Academy. The shouts echoed across the field. To become a warrior, one must first become a disciple. And to become a disciple, physical training is the foundation. A middle-aged instructor sat cross-legged on the ground, addressing the young trainees. Yesen, along with the others, listened closely. The instructor stressed a key principle: the exercise was successful only if one could concentrate the energy vortex at chest level. Suddenly, a student next to Yesen called out. The boy next to him had fainted. The instructor stood up immediately, his tone cold. He ordered everyone to ignore the weak ones. Only those who could gather energy had any chance of becoming true warriors. Yesen sat deep in thought. Why am I failing? He wondered. Could it be that my cultivation talent really is that low? The day ended with disappointment. The teacher dismissed them harshly, claiming they were the worst batch of students he had ever trained. Before leaving, he mocked them one last time, telling them to take inspiration from Chen Dong if they wanted to stop being pathetic. Dripping with sweat, Yesen walked alongside Jiang Bi through the academy grounds. Curious, Yesen asked who Chen Dong was. Jiang Bi's expression turned serious. Chen Dong had become a disciple in just half a month and was now being trained personally by the academy head. That revelation sparked something in Yesen. If that's the case, then my talent can't be so low after all. Jiang Bi suddenly grinned and pulled out a slip of paper, Chen Dong's autograph. Proudly, he said he would sell it when Chen Dong became as powerful as the academy leader, curious to see how much it would fetch. Yesen could only chuckle awkwardly in response. Just then, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. Chen Dong has arrived, someone shouted. The young prodigy entered, waving and smiling. Students rushed toward him. Jiang Bi hurried forward, asking for another autograph. Yesen, watching closely, smirked. Time to confirm something. He activated his ability, eyes fixed on Chen Dong. A status window appeared, average cultivation talent. Yesen's smile widened. As I thought. He walked up to the boy, pretending to greet him. Chen Dong told everyone to calm down. He had come to cheer them on, not hand out signatures. Yesen stepped forward. Then, can I at least shake your hand? Chen Dong agreed, first shaking hands with a few girls, wishing each of them good luck. Finally, he turned to Yesen and extended his hand. Their palms met. A faint pink glow shimmered at the point of contact. Good luck, Chen Dong said with a smile. As he walked away, Yesen watched him leave, grinning slyly. That night a heavy rain fell, drenching the forest. Yesen stared at the status window. The text glowed clearly, mid-level cultivation talent successfully copied. The system prompted him, start fusion. But Yesen hesitated. He remembered the vision. The pain. The lightning. That agonizing scream. What happens after fusion? Even with the fear, he made his choice. Start fusion. Power surged through his body. Agony followed. Yesen fell to the ground, gripping his chest, screaming in pain. His fingers clawed at the earth as if trying to anchor himself to reality. He was determined. This pain, it's worth it. Thunder cracked. Rain poured. Eventually, the storm in his body subsided. He panted, soaked in sweat. The status window flickered back, mid-level talent acquired. A grin formed on his lips. He had done it. His cultivation level had risen. But before he could relax, another message appeared, copy ability cooldown, 30 days. Yesen blinked. A month until he could copy again? He smiled. That's more than enough. This ability is terrifying. With that thought, he sat cross-legged and began the training exercise again. The vortex formed easily this time. It swirled at his chest, and his hair rose slightly from the force. He stood up, more confident than ever. Stepping out of the cave, he looked out into the wilderness. In the distance, lightning curled through the sky. I will become a great warrior, he thought. No matter what. 1 month later, under the light of a full white moon, a swift shadow darted across the ground, a white wolf bounding effortlessly through the forest. Its fangs gleamed as it sprinted. Elsewhere, a small girl held her father's hand. Papa, what's for dinner? She asked sweetly. The man smiled. Whatever my darling wants. As Yesen walked through the academy, he reflected. He had made progress, but he still had a long journey ahead. Meanwhile, the father and daughter wandered off in another direction, talking about cooking fish once he returned. Yasin was still thinking about how Changdong was receiving one-on-one training directly from the head of the academy, making his progress much faster than others. Lost in thought, Yasin was suddenly jolted back to reality. A stream of blood shot up in the air like a scarlet fountain. A lantern crashed to the ground with a dull crack. A man nearby had been attacked by a monstrous beast. Alarmed, Yasin turned around just in time to see the blood and the chaos that followed. The monster pinned the bleeding man down onto the asphalt with its massive paw. A girl, tears streaming from her eyes, called out desperately to her father. The monstrous wolf growled, steam gushing from its mouth. Yasin froze. Panic spread among the bystanders. They turned to flee, shouting that a monster had killed a man. But even amidst the panic, Yasin's eyes remained fixed on the terrifying creature. For some reason, the girl didn't run. Instead, she stood frozen, watching as the wolf devoured her father. The monster's face was stained with blood, and just then, another noise stirred the air. The wolf shifted its attention toward the girl. Before the beast could pounce, Yasin dashed forward and snatched her away from the wolf's paws. Fear gripped him. The monster was too fast, and he feared they wouldn't escape. At that critical moment, a man suddenly descended onto the battlefield, landing heavily enough to crack the ground beneath him. Though the monster dodged his initial blow, the newcomer wasted no time and attacked again. Stone chips scattered as the battle raged. The monster crouched low, its eyes glowing a menacing scarlet, preparing to pounce. The man, frowning, apologized for the delay. Yasin asked him who he was. The man replied with a grin, "Everyone calls me Captain Windwolf." Turning back to the battle, Captain Windwolf told Yasin to leave the Silver Moon Wolf to him and focus on protecting the girl. Yasin nodded without hesitation. With a sharp whistle of his sword cutting through the air, Captain Windwolf charged. The man and the wolf clashed fiercely. Yasin quickly covered the girl's eyes with his hand, urging her not to look at the horror unfolding. Captain Windwolf shouted that the monster was stronger than he anticipated. Though he swung his sword with precision, the wolf's nimbleness allowed it to dodge again and again. Gritting his teeth, the captain fought relentlessly. But he wasn't alone. Reinforcements arrived, leaping down from above. The wolf snarled furiously at the newcomers, but realizing it was now outnumbered, it attempted to flee. The warriors attacked in unison, cornering the beast. As Captain Windwolf got into position again, he ordered his men to press the attack. Swords stained with blood flashed in the dim light as they fought. One warrior approached the fallen wolf cautiously, asking if the creature was dead. But the wolf's claw twitched. Captain Windwolf frowned. Suddenly, the wolf screamed, entering a furious state known as the Bloody Flash. At once, the warriors jumped back, but not fast enough. One was hit. Captain Windwolf cursed under his breath but kept his composure. Though the wolf was dangerous, he reassured his men that it had weakened. Turning to Yasin, he instructed him to quickly get the girl to safety. However, Yasin's eyes gleamed with a different thought. He saw an opportunity he couldn't ignore. With a determined grin, Yasin launched himself into the fray, shocking the captain. Yasin swung his fist with all his strength, punching the monster. Another strike followed, and just then, the system window appeared in front of him. It reported, "Talent successfully copied." But Yasin didn't stop. Blow after blow, Yasin hammered down on the wolf until, finally, the monster lay lifeless. Raising his fist for one last strike, Yasin was intercepted by Captain Windwolf, who firmly told him to stop. The monster was already dead. Satisfied, Yasin withdrew his hands from the creature. The captain instructed his squad to clean up the battlefield, remove the corpses, and take care of the girl. Then, turning to Yasin, he thanked him for his bravery and offered him a future place among the warriors once he officially became one. Yasin beamed with pride. Night fell over the city. Deep silence enveloped the streets as Yasin washed the blood from his hands in a public restroom. He thought about not showing himself to Yayo in such a state. After taking a deep breath, Yasin began the walk home. When he quietly opened the door to his house, he paused. Yayo was asleep on the couch, murmuring softly about her brother and smiling in her sleep. Relieved, Yasin smiled gently. His eyes fell on the set dinner table. He thought back to today, the first day he had faced a real monster. Walking over to Yayo, he gently covered her with a blanket, the weight of the day's event still fresh in his mind. After covering his sister carefully, Yasin shivered. Listening to tales of monsters had been chilling, but seeing them firsthand was hundreds of times worse. Gazing at his sister's peaceful face, he made a firm decision. For her safety, he had to become a warrior as soon as possible. Later that night, Yesun returned to his room, a towel in hand. Sitting heavily on the bed, he couldn't shake off a growing curiosity. Could a monster's talent be merged into a human's body? As he pondered, a familiar system window popped up before him. Yesun stared intently at the display, realizing that attempting this might be even more painful than before, possibly even fatal. But if it meant he could protect those dear to him, he had no choice. The system showed the Silver Moon Wolf's talent. Gritting his teeth with resolve, Yesun stuffed the towel into his mouth and bit down hard. The moment he initiated the copy process, excruciating pain tore through his body. The system announced the start of the speed talent transfer, and immediately, Yesun collapsed to the floor, veins bulging across his arms from the overwhelming agony. His bones felt like they were shattering one by one. Then came a horrifying twist. His leg bent unnaturally. Yesun let out a silent scream, his mind clouded with despair. Had the copying process failed? Blood red filled his vision, and just before losing consciousness, his final thought was of his sister, Yayo. When morning came, sunlight spilled into the room. Yesun stirred, finding himself sprawled across the floor. Jolting awake, he quickly checked his body, fear still gripping him. Swinging his leg, he felt a rush of power surge through him, his body lighter than a feather. To his amazement, the status window confirmed it. He now possessed a basic-level speed talent. The copying had succeeded. Some time later, at the 5th Academy, a red blur streaked across the open training grounds. It was Yesun, his speed now matching that of a beast. Leaping over trees effortlessly and landing from heights without injury, he felt invincible. As he caught a falling leaf mid-air before it could touch the ground, Yesun marveled at the agility he had gained from the Silver Moon Wolf. After another session of testing his abilities, he sat down to meditate. Energy swirled around his chest, but he knew one truth clearly: though his speed was impressive, he still lacked strength. Deep in thought about how to improve further, he was suddenly interrupted. "Hey! I couldn't find you anywhere," shouted Zhang Bao, a fellow academy student and Yesun's friend. Zhang Bao inspected him closely, poking at his chest and joking, "You're getting stronger. Already a disciple now." Then, in a whisper, Zhang Bao asked if Yesun knew the secret to becoming even stronger in a short time. Curious, Yesun pressed him for the answer. Smiling slyly, Zhang Bao revealed it: monster blood. Monster blood, he said, could boost one's growth dramatically. Hearing this, Yesun's mind raced. He regretted not keeping the Silver Moon Wolf's blood and considered it a cruel loss. But Zhang Bao had more to share. There was a way to obtain monster blood legally. He explained that the academy had secretly set up a zone outside the city where exams involving hunting monster subspecies took place. The beasts there were weaker, their pure lines destroyed long ago. The idea was tempting, and after a bit more prodding, Zhang Bao invited Yesun to join his team. For a moment, Yesun hesitated. Working with others could risk exposing his copy ability. In the end, he politely declined. It was safer to go alone. A month later, at the 5th Academy, the principal was fuming inside his office. Flexing his fingers in rage, he growled that since they hadn't officially sent an exam invitation, there was no reason for anyone to register. Glaring at Yesun, who stood proudly before him, the principal's patience wore thin. But Yesun, shining with confidence, declared that as a student, he had every right to participate. The principal, smirking madly, threw a piece of paper at him, a death waiver contract. Without hesitation, Yesun bent down, picked it up, and signed it after reading every clause carefully. "If you're scared of dying, leave now," the principal shouted angrily. Yesun met his gaze coldly, then silently turned and left the office. A grin played on his lips as he walked down the corridor, his signed death waiver lying on the principal's desk behind him. Watching him leave, the principal muttered darkly, "They really think this will be an ordinary exam. Fools. They tell all regret it." Meanwhile, back at home, Yayo had just woken up. She yawned widely, stretching before heading to the kitchen, calling out for her brother. There, on the table, she found 3 plates of delicious food and a small note hidden under the salt shaker. Reading it, her heart sank slightly. It said that an important event had begun at the academy and that Yesun would return in 3 days. Holding the note tightly, Yayo whispered to herself, hoping that her brother would be safe. Elsewhere, in a ruined city shrouded in desolation, crows with glowing red eyes circled the sky. The ruins were surrounded by barbed wire, and inside, a large square had been cleared. Flags from all 5 academies fluttered in the wind. Gathered under the banner of the 5th Academy, Yesun and Jangbal surveyed the other participants. "There are so many people here," Yesun remarked in surprise. "Of course," Jangbal replied, hefting a massive axe onto his shoulder. "All 5 academies are participating." Among the crowd stood a man with long black hair and a sinister smile, Mosab, the genius of the 1st Academy. Next to him, a hulking man in a formal suit sneered, muttering that weaklings could be hunted during the exam, and that the fewer participants left, the better. Jangbal pointed Mosab out to Yesun, explaining, "He's the strongest of the younger generation in the Mo family." Watching Mosab from the corner of his eye, Yesun felt a twinge of tension in the air. This exam would be far deadlier than anyone expected. After understanding the reason behind such overwhelming arrogance from a single person, the protagonist's thoughts were interrupted by the sharp sound of a sword striking the ground. A man radiating a strong magical aura was approaching Shabe, who immediately shouted at him to stop and demanded to know who dared to draw a sword here, right in front of the 1st Academy. The newcomer halted, lifting his head with pride and shouting furiously for Shabe to come forward. A chilling, ominous smile curved on his lips. Recognizing him, Shabe sneered, asking if it was him again, reminding the man that he had already defeated him 10 times before, and wondered if he was still not tired of losing. The man responded with a wide, crazed smile, and the surrounding birds, sensing the heavy tension in the air, flapped loudly into the sky. The protagonist, surprised, turned toward Shabe and asked who this man was. A bit tense, Jangbal answered, explaining that the swordsman was Li Yanxi, a genius of the 2nd Academy, who, despite his talents, had lost multiple times to Shabe in the past. Meanwhile, the director of the 1st Academy, filled with rage, spat on the ground and shouted, wondering where such fools came from. His face was contorted with veins bulging from anger, his eyes burning with hatred and disdain, as if detached from reality itself. Folding his arms across his chest, he barked at the two to stop quarreling. Witnessing this, the protagonist clenched his teeth in anger. In his heart, he thought that the director himself was the one most detached from reality. Unexpectedly, the director raised his hands high and began cheering loudly for Yanxi, shocking everyone around. Yanxi, hearing the sudden support, grew confused and glanced at the cheering man, questioning silently who he was and why he was siding with him over Shabe. Suddenly, a booming voice from a giant loudspeaker reminded everyone that fighting outside the wilderness area was prohibited and violators would be immediately disqualified. Enraged, Yanxi cursed that Shabe had gotten lucky this time. Twirling his sword skillfully in his hands, he then sheathed it with expert precision, glaring at Shabe with eyes full of contempt. With a mad grin, Shabe laughed darkly, vowing to teach Yanxi a lesson once they entered the wilderness. As the tension settled, Yanxi turned to the protagonist. Hands on his hips, he remarked that he admired the bravery it took to cheer him on against Shabe. With a smirk, he ordered the protagonist to introduce himself. Calmly and confidently, the protagonist gave his name, mentioning he was from the 5th Academy. At that moment, the atmosphere around them shimmered mysteriously, and a system window appeared before the protagonist. It revealed Yanxi's stats. His cultivation talent was low, and his swordsmanship talent was rated as average. Despite this, the protagonist's eyes lit up. In his mind, he thought that while Yanxi's cultivation was low, his swordsmanship was decent enough. Smiling brightly, he extended his hand towards Yanxi, wishing him success in surpassing Shabe during the exam. Yanxi, surprised by the genuine encouragement, smiled warmly and shook his hand firmly. In return, he wished the protagonist good luck, urging him to survive the trials ahead. The handshake was strong, filled with mutual respect. At that very moment, a system notification popped up. The protagonist had successfully copied the swordsmanship talent. Minutes later, the loudspeaker's announcement echoed again. The exam was about to begin. Two gatekeepers moved towards the enormous gates, preparing to open them. The loudspeaker called for the 1st Academy students to proceed first. Without delay, the gates opened, and the 1st Academy students rushed in, Shabe leading the way, accompanied by his bodyguard, his expression confident and determined. Watching them, Jangbal smiled and commented that the real test had finally begun. With a quick farewell, he dashed towards his own team, calling out to the protagonist to stay safe. The protagonist shouted back his thanks, and just then, Yanxi stretched casually and loosened his joints. He mentioned that the 1st Academy would enter first, followed by the 2nd, and finally the 5th Academy. Waving his hand, he wished the protagonist good luck and left to join his own team. Now alone, the protagonist gazed into the distance, his eyes burning with determination. Without wasting time, he dashed into the dense forest, moving swiftly without hesitation. His face remained calm and emotionless as he weaved through the trees with great speed. After a short while, he landed in a small clearing. Tossing his backpack aside, he thought to himself that this spot would be perfect. Waving his hand in the air, he summoned the system screen. A new message appeared. The intermediate swordsmanship talent had been successfully copied. A prompt appeared, asking whether he wanted to initiate the fusion. With a sharp glint in his eyes, the protagonist selected yes without hesitation. Instantly, his hand swelled, veins bulging as intense pain shot through his arm. Trembling from the agony, he gritted his teeth and thought that while it was painful, it was slightly more bearable compared to before. He was adapting, slowly but surely. Dropping to his knees and bracing himself on all fours, he reminded himself he had to become stronger, no matter the cost. Powerful magic energy burst into the sky from his body as he endured. When he finally stood, his closed eyes snapped open, burning with a fiercer light than before. Without delay, he fell into a practiced stance and unleashed a series of sharp, powerful sword strikes. The trees in front of him, and even those beyond, were sliced cleanly, falling to the ground one after another. Satisfied with the results, the protagonist checked his system window again. Intermediate swordsmanship talent had been officially added. Sheathing his sword and shouldering his backpack, he marched forward, eyes blazing with determination. Meanwhile, the loudspeaker blared once more. The first groups had entered the zone. The Fifth Academy's turn was next. As the protagonist treaded carefully along the forest road, he moved silently, every step measured, fully prepared for the challenges that awaited him ahead. Continuing the fierce exam battles, Yesen walked forward with his head lowered, deep in thought. But suddenly, a glowing tentacle crept up silently behind him. Alert, Yesen immediately caught the sound from behind. Turning slightly, he saw a massive dragon with glowing eyes and razor-sharp fangs rising into the sky. Without a moment's hesitation, Yesen pulled out his sword. His eyes held no fear, only unwavering focus, as he faced the colossal beast. The dragon hissed, preparing to attack, but Yesen was faster. He leaped high into the air, cutting through the distance between them in an instant. Hovering before the open jaws of the giant monster, Yesen swung his sword, gathering momentum behind his back. In the next heartbeat, he cleaved the dragon-like snake cleanly into two halves. His face remained calm and composed, betraying no emotion. As the monster's body convulsed on the ground, Yesen landed lightly, approaching the severed head. Without hesitation, he plunged his sword into the creature's eye, then carefully extracted a massive eyeball. Holding it up, he smirked slightly and said, +1 point in the piggy bank. Placing the eye into his backpack, Yesen commented that the monster was surprisingly weak. After a brief pause, he reminded himself of the exam rules. The more beasts one killed, the higher their rank. Wondering aloud how many more he needed to pass, he glanced at the preliminary rewards list. First place promised the blood of a mid-level monster and a reward of 100,000 U, while 10th place would only offer the blood of a low-level creature. Exhaling heavily, Yesen secured his backpack and muttered that he still had a long road ahead. Without wasting another second, he jumped high, moving forward with renewed determination. No matter what, he thought, it's time to start hunting bigger prey. Suddenly, a loud, desperate cry for help pierced the air. Speeding forward, Yesen caught the sound and instinctively turned his head. What he saw made him stop. From a rooftop, he observed monsters closing in around a young man wielding an axe. The ground behind him was littered with the corpses of his comrades. Yesen immediately recognized him, his friend, Zhang Bao, trembling with fear and shouting that it was too early for him to die, especially before marriage. Large wolves with burning eyes encircled Zhang Bao, closing in with deadly intent. In a panic, Zhang Bao dropped his weapon and fled, but a wolf lunged toward him. Seeing the dire situation, Yesen moved swiftly. Pulling an arrow from his quiver, he readied his bow and released it with impeccable speed. The arrow found its mark, piercing the wolf and sending it crashing lifeless to the ground. Zhang Bao, shocked, turned just in time to see Yesen appear before him. Overwhelmed with relief, Zhang Bao asked if helping him in exchange for points was acceptable. Fearful but trusting, he recognized his friend and savior. Yet before they could speak further, Zhang Bao screamed, warning Yesen that he couldn't handle the fanged wolves. Terror etched deep into his face, cold sweat dripping. Zhang Bao tried to retreat, but Yesen only smiled, an unsettling, confident smile, as powerful magical energy surged around him. In a flash, Yesen activated his speed talent, his figure becoming a blur as he tore through the pack of wolves. None could touch him. When he halted, the monsters lunged from all sides. Calmly, Yesen gripped his sword, his body radiating violent energy and his eyes burning with scarlet flames. Activating his sword talent, Yesen moved like a whirlwind, cutting down every beast in his path. Blood sprayed through the air, and within moments, silence fell. The ground was littered with the remains of the wolves, and at the center stood Yesen, untouched. From the sidelines, Zhang Bao could only whisper in awe, "Wow." After a few minutes, Yesen carefully extracted something from the wolf's mouth, a large fang. Placing it into his backpack, he turned to Zhang Bao and reminded him of their deal. The points for the wolves were his. Of course. Zhang Bao agreed loudly, calling Yesen his savior. Throwing his backpack over his shoulders again, Yesen asked if Zhang Bao planned to continue. But Zhang Bao, sitting heavily on the ground, shook his head. Bitterly, he admitted that the exam was far more dangerous than he had imagined, and he was lucky just to be alive. Looking sadly at the bodies of his teammates, he insisted they needed to evacuate the wounded immediately. Yesen nodded silently, preparing to leave. But just then, Zhang Bao called out, asking him to wait. He warned Yesen about pseudo-monsters lurking deeper in the zone. Intrigued, Yesen asked for details. Zhang Bao explained that among the ranking of creatures, beasts being the weakest, pseudo-monsters next, and true monsters at the top, the pseudo-monsters were formidable enemies. Specifically, students from the First Academy were reportedly targeting a snake over 10 meters long, a known pseudo-monster. Killing one, Zhang Bao added, would award 500 points. At this, a wild, excited grin spread across Yesen's face. His eyes gleamed with fierce determination. Rushing up to Zhang Bao, he grabbed him by the shoulders and shouted, asking where this monster was. Pointing southeast, Zhang Bao directed him. Without wasting another second, Yesen turned and saw that direction shrouded in intense magical energy. Igniting his speed skill once more, he blasted off, leaving a cloud of dust behind him. His body radiated vibrant purple energy as he raced forward. 500 points don't come easy, he muttered to himself. But if I get them, first place will definitely be mine. Watching his friend disappear into the distance, Zhang Bao shouted after him, "Take care of yourself, Yesen." Meanwhile, Yesen pressed on, moving at blinding speed, a purple trail of energy streaming behind him, fully intent on claiming his next prize. As the chaos from the previous battle echoed in the distance, the protagonist dashed across the cracked ground. With a thunderous stomp, his body propelled forward, covering an incredible distance in mere seconds. The wind howled past him as he approached an old, fractured bridge. But then, out of the corner of his eye, something caught his attention. He skidded to a sharp halt, dust rising beneath his feet. His sharp gaze landed on a field not far ahead. Dozens of lifeless bodies were scattered across the ground. He stepped forward cautiously, his expression darkening. These uniforms. First Academy students, he muttered, eyes narrowing. Boom! A sudden explosion lit up the horizon to his right. Flames roared into the sky, and the shockwave rattled the surroundings. Looking at the blast site, he clenched his jaw. So, you really here, he whispered coldly. Without wasting another second, he launched himself high into the air. In an instant, he landed atop a half-collapsed building overlooking the chaos. Crouching low, he scanned the battlefield below. Students of the First Academy were locked in a brutal fight, their attacks focused on a monstrous figure. Then he saw it. A massive, snake-like creature, its scales glistening under the firelight, roared with bloodlust. Is that or the pseudo-monster? Yesen wondered, his breath catching for a moment. From below, a voice rang out. Forward, everyone! Shay bellowed, his sword gleaming as he pointed at the creature. This beast's points are mine. With a battle cry, Shay charged, swinging his sword directly at the monster's hide, but the blade merely bounced off. His bodyguard followed up with relentless strikes. Master, its stamina is dropping fast. The guard shouted, Now's our chance. The snake reared its ugly head and let out a thunderous scream. Shay grinned madly. Then I'll finish this, he roared, bursting off the ground. He soared toward the monster, sword held back like a spear ready to pierce. The snake opened its massive mouth to retaliate, but Shay was faster. Slash! The blade sank deep into the creature's forehead. Blood spurted out, and the snake writhed violently. Ha! Got you! Shay grinned wildly, forcing the blade deeper. His eye sparkled with savage glee. But, wham! The snake's tail smashed into him with a violent swing, launching him through the air like a missile. He slammed into a crumbled building wall, creating a crater on impact. Dust cleared. Slowly, he raised his head, chuckling despite the pain. TCH. 500 points. Still mine, he muttered, smirking. From above, the protagonist observed quietly. If only I'd arrived a bit earlier, he said to himself, clenching his fist in frustration. Meanwhile, Shay stood again, brushing dust from his coat. He punched a nearby boulder in triumph, sending it flying. His bodyguard bowed. Congratulations, master. Shay threw his hands up. First place belongs to me now, he yelled triumphantly. But the snake's body began to twitch violently. Its skin darkened, glowing with an eerie light. Burning eyes snapped open. It rose again, taller than before, its fury bursting outward like a shockwave. The air turned heavy with dread. Why is it still alive? One student cried in panic. The snake's tail lashed out, sending students flying like rag dolls. Shay and his guard jumped back, regaining stances. No way did it enter a bloody flash state. Shay thought, sweat forming on his brow. The monster shot into the sky, slithering through the air with unnatural speed. That's no pseudo-monster. Shay shouted, voice cracking. That's a full-fledged one. Gasps echoed around him. Do we chase it? A student hesitated. Of course we do. Shay yelled. That thing's worth 1,000 points. 1,000, the group repeated, stunned. Then, in unison, they bolted after the snake, their competitive fire reignited. In his mind, Shay calculated, it's weak, that last hit did damage. We have to catch it before others do, or this whole battle was for nothing. From above, Yasin remained still, aura flickering around him. 1,000-point monster, here of all places, he muttered. A twisted grin crept across his face. He turned in the direction of the chase. I'm the fastest one here. Placing his palm on the rooftop, he whispered to himself, let's push speed to its limit. In that instant, his aura exploded, surging like a storm. His eyes glowed with raw determination and madness. The battle had ended, and a sense of accomplishment washed over him. It's time, he thought to himself, nodding quietly. A moment later, with a determined glint in his eyes, he leaped into the air, a trail of magic shimmering behind him. In mere seconds, he soared through the sky, the wind rushing past as he pushed himself to catch up with the monster. The snake, large and agile, slithered across the terrain, leaving a streak of purple mucus in its wake. It rushed toward a broken, desolate building, clearly intent on hiding there. But the main character was quick to follow. He spotted the trail left behind on the ground, and with a swift landing, he slammed into the earth with a resounding crash. His eyes narrowed as he inspected the trail, realizing it was still fresh. The students from the first academy hadn't arrived yet. Good. Crouching, he dipped a finger into the mucus, bringing it to his face. Definitely not water, he thought, grimacing. It hadn't been there long. As he stood and gazed toward the ruined structure before him, he couldn't help but smile. Looks like I'll be getting 1,000 points today. With renewed energy, he entered the building, his presence filling the air. The oppressive energy of the monster was palpable, swirling through the space. His own energy surged to meet it, and as he moved forward, he felt its intensity growing. It's close, he thought, his senses sharpened. Then, the unexpected happened. His breath hitched as he spotted the massive snake. It was hunched beneath a dripping ceiling, its huge mouth open, catching drops of liquid as they slowly gathered and dripped into its maw. The sight was unsettling. What was it drinking? The liquid didn't look like ordinary water. His face hardened, and without hesitation, he unsheathed his sword. The air crackled with energy as his aura flared. Standing in a combat stance, he smirked. I'll deal with this mystery later. First, I've got points to earn. He lunged, his body shooting forward with explosive force. A small shockwave erupted beneath him as he charged toward the snake. The creature, sensing the attack, retaliated instantly, swinging its colossal arm in an effort to crush him. Shocked, the protagonist dodged, but the snake's strike sent a wave of destruction through the ground. The blow hit with enough force to send him tumbling backward. But he was far from out of control. Midair, he grabbed his bow, pulling it out in a fluid motion. He had only a second. He notched 3 arrows, his aim steady as he soared toward the ground. The first 2 arrows shot out, piercing the monster's eyes. A burst of blood spurted from the wounds, and the snake howled in pain, thrashing wildly. Landing with precision, the protagonist's blade, lost in the earlier exchange, flew toward him. In an instant, his hand closed around the hilt. He grinned fiercely. Now, let's finish this. He sprinted up the snake's arm, his sword cutting through flesh with ease. The creature screamed in agony as blood sprayed from the wound, and veins began to bulge along the protagonist's arm. His face twisted with effort, but he didn't stop. With a final, powerful strike, he cleaved the monster's arm, causing it to falter. The snake convulsed, thrashing its tail in every direction as it slowly collapsed to the ground, dead. The protagonist stood over the fallen creature, breathing heavily. That was close. If Shab's group hadn't weakened it first, I wouldn't have stood a chance. Grinning, he took off his backpack and glanced up at the shard in the ceiling, from which the strange liquid continued to drip. No time for questions right now, he decided, pulling out a bottle from his pack. Whatever this stuff is, the snake was here for it. That means it's valuable. With the bottle positioned beneath the dripping shard, he waited for the liquid to fill it. As it did, he stood, glancing down at the corpse of the monster. Without hesitation, he approached it, his sword still in hand. With a practice motion, he drove the blade into the snake's head and sat upon its massive body, carefully extracting its eyes. This was one hell of a fight, he thought. But there was still more to be done. A few minutes later, Yesen held the enormous eyeball of the slain monster in his hand. He muttered to himself, "This will serve as proof of murder." He then moved toward the massive heart of the snake. Piercing it with his weapon, he marveled, the blood from this monster's heart is incredibly valuable. Green blood gushed from the wound, and Yesen quickly placed a bottle beneath it to collect the liquid. A few moments later, after finishing his task, he glanced at the bottle, now filled with the unknown liquid. With a smirk, he muttered, "This should be enough." However, as he gazed upward at the source of the dripping, he felt a growing uncertainty. No idea what this stuff is. But it'll be useful. With a brief pause, Yesen drew his sword and, in a grim tone, stated, "Not a drop should be left for Sheeb." Without hesitation, he sliced the rock hanging from the ceiling, and the spring of blood fell to the ground. The battle with the monster was over, and it was time to move on. Opening his backpack, Yesen began packing away the collected materials. "The points I've earned should be enough for first place," he said, looking over his shoulder with a malicious grin. "It's time to get out of here." Hours passed. The body of the dead monster was discovered by students from the First Academy. After carefully examining the enormous snake, they reported that its eyeballs had been removed, and the blood from its heart had been pumped out. Sheeb, the bodyguard, turned to his master, his hands shaking with anger. "There's nothing left but a corpse," he yelled. "What do we do now?" With a glare that could kill, Sheeb asked through gritted teeth, "Who dares steal my 1,000 points?" His fists clenched in fury. Meanwhile, the sky above the city had turned crimson from the sunset. Raindrops splattered against the surfaces of nearby buildings. Yesen crouched down, leaning his hand against the wet stone. He opened his eyes wide, noticing a group of brightly dressed individuals walking through the rubble. Among them, a man in a dark suit stood tall, commanding the others. One of the men observed, "The person who stole the master's victory points must be hiding somewhere. We need to find him." A tall man in a black suit walked behind the youth, asking, "What do we do now?" The leader of the group froze, his eyes glowing with energy as lightning crackled around him. "We search everyone. We meet along the way," he ordered. "This little rat cannot escape." Yesen, watching from the rooftop of a nearby building, frowned. He needed to hide. Bright, crackling energy surrounded his body as he zipped forward through the half-ruined streets, leaving flashes of lightning in his wake. Leaping over broken stone beams, Yesen soared through the air, momentarily stopping to observe the group below. He had to act fast. The exam would end in 3 days, and when the points were tallied, it would be clear that he had killed the monster. On the ground, the protagonist's foot splashed into the wet pavement as he walked along the empty road. The ruined buildings loomed around him. "I need to make the most of this time," he thought. "I'll use this shelter to improve my cultivation talent and become stronger." Yesen dropped his bag onto the floor and assumed a lotus position, holding a glass bottle filled with the monster's blood. "How much will this strengthen me?" he pondered. Without hesitation, he threw his head back and drank the contents. His face twisted in disgust. "Should have packed some peanuts for this," he muttered. Squeezing the bottle in his hand, he reminded himself, "For my sister's safety, I need to get stronger." As the energy coursed through him, bright lights surrounded his body. Yesen's eyes opened wide. This is incredible, he thought. The cultivation speed is 4 times faster. Meanwhile, back at school, Yayo, sitting at her desk, sneezed loudly. Anyone remember me? She mused, rubbing her nose. I hope everything's fine with my brother. Yesen's hands crackled with energy as he felt the power flowing through him. His clothes fluttered from the rising energy. No wonder Changdong and the others cultivate so fast. It's not just talent. They're using auxiliary items. With 2.5 days left, Yesen knew he had to use every moment wisely. I've only got a short time to prepare, he thought. I need to make these points count. 3 days passed, and the day of reckoning arrived. The heroes gathered around tables, where a black banner stood, marking the end of the exam. Yayo stood up and began recording the data. Zhang scored 10 points, B scored 23 points, Zoe 0 points, she announced. Yesen stood confidently at the table, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. His hand went out in front of him as he asked the teacher, "Could you help me with the calculation?" In his bag, brightly shining stones glowed, a testament to the effort he'd put in. The girl raised her eyebrows as she announced that the guy had earned 195 points. The boys around her gritted their teeth and frowned, muttering that this was very impressive. Just then, Sheeb appeared, carrying a bag and grinning, saying that those points were nothing compared to his own. Behind him followed a bodyguard dressed in a sharp black suit. The guy in the red jacket stepped forward, shaking his head in surprise. I didn't expect Yangzi to be so strong, he muttered. Sheeb smirked, his eyes gleaming as he asked, "Are you really planning to compete with me with such a measly number of points?" Yangzi frowned, clearly frustrated. This guy's up to his old tricks again, he grumbled. Sheeb smiled maliciously, pulling out a heap of jewelry from his backpack. Go ahead, count them, he challenged. The girl's eyes widened in shock as she announced, Sheeb has earned 427 points. The boy beside her frowned, his voice rising as he shouted, no surprise there. He's always been the hero. The girl raised her hand to her face, whispering to herself, that's a huge gap. I only have 30 points. Yangzi pointed at Sheeb with a glare. You're a shameless fool, taking points from others, he accused. With a mock shrug, Sheeb spread his arms out wide. I earned these points thanks to my own talents, he replied with a smirk. The young man clenched his fists, teeth grinding. You're a bastard, he growled. The girls approached, one of them smiling at the guy standing next to Yangzi. For so many points, you're sure to take first place, she said cheerfully. Sheeb's smile faded slightly as he muttered, first place will have over 1,000 points. The girl's eyes went wide in surprise. How is that even possible? One asked, stunned. The director of the 5th Academy, who had been observing the situation, put his hands in his pockets and asked, did all the students who survived manage to make it out? The girl adjusted her hair and raised an eyebrow. If someone didn't make it out, they are probably dead, she said matter-of-factly. The director smiled, a hint of amusement in his expression. That can only mean one thing, he said. First place goes to Sheeb. Just then, a figure emerged from the distance, slowly making its way toward them. The crowd gasped in surprise. The director turned, his eyes narrowing in confusion. Yangzi, carrying a backpack, approached. Slowly, the bag seemed to pulse ominously. His eyes shone brightly, but his face was hidden in the shadow of the bag. As he drew nearer, the bag seemed to pull out strange, monstrous red eyes and sharp claws. The girl's eyes widened even further as she caught sight of the monster's eye, her heart racing. What? What is that? She whispered. Yangzi glanced at her from under his brows, a cold smirk on his lips. So, how many points do I have? He asked, his voice dripping with arrogance. The announcement came over the speakers. The protagonist, Yangzi, has earned 136 points. A hush fell over the crowd. The girl blinked, still trying to process the information, before smiling at him. Congratulations on taking first place, she said. Your reward is 3 bottles of mid-level monster blood and 100,000 yuan. Yangzi accepted the awards with a satisfied smile as the heroes around them celebrated. Jiang Bao clenched his fists, saying, this young man is amazing. Yangzi rubbed his chin in thought, clearly impressed. How did he manage to do it? He wondered aloud. Sheeb gritted his teeth, his expression turning sour. A thief has appeared, he sneered. A puppy from the 5th Academy. Yangzi narrowed his eyes, his tone turning serious. Get everything you can on him, he ordered his bodyguard. The bodyguard bowed his head, silently agreeing to the task. Jiang Bao raised an eyebrow, a small smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Looks like Yangzi really gave them all hell. Our academy finally took first place in the exam, he said with pride. The girls, still in shock, smiled happily. We never thought something like this would happen, one of them admitted. The director, who had been quiet until now, sighed and muttered, the boy's an idiot. One of the heroes beside him raised an eyebrow. You not happy that Yangzi brought glory to the academy? He asked, puzzled. The director looked over at Yangzi, his face darkening. That's the problem, he said. He insulted and angered the Mo family. They are very strong and influential. I fear that something might happen to him. Jiang Bao closed his eyes, deep in thought. I'm worried about my friend, he admitted, a note of concern in his voice. The leaderboard flashed on the screen, showing the top 3 heroes. Yangzi, of the 5th Academy, claimed first place with 136 points. His reward was 3 bottles of mid-level monster blood and 100,000 yuan. Sheeb, from the 1st Academy, secured second place with 427 points, earning 1 bottle of mid-level monster blood and 100,000 yuan. Yi from the 2nd Academy rounded out the top 3 with 3 bottles of low-level monster blood and 50,000 yuan. The photographer asked everyone to look at the camera, and the young men smiled for the photo, with Sheeb and Yangzi posing nearby. The exam was officially over. The heroes congratulated the top 3, acknowledging their well-deserved awards. The boys stood proudly on the podium, surrounded by cheerful applause. Sheeb's face was tight with frustration as he glared at Yangzi. You brave, stealing what belongs to others, he muttered. Yangzi smirked, giving Sheeb a cold, arrogant look. It was mutual, he replied smoothly. Yangzi frowned slightly. Have you forgotten your own words? He asked, his voice cutting through the tension. Sheeb scowled, holding up a hand. Shut up, I am not talking to you, he snapped. The young man, standing confidently with his hands on his hips, added, just like Sheeb, I took those points thanks to my own talents. The hero, shaking his head, chuckled darkly. What talents? He asked, the mocking tone clear in his voice. In the ongoing story of copyability, Yen's determination was evident as he took a step forward, suggesting they settle things through battle. His eyes gleamed with an intense resolve, his face obscured by the shadow cast from his brow. He murmured to himself, if this opponent wants to test me, I'll be more than willing. Let's see what you've got. Bright streams of red and blue energy began to swirl around their bodies, a display of raw power. Sheeb, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but smile, recognizing the rising tension in the air. This is getting more interesting, she thought to herself, eager to see how things would unfold. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood frozen, his brows furrowed. He knew the truth of his situation. If he became the target of such a dangerous person, escape would be impossible. The only solution was to grow stronger, so strong that his enemies wouldn't even dare to challenge him. But the weight of that realization settled heavily in his heart. The sunset painted the sky above the city in hues of pink, marking the end of another turbulent day. The hero reached for the door handle, his thoughts racing. Entering the house, he kicked off his shoes and called out to his younger sister, letting her know he had returned. Yayu, full of energy, rushed to hug him, her arms wrapped around him tightly. She pulled away slightly, her eyes wide with curiosity. Where have you been? You've been gone so long, she exclaimed. She stepped back and started inspecting him, checking if he was injured. Are you okay? She asked with genuine concern. Yen assured her, I'm fine, really. A smile spread across his face as he reached for his backpack. I've brought you some gifts, he said, his eyes glinting with mischief. Yayu's face lit up with excitement. What is it? What did you get me? She asked eagerly. When Yen opened the bag, a small fortune spilled out, along with a few unusual items. Whoa! Is this all for me? She gasped, her hands reaching for the cash and the bottles he pulled out. The young man placed 3 bottles of monster blood, a wad of money, and a mysterious book in front of her. Yayu couldn't believe her eyes. This is more than enough for a wedding, she said with a grin. But Yen didn't seem to share the same excitement. He sighed, sitting down on the floor. Actually, it's for you to use for your education. And pocket money. Of course. Yayu tilted her head, a curious expression on her face. Wait, does that mean I can eat meat every day now? She picked up the glass bottle with the bright liquid, examining it closely. What's this? Yen smiled slightly, picking up the book. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but I got you a reference book about jewelry. Thought you might like it. Yayu's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Jewelry, she repeated. Can I see it too? As Yen flipped through the pages, his eyes widened in disbelief. Wait! This can't be real. He looked at the page before him, his mind racing. There, in front of him, was a description of a rare and potent elixir, the elixir of the Earth's core. The page described it as a liquid essence formed by terranite stones that had absorbed the energy of the heavens and earth for centuries. Drinking it could enhance one's talent for cultivation, but only if their talent was of below average level. There was also a chance that the elixir could form primordial terranite stones that could improve higher-level talents. But he'd heard of them before, the very stones he had destroyed. The hero stared at the bottle in Yayu's hands, realization dawning on him. It's the elixir? It could really help her. No, it's better if she drinks it. Wait, Yayu said, her voice trembling with surprise. You want me to drink this? She looked down at the bottle in her hand, confused and unsure. But my talent hasn't even awakened yet, Yen's thoughts raced. He understood that by drinking the elixir, she'd improve her basic level of cultivation. His only concern was how much stronger she'd become. He needed her to have the strength to protect herself, even if she didn't fully understand its significance. The girl hesitated, her gaze shifting from the bottle to her brother. But? Couldn't we sell this? It's probably worth a lot of money, Yen shook his head, flipping through the book. It's not just about money. If we sell it, someone will eventually come looking for those primordial terranite stones. And they wouldn't believe our story. It could put us in danger. Yayu grinned, twirling the bottle in her hands. So you destroyed them for no reason. Yen's expression hardened as he took the bottle from her hands. It would be a pity if you didn't drink it. Trust me. Yayu's eyes widened in shock. You're really going to make me drink it, aren't you? With a firm grip, Yen squeezed her cheeks, forcing her to open her mouth. Open up, Yayu, he said gently, his voice softened by a hint of playfulness. I'm being killed. Yayu screamed, struggling against her brother's grip. The bottle was empty in an instant, its contents flowing down her throat. And just like that, the fate of the hero's sister was changed forever. The young man stood up with a smile, his curiosity piqued. What does it taste like? He asked. The girl, sitting on the sofa, cleared her throat and replied with a soft smile, it's very warm and refreshing. The young man frowned, a glimmer of confusion in his eyes. Something didn't quite add up. Was her cultivation talent still at a basic level? Maybe the book was wrong. He didn't know, but the data in the status window showed that something was off. The girl shifted slightly, her voice trailing off as she sat back, clearly feeling sleepy. I'll cook a bit later, she said, yawning. No problem, the young man assured her, his attention still on the status window. His eyes narrowed in concentration. He was trying to figure out why things weren't progressing as expected. The clock ticked on. An hour passed. The protagonist, sitting cross-legged in a meditative lotus position, was surrounded by a gentle glow as energy radiated from his body. His mind focused, but just as he was about to settle deeper into meditation, he gritted his teeth. Suddenly, the status window above the girl's head flickered into view, revealing new data. She was a human, with average cultivation talent and a low-level freezing talent that was not yet awakened. The young man's eyes widened. His own cultivation level had increased by 2 points. He needed to confirm something. He reached for a bottle of monster blood, thinking to himself, my sister will definitely become a first-class warrior. His eyes sparkled with hope as he looked at her, his resolve solidifying. He whispered mentally to Sheeb, prepare yourself. I won't let you beat me. Yin, somewhere nearby, hid his face in shadows. His red eyes gleamed ominously, reflecting a darkness that contrasted the bright night sky. He opened his mouth, pouring out the contents of a bottle. Meanwhile, the young man focused back on his food, reaching for the peanuts on his plate, the taste bitter in his mouth. He tried to ignore it. Monster blood, how many times can it speed up my progress? He thought, throwing more peanuts into his mouth. As if in answer to his question, bright streams of energy appeared around him, swirling in a vibrant dance. The hero gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. The increase was 8 times his normal output. The energy around him flickered a brilliant pink. This is terrifying, he thought. If he had the blood of a higher-level monster, he could have broken through to the warrior stage. But there was no time to dwell on that now. He looked at the 2 remaining bottles of monster blood. Only 2 left. What will I do after these are gone? The grove near the 5th Academy was calm and serene, the trees swaying gently in the breeze. Birds chirped in the distance. 10 days had passed. A small bird perched on the head of Yesin, who was meditating on a stone ledge near the academy. Suddenly, Jiang Bi approached quickly, gritting his teeth and repeating the question that had been gnawing at him. What should we do? Yesin stopped meditating, his eyes opening as he looked at Jiang Bi. What's wrong? He asked calmly. Gasping for air, Jiang Bi leaned forward, calling out a name, Sheep. Yesin's expression grew serious. Has he come here? Jiang Bi shook his head, panting. No. He's locked himself in his room. He's planning something. He'll probably break through to the warrior stage soon, then deal with you. The young man crossed his arms, his face unreadable. So, he's waiting to challenge me after becoming a warrior. Exactly, Jiang Bi muttered, frustrated. If he breaks through, he'll crush you like a bug. Yesin raised an eyebrow. I am cultivating too. I am not afraid. Jiang Bi frowned, concern in his eyes. Sheep is noble. He has resources, and you have 3 bottles of mid-level monster blood. You've drunk them already, haven't you? Yesin gave a faint smile. Yes, that's true. Jiang Bi knelt down, his hands pressed to the ground. Then you redoomed, he said softly. As your friend, I'll help arrange the funeral. I'll take care of your sister. The young man stood still, his thoughts focused on the situation. He glanced downward, recalling that his only remaining blood came from the low-level snake and its heart. After using it, he hoped to break through to the advanced disciple stage, though that was still a far cry from becoming a warrior. Yet, something within him stirred. He was confident. The talents he had honed would be enough. Even a warrior could fall to him. At that moment, his eyes lit up. It was time to move forward. The Mo family's mansion loomed. Ahead, its imposing structure casting a shadow over the land. A dark sky hung above the estate, birds scattering in the wind. The man in a dark suit stood at the entrance, and the cracks in the stone door began to form, breaking apart as bright energy surged from the shattered pieces. A silhouette appeared in the distance. A bodyguard knelt, his hand resting on the ground. Master, he said, congratulations on reaching the warrior level. The air shifted, and the figure's eyes shone like fire, muscles rippling beneath the dark shadows. His power had grown, his transformation was complete. Above the Mo family's house, birds circled, and the tension in the air thickened. Sheep knelt respectfully, one knee on the floor, while a tall man in formal robes offered praise. Congratulations, young master, on breaking through to the warrior level, the man said solemnly. May your strength last long and your victories be many. Behind them, 2 maids gracefully dressed Sheep in a ceremonial robe, the fabric rich and dark with red lining, fitting for a newly awakened warrior. Just then, Sheep's father, Moan, entered the room. He stopped briefly, noticing his son's bowed head, and gave a small, approving nod before stepping forward. I saw it happen, Moan said proudly. You've truly become a warrior. I expected no less from my son. His voice held a mix of stern pride and fatherly satisfaction. He smiled faintly, placing a hand on Sheep's shoulder. You're doing well, he added. Sheep, though still serious, frowned slightly. Father, you don't need to worry. I won't disgrace the Mo family name. Moan's brows furrowed, but his smile remained. I know. And you should be aware your great-grandfather wishes to personally reward you. Sheep immediately dropped to one knee again. I am grateful to both of you for your support. Moan laughed softly, waving it off. No need for such formality. Stand up. With a short gesture, he turned toward the hallway and barked a quick order to the bodyguard beside him. Check the kitchen. I want to make sure everything's ready for the celebration. But then, with a slight smirk, he added, actually, never mind. I'll go check myself. Sheep tilted his head. Please don't forget to have my favorite dishes prepared. You think I'd forget? Moan scoffed. When your mother was pregnant, she craved that dish every single day. You were practically born eating it. The two shared a quiet moment before Moan left, his robe fluttering behind him. As the celebration preparations began, she leaned in toward his bodyguard, voice low. Did you find out anything about that boy? He asked sharply. The man gave a crooked grin. Everything. No parents. No background. No support. He paused. Which means, we can do whatever we want. Sheep's eyes darkened. He moved to the window, placing his hands behind his back. I don't believe that, he muttered. There's someone behind him. Someone strong. Above the Mo family's white estate, the sky was a pristine blue, calm, quiet, deceptive. Sheep rubbed his chin. In that case, we send someone to eliminate him. The bodyguard blinked. Master, killing someone inside the zone is one thing. But outside? Even the Mo family can't avoid trouble if we cross that line. Sheep, now seated in a deep crimson chair, poured himself a drink. Who said we'd act as the Mo family? The bodyguard's eyes widened. Hire the dark shadow, Sheep said with a dangerous grin. No one investigates their work. But their services, they cost 1 million gold at least, the bodyguard protested. Sheep sipped slowly, unbothered. You think like a servant. Poor, cautious, hesitant. He slammed the glass down, cracking it. If a genius appears among the poor, he said coldly, eliminate him immediately. The room grew tense. The bodyguard frowned but said nothing. Sheep smiled, wide and frightening. The law of the world is simple, he declared. The strong survive. The weak die. Meanwhile, not far from the Fifth Academy. Under a grey sky near a mossy stone castle, the sound of swords echoed through the trees. Lightning crackled as Yesin trained alone, his body surrounded by streaks of bright energy. He moved with such speed, it looked like multiple versions of him were sparring at once. His attacks carved lines into the very air. With a final shout, he swung his weapon, sending a flash of light slicing through a boulder. The stone shattered into tiny pieces. Yesin sighed and wiped sweat from his forehead. Well, he muttered, glancing upward, it's going to rain. And sure enough, the first drops began to fall. Cloak billowing in the wind, Yesin walked along a silent street. Rain fell in rhythmic taps on rooftops and stone. Then, he stopped. A sudden flash appeared in front of him. Floating in the air, bright even through the downpour, was a system window. Who? Yesin blinked. That's new. The golden panel glowed sharply, revealing, name, Liquin, talent for cultivation, basic shadow talent, low, unawakened. Before he could process it, the window vanished in a blink, leaving behind a blinding flash. And then, darkness surged. A stream of black energy hurtled toward him, slicing through the rain. Yesin's red eyes widened as a stranger appeared midair, shrouded in lightning and shadow. Reacting instantly, Yesin raised his sword and caught the attack mid-swing. Thunder exploded around them as the shockwave sent debris flying. Seriously? Yesin grunted, blocking the next strike. Can't people just say hello anymore? The clash began with a blur of motion. The enemy, Liquin, leapt back, crouching low with one hand on the ground for balance. His posture was smooth, precise, deadly. Yesin narrowed his eyes, his voice firm. Introduce yourself, he demanded. The tip of Liquin's blade gleamed under the rain as he let out a sinister chuckle and tossed his head back. I'm your death, he replied with a twisted grin. Rain pattered harder against the stone. Yesin tightened his grip on his sword. Around him, blue energy crackled and danced in streams. Liquin licked his blade, because apparently, hygiene wasn't a top priority when you're trying to be edgy. I am the end of your story, Liquin declared dramatically. But Yesin wasn't amused. A green glow shimmered behind his attacker. He could sense it now, shadow energy. He furrowed his brows. She must have sent this guy, he thought. But why hire an assassin? He's already a warrior. If he really wanted to kill me, why not come himself? The thought gnawed at him. But he didn't have time to ponder. Liquin darted forward. Yesin reacted instinctively, wind howling behind him as he dashed to meet the attack. Their blades clashed mid-air, green lightning erupting like firecrackers in the sky. Then, silence. Yesin landed and looked around. The assassin had vanished again. Only traces of green energy marked where he once stood. He's using the shadow talent, Yesin realized. He can vanish into thin air. He remained calm, eyes scanning. From the corner of his vision, something flickered, the tip of a blade, inches from the back of his head. Yesin's body tensed. In one sharp motion, he spun, narrowly dodging a bolt of green lightning. He vaulted up, landing atop a nearby roof, lightning trailing behind him. How is this guy so fast? Yesin muttered through clenched teeth. But now it was his turn. He surged forward with a flash of speed, a grin forming on his lips. Let's see how you like this. Their swords clashed again, Yesin's swing tearing through the air, leaving glowing arcs. Liquin sneered and returned the favor. Boom! The shockwave launched Yesin into a stone wall. Dust exploded outward, cracks spiderwebbing through the stone. When the debris settled, there was no sign of the enemy. He's fast, but that trick won't work forever, Yesin growled, steadying himself. Not against me. Suddenly, the air shifted. Yesin pivoted, slicing through the wind with one clean strike, and caught him. Liquin's body flew upward, blood spurting from his mouth. His eyes widened in shock. He crashed to the ground hard, struggling to breathe. This is impossible. Liquin rasped. Even elite warriors can't see me. Then I'm clearly not your average warrior, Yesin muttered, stepping forward, energy flickering around him. He towered over his fallen foe, shadows dancing across his face. Now answer me, he said, his voice cold. Who sent you? Liquin coughed, then reached for his weapon. I'll tell you when you're dead. Big mistake. Yesin's red eyes glowed as he vanished from sight. He reappeared a split second later, his blade slashing through the air. A spray of blood followed. Yesin stood behind the now motionless body of Liquin, his sword still humming from the strike. Let's try this again, he said firmly. Who sent you? Liquin's bloody lips trembled. You're the strongest disciple I've ever fought. He coughed again, barely clinging to life. It was Sheeb. And then, with the rain falling around him, the assassin breathed his last. Yesin stood still, sword lowered but eyes burning with anger. He clenched the weapon tight and whispered, Sheeb. He dropped to one knee beside the fallen body and reached toward the dissipating streams of dark energy. Suddenly, a pulse of light erupted. His eyes flashed wide. Energy enveloped him as the system window appeared once more. Shadow talent successfully copied, a swirl of dark smoke appeared beside him. He rose slowly, back still slightly bent, his aura glowing with newfound power. As the storm raged above, Yesin's face remained hidden beneath the shadow, except for his eyes, now glowing brighter than ever. The system window flickered beside him again. As the system window flickered, Yesin took in the fresh data. Talent scan, complete, improvement talent, average speed talent, low swordsmanship talent, average shadow talent, low. Yesin raised an eyebrow. So that's all it took to call himself a killer, he muttered. He lowered his gaze toward the lifeless body. Your shadow talent, it's mine now. Rain poured harder in the mountains. Lightning cut across the sky, and blood still ran from the corpse at his feet. Wordlessly, Yesin stacked several stones, forming a simple grave. He stood silently before it as the wind roared through the forest. A single leaf fluttered down, landing softly on the earth. Yesin knelt beside it. A person born in this world, he thought, shouldn't be like this leaf. Blown by the wind. Soaked by the rain. He picked up the leaf, eyes glowing faintly with resolve. I won't be weak. I'll be the wind and the rain. Not a leaf torn from its tree. He crushed the leaf in his fist and turned away from the grave, stepping into the future with quiet purpose. Later, back in the city, the clouds gathered above in thick, heavy silence. In his apartment, steam billowed from the bathroom. Yesin stood under the hot water, washing off the grime and blood. After drying his hair and slipping on a t-shirt, he padded barefoot across the wooden floor and dropped onto the couch. Home. Actually feels nice for once, he murmured. His eyes settled on the items scattered across the table. Among them, a shiny dagger, still flawless after combat, unlike his own worn-out blade. Beside it lay gold cards worth 1,000,000 and silver cards of 100,000 each, a total of 2 million. He slipped the money into his wallet, eyes narrowing. Sheeb's money, who? I'll make sure it goes to the right cause. Then he noticed the book. Bound in dark leather, it was titled, Bronze Grade, Shadow Blade Mastery. Yesin grinned. This is exactly what I needed. He picked up the manual and moved to his room, the door shutting with a thud behind him. Thunder rumbled. Yesin opened the first chapter, but his smile faded as a chill ran down his spine. He looked out the window. Lightning flashed, and something felt wrong. His heart dropped. Why isn't my sister home yet? In a flash, he was out of the bedroom and into the living room. Sheeb, he knew about me. He sent an assassin. What if Yesin didn't wait to finish the thought? He yanked open the window and jumped from the balcony, red energy flaring around him. Please be safe, please be okay. He soared over the rain-soaked city, lightning curling around him like a cloak. Below, umbrellas moved like ants across the streets. He landed in an alley, steam hissing as his energy evaporated. Yesin sprinted onto the main road, scanning the crowds. There's no way she would follow the rules, he thought. But this is just a school. No one would dare start a fight here, right? But even as he tried to convince himself, his instinct screamed otherwise. Then, a poke in the back. A cold voice, "Don't move." Yesin whirled around, energy sparking, but stopped short when he saw the figure pulling down their hood. It was Yayu, his sister. She smiled and waved. "Relax, big bro. It's just me." Yesin's jaw dropped. "What took you so long?" "I nearly started a war." She shrugged. "Duty day. Had to clean the classroom." She popped open her umbrella and glanced at his bare feet. "You came running out barefoot and without an umbrella," she teased. I was in a hurry, okay?" Yesin mumbled, scratching his head. As they walked together under her umbrella, she nudged him playfully. "By the way, that little lightning thing you did? Care to explain how you pulled it off?" Meanwhile, across the street in a sleek, black-tinted car, a figure watched from behind the glass. Sheep's face twisted in a scowl. How is he still alive? Thunder cracked above. A few steps away, a sausage vendor handed over a fresh skewer. "Order up." Jiao accepted it with a quiet nod. "Thanks." The smell of grilled sausages filled the air. Yesin and Yayu strolled down a busy street, smiling and chatting like two carefree siblings. The world, at least for a moment, felt normal. "So, what should I make for dinner?" Yayu asked, dodging a puddle. "Yes, Chef Yayu, I vote for your steamed meat slices," Yesin replied, grinning. "Just don't set off the smoke alarm this time." Behind them, a black car moved slowly, deliberately, like a shadow with wheels. Yesin noticed it. The streets had cleared. No one else around. Only them. And the silent predator tailing them. Later at home, rain tapped steadily against the windows. Yayu placed a steaming dish on the table. "Dinner's ready." "And someone should help me set the table," she called out. "I'm on it," Yesin replied, his eyes flicking briefly to the window where the same black car was now parked in the yard. His jaw clenched. He walked to the table, but his mind was already somewhere else. The next morning, clear skies, for once. In school, a teacher held up a textbook. Next problem. Who's solving? Yayu stood from her desk with a nod. Elsewhere, atop a high rooftop overlooking the city, Yesin watched with a cold expression. Hood drawn, hands in pockets. His eyes scanned the parking lot. That same car. Day 3. They're not even trying to hide anymore, he thought. But this time. The car pulled away. Yesin's eyes widened. Now we're getting somewhere. In a flash, he summoned his energy, jumped off the roof, and took to the sky, leaving behind a shimmering trail of red sparks. The black car slowed down. Its path ended at an abandoned construction site. Yesin landed silently atop a rusted crane, watching. Someone stepped out of the car and entered the half-built structure. His eyes narrowed. Sheep. Inside the building, a man screamed as blood splattered across the dusty floor. A bouncer delivered a brutal punch to the jaw of a debtor, sending him sprawling. I swear. I'll pay you back. Please? The bandit leader, sitting calmly against the wall, chuckled. You should know. My interest rate isn't something your grandma can handle. It doubles every day. The debtor, now on his knees, begged again. I have kids. Parents. I just needed time. Just then, the door creaked. A returning subordinate bowed to Sheeb. My lord. I've returned. Yesin observed everything from behind a pipe, using shadow magic to mask his presence. Any news about the assassin? Sheeb asked, not bothering to look. The mercenary vanished, the man replied. We'll contact him again through a front. Yesin was right, the student thought. The hitman was his doing. Turning to another man in the room, Sheeb hissed, some people really think they can trick powerful families like mine. He began kicking the blooded debtor. The bodyguard dropped to his knees. I swear loyalty. I would never betray you. Then, a man in glasses bent over the lifeless body. He's dead. Sheeb scoffed and waved his hand. Get rid of it. His voice darkened. And what about the sister? The blonde man beside him spoke up. I planned to send someone who just got out of prison. But now, I think I'll take care of her myself. He turned, only to face Yesen. Their eyes locked. The air buzzed with tension. "I'll make sure you regret that plan," Yesen said coldly. Lightning erupted from his body in a flash of rage. The criminal reached for a weapon, too slow. A violent crack, and a blow to the stomach sent him crashing to the ground. "Why?" the blonde stammered, blood dripping from his lips. Sheeb, calm but furious, raised his bloody hand. "Punishment. For incompetence." Suddenly, from above, Yesen struck. Emerging from the shadows like a wraith, his weapon gleamed. The enemy spun around, eyes wide. Too late. The blade slashed clean through him. Thud. A corpse hit the floor. The room froze. The bodyguard stared, stunned. Their master, dead. The blonde man clenched his fists. He used a stealth skill. "Is this the guy they call Litsen?" Yesen stepped out of the shadows. Twin blades in hand, green aura swirling around him. The man snarled. "Where did you get that shadow talent?" "We checked, your aptitude was weak." "How did you kill the young master with one hit?" "Where is Litsen?" Yesen cracked his neck. Ice cold, voice sharp, "I am Litsen." With his hood drawn low and daggers flashing like lightning, Yesen dashed forward. His enemy's eyes widened in terror. "You can't kill me," the blonde man shouted, but he never finished that sentence. 2 clean slashes. Silence. The man collapsed to the ground, blood blooming across his chest like a crimson flower. Yesen exhaled and pulled a handkerchief from his pocket. Calmly, he wiped the blades, then tossed the cloth onto the body. A faint hieroglyph marked one corner. Pink energy shimmered, and the daggers vanished. He lowered his hood and looked back one last time. "I'm not some sacrificial lamb you can just drag to the altar," he muttered. "They chose the wrong person to mess with." Without another word, Yesen turned and walked out of the warehouse. Behind him, lightning cracked in the sky. 1 hour later, sleek black cars pulled into the construction site. A tall, imposing man stepped out, fists clenched. "Who did this?" Moan growled, his gaze settling on the blooded corpse of his son. He dropped to one knee beside the body. His face, cold as steel, betrayed a flicker of pain. "Who killed my boy?" A bodyguard stepped forward, holding the blood-stained handkerchief. "We found this." Moan snatched it. His eyes narrowed at the hieroglyph. The guard's voice trembled. "We believe it's the work of a shadow assassin. The 10th elder will want to see this." Moments later, Chaining entered the room. Purple energy rippled subtly around him. Heads bowed as he passed. Moan looked up. "My son. The genius of our family. Is gone." Chaining closed his eyes briefly. "Tell me everything." The 10th elder stepped forward, voice solemn. Sheep had just broken through to the warrior level. "We held a feast in his honor. He had a future. He could have taken our family to the top." His voice cracked. "Now he's dead." Eyes burning, Moan turned to Chaining. "We can't let this go. Please, avenge him." Chaining took the handkerchief and studied it closely. His eyes widened. Outside, the elder held the cloth to the sunlight. Tiny blood droplets gleamed, and then, beneath the corner, a nearly invisible mark. The symbol of Iron Fang. The cloth fluttered from his hand, landing in the dirt. Looking out over the city, Django, one of Chaining's disciples, spoke with quiet awe. "Iron Fang. They're way beyond any local gang. If they're involved, this isn't just murder. It's a message." He turned to Chaining. "Master thinks someone in Linhai secretly allied with Iron Fang, trying to take down all the genius heirs to gain power." He lowered his voice. "And they took Sheeb's head right after his breakthrough. Cold and calculated." Back at the academy, Yesen listened quietly. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Nobody suspected him. He'd left Lon's handkerchief behind deliberately, to redirect blame. But now, it had unexpectedly pointed to Iron Fang. A genius misdirection, or a dangerous twist. Walking through the streets, Yesen frowned. Did I accidentally mess up Iron Fang's plans? Or is Chaining using this to trigger a war between Linhai and Iron Fang? Next morning, 4 a.m. darkness still blanketed the academy. The air was cold, silent. Yesen sat up in bed and stretched. Time to move. Pulling on his hoodie, he grabbed a small black bag from beside the bed. He slung it over his shoulder and stepped outside. In the still night air, he knelt to tie his shoelaces, mind sharp. A storm was coming, and he had no intention of standing in the open when it hit. As Yesen quietly prepared to leave, Yayo approached him, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Brother, where are you going this early?" she asked, still half asleep. Startled, Yesen turned around and quickly apologized. "I'm heading into the wild zone. I need to get stronger, fast." The girl pouted, hand on her chin. "You just got back, and now you're leaving again? Why not take your friends with you?" Turning away, Yesen shook his head. "Don't worry. Just stay here. Stay safe. Don't get involved in anything dangerous." Before he could move, Yayo ran up and hugged him from behind. Lowering his head, he pressed his forehead to hers. Her voice was soft but firm. "Then come back quickly. Promise me." Standing still for a moment, Yesen whispered, "I'll be back. I promise." Moments later, a bright wave of energy surged through the air. Yesen opened his eyes to a vast desert wilderness, standing atop a mountain overlooking an oasis. Heat shimmered in the distance. "This place has high-level monsters, but with my current ability, I should only trigger the low-level ones," he thought, scanning the area. He clenched his fists. It didn't matter. He would become a warrior, no matter what it took. A smirk touched his lips, just before the ground shook violently beneath him. Down the slope, a massive minotaur struck an enormous earthworm in the back, roaring with rage. A notification blinked before Yesen's eyes. Target, armored bull, low blood and defense talents interesting. Yesen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Then the minotaur turned and locked eyes with him. "Oh no," Yesen muttered. "It noticed me." The armored beast charged up the slope at full speed. Dropping his bag to the sand, Yesen leapt up and summoned a sheath of lightning. Daggers materialized mid-air. The bull lowered its head, horns gleaming. Yesen's eyes flashed. With blades raised, he struck. Clang! The daggers collided with the monster's protective barrier. Sparks flew. Frowning, Yesen realized that defense talent may be low-ranked, but it's tough. The minotaur roared, spreading its arms wide. Boom! The explosion of force launched Yesen into a cloud of dust. Groaning, he hit the rocks below, coughing but grinning. "I want that skill," he muttered. "Might as well take it." He raised his daggers, stepping forward. The monster snorted and stomped, red fire glowing in its eyes. "Okay," Yesen whispered. Lightning crackling around him. "Let's steal a talent." He charged forward again, red lightning trailing behind like a comet. With a nimble leap, he landed on the minotaur's back. "Every monster has a weak point, and I just need to hit it." The minotaur snarled, its fangs bared. Yesen gripped his blade tight, then plunged it downward. Crack! The dagger struck the barrier and shattered. Yesen's eyes widened. No way, even with its supposedly weak defense, the beast was stronger than expected, stronger than the snake he fought in the exam, but not as deadly as the silver moon wolf. He flew backward as the minotaur swung a heavy fist, slamming him into the rocks. Sitting in the dust, Yesen grunted and picked up the remains of his broken blade. A glowing message floated in front of him. Copy skill cooldown, 16 days remaining. He sighed. Great! So much for stealing that ability today. Looking at the towering enemy, he thought, it's huge, so there has to be a weak spot. He tossed the dagger into the sand and narrowed his eyes. Time for plan B. A green aura wrapped around his body. Yesen activated shadow talent. He vanished, dissolving into streaks of green energy. From above, he soared through the air, leaving a gleaming green trail behind him. The desert wind howled. Circling the beast silently, Yesen struck again, Tink. Tick! Tick! His dagger tapped against the barrier repeatedly, failing to break through. Sparks rained down onto the sand. But the minotaur? It didn't even realize it was under attack. Thanks to his shadow skill, he was invisible, even while attacking. Yesen smirked. Good, he muttered. Let's keep it that way. A glowing light aura shimmered around the minotaur's barrier. Even advanced sword techniques couldn't pierce through. Yesen pulled back his hood and frowned. There has to be a weak point somewhere. He sat down in a lotus position, scanning the beast calmly, his sharp gaze searching for flaws. His eyes trailed to the monster's tail. Just beneath it, the barrier ended. He scratched his cheek and tilted his head. No way. A mischievous grin spread across his face. Is its weakness, seriously, its butt? With no time to waste, Yesen shot forward, his dagger buzzing with lightning. Using shadow murder, he zipped toward the tail, blade ready. The minotaur roared in agony as the dagger plunged into its rear. Thud! Its massive body collapsed, splashing purple blood across the golden sands. Yesen's smirk widened. Bingo! With the monster slain, its once tough hide was now just meat and muscle. He unscrewed a glass vial and began collecting the blood. 1, 2, 3 vials, then wiped the sweat from his brow. It doesn't matter how strong your defense is. Once you're re-dead. Standing before the corpse of the colossal beast, Yesen's eyes sparkled. Those horns must be worth a fortune. He sliced them off cleanly and slung them over his shoulder with a grunt, securing them with his backpack straps. Time to find a place to recover. Soon after, Yesen reached a hidden cave. Before him lay his hard-earned loot and a small stash of peanuts prepared by his sister. He smiled softly. This is my ticket into the world of warriors. He downed the vials one by one, throwing peanuts into his mouth between gulps. Inside his chest, energy churned violently. Power rippled from within. He closed his eyes. 20 days passed. Yesen hadn't moved an inch. Until finally. His eyes snapped open, glowing blue like twin flames. He let out a thunderous cry, lightning erupted in all directions. The ground trembled. Birds fled from the desert sky. A massive pillar of light shot up into the heavens. Far away, 2 girls stood atop a cliff. One wore a red cloak and smiled faintly. Someone just broke through to martial artist level in this wasteland. On her cloak, the words Martial Pavilion were stitched beneath a blooming flower. Back in the cave, Yesen opened his hands, feeling a torrent of power surge through him. I did it, he whispered. I've reached the martial artist level. Looking at the empty vials, he realized the 20-day cooldown was over. Time to copy another ability. He sprinted out of the cave, eyes locked on the armored bull's bones. Touching the horn, a notification popped up, copy failed, target structure incomplete. He froze. What? Staring at the skeleton, he sighed deeply. So if I'd known this, maybe I wouldn't have butchered it like a cooking show contestant. Back on the cliff, the 2 cloaked women observed from afar. Could he have killed the Minotaur? The younger asked. The older shook her head. He just broke through. That monster's been dead for a while. The younger girl frowned. So someone else took it down? And he's just scavenging? Her companion nodded. Still, it's impressive. Not many dare to climb this mountain. Down by the oasis, Yesen stood in front of his crumpled clothes, stretching. Been nearly a month, probably smell like the Minotaur at this point. He stepped into the water, ready to wash up. On the cliff, the red-cloaked girl gasped. What is he doing? That's indecent. Her mistress calmly pulled her away. Let's go before this gets awkward. With a splash, Yesen dove into the lake, sending ripples across the still surface. Elsewhere, under the bright blue sky of the Linhai Martial Arts Market, the scene was lively. Traders shouted, stalls bustled, and energy filled the air. Yesen stood in front of the largest shop in the market. A grand sign hung above it, Martial Pavilion. Raising an eyebrow, he stepped closer. Behind him, a blonde girl passed by, stealing a glance. Isn't that the same guy from the desert? Yesen stood still, eyes locked on the girl ahead. She turned back toward him, her eyes momentarily shut, then opened in surprise. His jaw dropped. Yo, he whispered. But the girl didn't react. They stood face to face, silence stretching between them like a drawn blade. The girl frowned slightly. Yesen's heart skipped. But then, reality struck. He blinked, his brows furrowing. No, it can't be her. He turned away and sighed, dragging a hand down his face. But something made his eyes narrow again. A faint shimmer of blue particles appeared near the girl's waist. A status window floated beside her. Yesen's instinct screamed. She's a genius. The blonde beside the girl stepped forward, eyes sharp. Who are you calling your sister, her? The brunette in red took a step too. And what makes you think you can talk to us? Shouldn't you be rolling around in the trash where you belong? Yesen opened his mouth in disbelief. I just showered. He sniffed his arm. Seriously, do I still smell like Minotaur blood? Before the verbal beatdown could escalate, the red-cloaked girl waved her hand. Enough, Zed, she said gently. It slipped out. She leaned close and whispered something to her. Zed's expression changed instantly. My apologies, she bowed. My mistress already disciplined me. Yesen watched as the red-cloaked girl, Yuling, began to walk away. Zhu, the blonde, grabbed his hand. Come on. My lady's busy now, but we'll take your monster parts to the Martial Pavilion. Our manager's a brunette, she handles the trade. And we'll pay double as an apology. Yesen's eyes shot open. Double. He didn't need convincing after that. The pavilion was a fortress of wealth, walls lined with weapons, racks of polished armor, shelves of glowing elixirs. Yesen couldn't help but whistle. Guess this is what the biggest store in Linhai looks like. They reached a table. He laid down his loot, horns, meat, and blood of the armored bull. Zhu poured him some tea and smiled. We'll buy everything for 200,000. But with the apology bonus, that's 400,000. Yesen choked on his drink. 400? He covered his eyes, then nodded frantically. I'll take it. Gladly. The glowing cards slid across the table. He pocketed them like precious treasure. My sister's gonna faint when she sees this. Zhu wasn't finished. She handed him a blue membership book. You also get a 50% store-wide discount. His grin widened. He flipped through the pages, eyes narrowing at the outrageous prices. High-level cultivation, only for the filthy rich, I guess. He raised his head. I'll take 1 body strengthening technique, 1 monster manual, 3 bottles of mid-tier monster blood, and 3 bottles of Kinuan solution. Zhu reached for the top shelf and returned with a box of supplies. With the discount, your total is 785,000, she said. But let's round it down to 700,000. Consider it another apology. Yesen thought back to the Shadow Killer's gift, his gold card. He handed it over without hesitation. Zhu returned his change. He picked up the suitcase, eyes thoughtful. This shop's too fancy to give discounts over a simple insult. What are they playing at? He headed toward the door. If they're not gonna say anything, I'll just wait, Zhu called out behind him. He froze. Turning slowly, he met her gaze. The manager, she wants to meet you personally. Yesen's eyes narrowed with curiosity. Show me the way. They entered a quiet room. Yuling was already seated, sipping tea. As she turned toward him, Yesen's heart skipped. They looked eerily alike. His eyes widened. Yuling extended her hand. I wanted to introduce myself, she said softly. The two stood opposite one another, mirror images in posture and gaze. I am Yuling, she said, voice steady, an elite warrior from the land of demons. As Yesen reached out and shook Yuling's hand, a spark of lightning burst between them. A system notification popped up in his mind, high-level cultivation talent successfully copied, his lips curled into a quiet smile. Yesen, he said, introducing himself properly. The sunlight spilled across the elegant room like golden silk. Yuling gestured toward a long dining table. Please, have a seat. She poured him some tea as Yesen sat down cautiously. The second floor is reserved for VIP clients, she said calmly. Yesen crossed his arms, unimpressed. Then why invite a poor commoner with no noble connections? Yuling paused, holding the teapot mid-air. That's exactly why I invited you. Her eyes locked onto his, cold, calculating, but not unkind. Yesen frowned. She's nothing like my sister. Her gaze is like ice. Zhu slid a cup toward him. Yuling took a sip from hers. Let's speak frankly, she said. She placed a red wooden cross on the table, its center decorated with a delicate flower. It glowed faintly. Join our martial arts hall, she said, crossing her arms. Yesen blinked. In his mind, he saw his sister again, giving him that look, the one that always made him cave. How can I say no when she pouts like that? He took the tea in hand, thoughtful. But I don't get it, he finally said. Mai is a massive city, full of talent. Why me? Yuling stood and walked to the window. It's not because we lack talent, she said, looking back at him. It's because we never stop searching for more. Yesen's eyes widened slightly. Who? Makes sense. He leaned back, folding his arms. Zhu leaned in and whispered, seriously, why the hesitation? You don't get opportunities like this twice. She smiled proudly. Even noble elites fight tooth and nail to climb in Maya's hierarchy. But my mistress? She doesn't care about that. Yesen closed his eyes. Joining a hall means restrictions. If they learn about my ability, I could be. He exhaled. Better to stay independent until I solve my problems. Yuling turned from the window, folding her arms. Why are you hesitating? Yesen glanced at her. That face, she's too sincere to lie. She stepped forward. Tell me the truth. Yesen clenched his fist. There are rumors, he said finally. The Iron Fangs are invading. The big families are going insane. fighting each other over power. He looked down, then up again. I've only just started living normally. I don't want to serve those kinds of people. Yuling blinked. Who do you take me for? Yesen's voice was quiet. Are you really different? The elite warrior walked closer. Look, she said softly. Watch me. Decide for yourself. She smiled, just slightly. You don't need to answer right now. Yesen stared at her, brows furrowed. He left the building and stepped onto the busy street. Around him, warriors passed in full gear. A grand gate loomed ahead, a glowing hieroglyph etched above it. Lightning sparked between Yesen's fingers as he looked down at his hand. Warriors, talents. What are they really, he wondered. He watched the bustling city, vendors shouting, families hurrying, children laughing. Were warriors meant to protect? Or just show off their power? A football bounced near him. A group of kids ran up, grinning. Hey, mister! Can we get the ball back? One man stepped up instead. With a cruel smirk, he kicked it hard, pop. The ball burst. The children froze. Why do normal people suffer from monsters and warriors? Yesen thought bitterly. The man sneered and walked away. Later, rain fell like silver threads from the sky. Yesen stood alone on a rooftop, soaked to the bone, lightning dancing across his palm. His expression was hard. If I want to change anything, he muttered, I need to become stronger. Strong enough to stand above them. Yesen stared ahead as a status window materialized before his eyes. Begin merging talent. Yes and no. Before he could answer, sunlight bathed the quiet house. The door creaked open. I'm back, he called. Inside, Yayo was wiping the table when she heard his voice. In a flash, she rushed over and threw her arms around him. You're home, she cried, squeezing him tightly. She stepped back and looked him over, eyes wide. How did you grow up so fast in just 3 weeks? With a grin, Yesen took off his hoodie. I became a warrior. Yayo's jaw dropped. A warrior, she gasped, holding her face like it might fall off from shock. Wait till Mom and Dad hear. Oh wait, they'd re-gone, but still. They'd be so proud. She twirled with joy like she was auditioning for a ballet. Yesen watched her with a smile. One day, her talent will awaken too. And I'll help her all the way. Talent not yet awakened, freezing. Just then, Yayo picked up a pair of scissors. Your hair is getting ridiculous, she said, motioning him to sit. A warrior should look like a warrior. Yes, General, he joked, sitting straight. Hold still, she commanded, snipping with focus. Yesen, bring my hair back to its former glory. I got you, she said, eyes closed dramatically like a stylist in a commercial. Hair fell softly to the floor. Yesen lowered his head. Time's flying by so fast. He smiled faintly, remembering how Yayo had always cut his hair after their parents passed. A memory surfaced. Little Yayo stood behind him, scissors trembling in her hands. I can't do it, she whispered. Her lips quivered. There's a wound, she said softly. Blood trickled from the gash on his head. He just smiled through the pain. It's fine, the boy said, voice gentle. No need to spend money on the hospital. But just cut it short and cover it with a bandage. The scissors slipped from her fingers. Tears welled up in her eyes. It'd be easier if you had the immortal gelish power, she sniffled. Yesen turned. Immortal, what now? You told me about it, she said, squatting beside him. The gelish has the recovery ability. Gets hurt, heals instantly. Yesen groaned. That was a kid's story. How are you still falling for that stuff? Clenching her little fists, Yayo pouted. It's real. He patted her head. Fine, fine. If I get a power, maybe it'll be that one. Eyes closing, the younger Yesen made a promise. One day, no one will be able to hurt me. And I'll protect you. Always. Back in the present, he jumped from his chair. Gelish, he shouted. Yayo flinched, scissors midair. Sit still. I'm not finished. But Yesen was already gone, darting to the bookshelf. He pulled out an old treasure book and flipped through it. There. Immortal Gelish, rare creature of the dead lake. Possesses the talent of recovery. His eyes lit up. Yayo came up beside him, puzzled. Why are you talking to yourself? He smiled, deep in thought. If I could copy that recovery ability, I wouldn't have to worry about getting injured in battle. Leaning over his shoulder, Yayo squinted. You still believe in that fairy tale? You told me about it when I was 5. Yesun slammed the book shut. Asterisk, it's not a fairy tale, he said firmly. She rolled her eyes, arms crossed. Well, come back and let me finish cutting your hair, jellish boy. Holding the book tightly, Yesun sat down again as she got back to work. He read another passage. Warriors can strengthen their bodies through a 3-stage technique, skin, muscles, bones. He looked down, placing his hand on his knee. Let's see how far I've come. A brilliant clot of energy formed next to him, glowing fiercely. His grin returned. Yesun sat in a lotus position, deep in thought. Let's see if progress is still this fast. He picked up a vial filled with monster blood, this time from a mid-level creature, and drank it without hesitation. The red liquid slid down his throat as a purple aura swirled around him. His eyes widened. 3 times faster. The boost was insane, but his focus remained sharp. The dead lake. That's the next step. The cooldown on his copy ability was 30 days. That gave him just enough time to train. Until then, cultivate. Meanwhile, dark clouds loomed over the battle pavilion. The door creaked open as an unawakened figure entered. The clerk, Zhu, looked up and blinked. You? Yesun stepped forward, hands in his pockets, his new haircut making him look more like a boy band member than a warrior. Zhu ran over, pointing at him. Are you here for my mistress again? Nah, he replied. Just need to buy something. He's kinda cute like this, she thought, for a trash digger. She smiled awkwardly and waved him in. Yesun lit up. This was exactly what he needed. 100,000 yuan, Zhu said with a grin. Without flinching, he handed her a silver card. As he turned to leave, Zhu clutched her chest. Even elite warriors avoid the dead lake. Creepy monsters everywhere. Hope this guy doesn't get himself killed. Far from the city, thunder rumbled as pink lightning slashed the sky. A wave of energy danced across the mountains. Yesun landed on one knee before the ruined shores of the dead lake, a grim smile forming on his face. Let's see what you've got for me, DLL. He surveyed the broken landscape, decay, silence, danger in the air. A red aura pulsed faintly. Something was watching. Then, boom! A flash of lightning. The sky cracked open. Yesun narrowed his eyes. A storm formed above the water as a massive typhoon spiraled upward. Something was hiding inside. Green energy burst from Yesun's feet, shadow talent activated, and he bolted into the air. Up above, a giant sphere of lightning crackled violently. From its center, a figure emerged. Umbrella in hand, the man raised his voice. Yuling. Let's take it down together. Yesun's eyes went wide. Wait, that's... Below them, a Titanic. Monster opened its jaws. Too late, someone yelled. The beast snapped its mouth shut, but the heroes leapt away just in time. They landed on the shore, only to find a top-tier monster waiting for them. Gritting his teeth, an older warrior hurled a young woman, Yuling, out of harm's way. I'll hold them off, he shouted. She fell to the ground, clutching a golden box. Behind her, a swarm of monsters emerged. Surrounded, muttered Yesun, watching from the distance. Suddenly, a giant crocodile charged toward Yuling. Enough waiting. Yesun leapt into action. The elite warrior rushed the beast, which barreled toward Yuling with its jaws open. At the last moment, she closed her eyes. Then, whoosh! A flower symbol bloomed on her forehead. Her hair turned pink. A saber formed in her hand. Pink energy danced like petals around her. Her comrade shouted, "Be careful!" But in the blink of an eye, she was gone. The monster froze, confused. Then, slash! She reappeared above it, her eyes sharp, her grip unshaken. A sword mark carved across the monster's head. With a swirl of power, she landed beside it as the energy blast sent dust exploding through the air. Yesun jumped back, eyes narrowed, heart racing. She's strong, but that monster's not down yet. From his perch, Yesun watched in awe as Yuling danced through the battlefield. Is this some kind of secret technique? She sliced through the giant crocodiles like they were made of paper. Yesun blinked in amazement. Okay, note to self, never make her mad. Each swing of her saber tore through scales and bone. The air shimmered with wild energy. Yesun realized just how far behind he was in raw combat. I'm not even in the same league. Meanwhile, one of the lake monsters rose from the depths, its teeth clamped around the leg of an old warrior. It opened its mouth to devour him. "Mistress!" "Run!" he shouted, blood pouring from his mouth. "That secret technique won't last forever." Yuling, now glowing with power, didn't hesitate. She sliced the monster clean in half. But the man's voice trembled. "If you don't leave now, the deaths of our 10 comrades will mean nothing." Yuling closed her eyes for a moment. Even from afar, Yesen could feel the weight of her decision. What are they protecting? He wondered. What's so valuable that they'd fight this hard? She jumped. More crocodiles chased her. The glow on her forehead vanished, her hair returning to its usual black. Oh! The technique had ended. Yuling crashed to the ground. The golden box she'd been holding rolled away. Yesen landed beside her, his cloak billowing in the wind. She blinked at him, her vision blurred. He picked up the box and looked down at her. "What's inside?" he asked. With a grunt, she tried to rise. "Relax," he said. "I'm not here to rob you." Behind them, the monsters growled. No time for arguments. He scooped her up, holding her carefully in his arms. "We'll find shelter first," he said. "Silence means yes, right?" And with that, a burst of energy shot them away from danger. Bird soared over craggy rocks as the two finally found safety. Yesen laid his cloak over Yuling, watching her face. "She really looks like her sister?" He noticed a small mark under her eye. At first, he thought it was dirt. He gently rubbed it. Nothing. His eyes widened. A birthmark, it's real. Above them, dark clouds began to gather. Yuling still hadn't moved. How long will she stay unconscious? Then, slowly, her lips parted. She mumbled something. Yesen's jaw dropped. "Why you re-awake?" She sat up, rubbing her forehead. "Did you save me?" she asked. Yesen looked away, pretending to yawn. "I was just passing by." Yuling smiled and handed him back his cloak. "Thanks, still," she said. As he put it on, she looked him over. A guy who dares come to the dead lake alone, impressive. Gotta recruit him. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a glowing crystal. Yesen blinked. "What's that?" She smirked, raising it dramatically. "Oh? Surprised?" "I scared you, didn't I?" she teased. "It's called a light stone. It stores ambient light, very useful in dark places." As it floated upward, tiny glowing particles sparkled in the air. Yesen leaned in. "Where did you get this?" Twirling the crystal, she smiled. "I'll tell you after I drink this." She popped open a healing potion, took a sip, and winced. Yesen scratched his chin. Definitely no spatial type skills among her talents, probably. Yuling sat in a lotus position as green healing particles shimmered around her. She kicked her now resting companion gently. "I'm healed." Yesen stood up, arms folded, ready for whatever came next. "Do you really want to know where I got all this?" Yuling teased, lifting a small bag in one hand and a bronze box in the other. Yesen blinked. "Wait. That chest was way bigger a second ago." She smiled as the box shrank and slipped easily into the bag. His eyes widened. "Not a spatial talent. It's a spatial treasure." Impressed, he asked, "Can anyone learn to use it?" "If you join the battle pavilion, I'll take you to our headquarters. I'll teach you everything," she offered with a wink. Yesen yawned and flopped down on the ground. "I need to sleep first." Yuling watched him in silence. "I will recruit you, even if it takes everything I've got." Meanwhile, Yesen lay on his side, eyes closed. Spatial treasure, healing potions. "Once I copy those talents, I won't need this stuff anymore." But his thoughts darkened. She disturbed the dead lake. It won't calm down anytime soon. Morning arrived over the lush green valley. Yesen lay alone, stretched out under the sun. He sat up, stretched, and wait. "Where's Yuling?" She was gone. But not far from him, a red box lay in the grass. He opened it, puzzled. It definitely wasn't from the cave. Inside were a mid-level deep training manual, 10 bottles of high-level monster blood, 10 gold cultivation cards. His jaw dropped. "She left all this for me." Smiling, he whispered, "Thanks." He uncorked one of the bottles, the red liquid glowing faintly. "Plans change. First, I'll become an elite warrior. Then, I'm coming for the immortal jellyfish." For months later, a fire crackled under a roasting boar. Empty cans and a ragged cloak lay nearby. Yesun sat cross-legged, glowing with energy. Bolts of lightning exploded into the sky. He opened his eyes, his hand crackling with power. This is the strength of an elite warrior. He stood up, throwing on his cloak with a grin. It's time to hunt. Rain poured over 11 fresh graves. Standing before a simple wooden cross, Yesun remained still. She built these, he murmured, eyes scanning the site. Not even bones left behind, but she still honored them. He picked up a stone and placed it on one of the graves. Turning to leave, he spotted something odd, an umbrella stuck into one of the grave markers. It was a diver's umbrella? He took it and opened it curiously. How could this help underwater? Suddenly, bubbles surrounded him. A watertight bubble lifted him off the ground. Grinning, he floated up. This is amazing. He zoomed across the surface of the dead lake, splashing waves with each movement. Then, without hesitation, he dove under. Inside the water, he marveled. This umbrella lets me move like lightning underwater. Thanks to Shadow Talon, his vision sharpened. Green energy shimmered up ahead. Then, a message flashed before his eyes, mid-level blood talent detected nearby. A massive fish swam past. Yesun froze, heart pounding. Mid-level monster. I can't fight that head-on. He swam deeper, his foot finally touching the lake's bottom. In the darkness, eyes glowed. No way, is the immortal jellyfish really here? From above, tentacles draped down like a curtain of doom. A huge shadow shifted. Yesun spun around, just as a tentacle struck the ground beside him. What the hell? His eyes widened in horror. A massive creature loomed before him, its tentacles glistening, its mouth lined with fangs. That's no ordinary monster. Immortal jellyfish, top-level restoration talent. A tentacle lashed out toward the bubble. Yesun summoned a dagger, energy crackling along its edge. With a roar, he sliced it off in one clean stroke. The jellyfish shrieked in pain, but the limb was already regenerating. Yesun's grip tightened. This is going to be a problem. A new tentacle emerged where the old one had been severed. Yesun squinted through the murky water. As expected, a top-level restoration talent reacts this fast. The tentacle whipped toward him. Without hesitation, Yesun reached out and touched it. His hand crackled with lightning. White heavy checkmark talent copied successfully. A moment later, he shot toward the surface. His bubble burst, and he gasped for air, but instead, he crashed down onto the rocky lakebed. Flat on his back, he wheezed, then grinned wildly. It's mine now. The talent of an immortal jellyfish. But his celebration was cut short. The creature spat a purple glob of saliva at him. The acidic goo struck his umbrella, it sizzled, burned, then fell apart. A few drops splashed onto his arm, searing his skin. He bit down a scream as the current dragged the ruined umbrella away. His eyes turned sharp, red and alert. I can't stay here any longer. More sparkling eyes shimmered around him. A swarm of jellyfish was closing in. Yesun clenched his fists. No point in fighting a whole hive. He shot upward, cutting through the water. Rain fell over the dead lake as Yesun emerged. He gasped for breath, gulping in the fresh air. Below, tentacles churned toward the surface. But with a burst of pink lightning, Yesun launched himself from the lake, moving so fast the rain seemed to freeze around him. He hit land, feet crackling with energy. Back at his cave hideout, he collapsed on the cold stone floor. His chest heaved. I actually survived that. Summoning his status window, he wasted no time. Merge copied talent? Yes, he hit the button. Green lightning surged through him. Yesun winced, but smiled through the pain. How many times has my body endured this already? White heavy checkmark talent fusion successful. A new status screen appeared, listing all his acquired abilities. Placing a hand on his chest, he nodded. The process is easier now. Time to test it. He glanced at a burning wound on his hand, the toxic saliva still eating at his skin. Ordinary people would have died already. He activated recovery. Green particles flickered. The wound vanished. Yesun stood up, fire in his eyes. He struck the cave wall with his bare hand, crack. The stone split open, huge craters forming. He looked down at his unharmed hand. So far, all these talents, they're defensive or supportive. He needed a fence. It was time to find new targets. The next morning above the city, dark clouds parted as the sun rose. Yesun turned the pages of a beast encyclopedia, thoughtful. The flaming bird, the powerful bear, both had solid combat skills. "Don't twitch," Yeo warned, scissors and comb in hand. "Sorry," Yesun muttered, sitting still for his haircut. Then, one creature on the next page caught his attention. An ant, labeled ferocious low-level beast with supernatural strength. He read further. They appear in swarms. Even great warriors can't escape if surrounded. A smile crept across his lips. At the battle pavilion, the sky was a soft orange. Yesun pushed open the door. "Welcome," an employee chirped. She was sorting goods on the shelf. Turning, she recognized him. "Oh. It's you." He placed a piece of paper on the counter. "I need the complete remains of this and the one with supernatural strength." She picked it up and raised an eyebrow. "You planning to drink it?" she teased. "Tinctures really bulk you up." Yesun blinked. "Do I really look that weak?" Raising her finger, the blonde explained, "We don't have the beast, but we've got information." "Then tell me everything." She brushed her hair behind her ear, then pointed to a map. "There's a new trade route being planned between Linhai Stronghold and a smaller nearby point. The area in between is crawling with fierce beasts, including those ants." Scratching his head, Yesun asked, "Are you talking about Tar?" "That's the closest town to Linhai." She nodded, serious now. Z confirmed the location. It was about 100 kilometers from Linhai. She added something more troubling. The Mo family suspected Tar of killing one of their own. Yesun frowned. "Are they planning an invasion?" Z shook her head, dipping her hand into a barrel of supplies. "No. They're investigating," she said. "Tar claims it's a misunderstanding. In fact, Tar and the Mo family had a long-standing connection, and it was thanks to that bond that Tar had brokered a deal with the Lin family to establish a new trade route." Yesun rubbed his chin. "Trade routes, political tension, monster-infested paths, this can't be good." Just then, the blonde held out a small card. "This is your entry pass," she said. "We gave it to all mid-tier and small-point warriors joining the route-clearing mission." She waved her hand. "We're not going. We only work with the medium-tier zones now." Yesun took the card, a sly smile creeping across his face. "Perfect." Z added, "If you take part in the monster-clearing mission, you'll find what you're looking for." "That ant?" "They live along the route." Yesun looked at the card thoughtfully. Even the Mo family bowed to the Lin clan, rulers of the Linhai stronghold. "Guess it's time to see what the big boys are up to." The square in front of the Lin family estate buzzed with energy. Yesun crossed through the crowd, hands in his pockets, eyes sharp. This isn't the place to get careless. All around him were battle-hardened warriors, men and women with grim expressions, heavy armor, and weapons gleaming in the light. "There he is," someone whispered. Fingers pointed toward the stage. Minjin had arrived. Arms wide open, he greeted the crowd. "Welcome, brave warriors. Thank you for joining us in this monster-clearing mission." In the crowd, Chaining narrowed his eyes. Moen furrowed his brows. Yesun noticed them both members of the Mo family, without a doubt. Above them, the blue sky stretched calmly, almost ironically serene. A man on stage shouted over the gathering, "Linhai base is small. Our resources are tight. But if we connect with a medium-sized base, the benefits will be massive. That's why this mission is vital." He wasn't wrong. Knights in iron armor stood to the side, still and silent. Nearby, someone murmured, "Monster hunting is risky and not worth it unless the rewards are huge." As if on cue, A.G. Lingan smirked and shouted, "This mission's yield will surpass a regular hunt by miles." The Lin family members raised their arms and cheered. The excitement surged like a tide. A man in a dark cloak turned toward the stage. Fenning raised his hand in greeting. Yesun squinted, smiling to himself. "Does the captain even remember me?" On stage, Minjin stepped forward. "To clear your doubts," he said loudly, "we promise this, every resource you earn is yours to keep." He raised his fist. The crowd erupted in cheers. "And one more thing," Minjin added, hands on his waist. "Each warrior will receive 20 servings of mid-level beast blood and 2 million gold. Elite warriors will get 3 top-tier beast blood servings and 10 million gold." The crowd lost it. Fists punched the air. "Sign me up," someone yelled. The registration line snaked across the courtyard. A woman in pink called out, "Testers, form a line." Warriors stepped forward one by one, placing their hands on a stone boulder that glowed when touched. Intermediate phase disciple, qualified, the stone boomed. One by one, they moved through. Yesen stood quietly in line, head down. Ying was right, he thought. No point in working under others. Next to him stood a man in a black fur coat, someone Yesen had a bad feeling about. More reason to stay under the radar. If the test revealed him as an elite warrior, he'd draw too much attention. When it was his turn, Yesen approached the massive stone. He placed his hand on it, reminding himself, don't go all out. Control it. Blue light flickered gently around his fingers. He closed his eyes. Just enough to qualify, no more. Fog rose, and bright inscriptions began to glow on the boulder. Then, the booming voice rang out, Final Phase Warrior, qualified. Yesen's lips twitched into a restrained smirk. Guess I underestimated myself, again. As Yesen walked away from the testing area, a man frowned and squinted at him, one eye shut. The whispers had already started. Almost an elite warrior, and that young. Which family does he belong to? Must be a hidden genius. Girls nearby giggled, calling him both talented and handsome. Yesen pulled up his hood. It's just a glimpse of my strength, he thought. And still, I attract too much attention. Nearby, a muscular warrior clenched his fists. Looks like we've got ourselves a new high-level hero. The short-haired man next to him smirked. We should ask the commander to recruit him. Our squad's still one short. But Fenning, the commander, shook his head. Final phase warriors are in demand. Doubt he'd look at a small squad like ours. Just then, Yesen approached. He pulled down his hood, smiling casually. Commander. Fenning's eyes widened in shock. You're the one who saved the little girl from the silver moon wolf. He laughed, clapping Yesen on the shoulder. It's been a year, and you've already leveled up this much. Yesen just smiled. Guess I've just been lucky. Then he added, would it be all right if I joined your squad for this mission? Fenning blinked, then raised a finger in the air. Accepted. Yesen gave a respectful bow. Glad to be working with you. One of the girls in the group turned, visibly relieved. With another late-phase warrior, we can breathe a little easier. Yesen scratched the back of his head with a small, modest smile. If only they knew. They stepped into the ruined city, once a base, now a shell overrun by creatures. Damaged buildings loomed on either side. Commander Fenning raised his voice, map says only low-grade monsters live here. But don't rush. Keep your guard up. A howl echoed through the city. Then another. Wolves. Yesen turned sharply. They're close. Real close. Suddenly, they were surrounded, a full pack of beasts snarling from all sides. Form ranks. Fenning barked. I'll cover the front. Yesen, take the rear. The rest of the squad moved instinctively into position. A gleam of light reflected off Yesen's sword. It had a round hole in the blade, a sign of its unique construction. He smirked. Leave it back to me. The warriors stood shoulder to shoulder, weapons drawn, eyes locked on the enemy. The wolves bared their fangs. Their eyes glowed bright, hungry and wild. Fenning shouted, attack together. Yes, Commander. They leapt in opposite directions. The battle erupted. Yesen danced between fangs and claws. His sword sang through the air, slicing through fur and bone. Blue blood splashed around him. Yin, watching nearby, widened his eyes. So fast. A wolf lunged, Yesen kicked it mid-air, sending it crashing into a broken wall. Another beast charged. Yesen launched himself skyward, then came crashing down, his blade buried deep into its skull. The wolves fell one by one until nothing remained but corpses and blood. Someone clapped behind him. Well done, Fenning said, stepping forward. The battlefield was still. Blood pooled around the bodies of the slain monsters. Fenning laughed. But you're still slower than me. Yesen chuckled and closed his eyes. Only because I'm holding back. The black-haired girl smiled sweetly. I like him more and more. Another warrior grinned and stretched. So young and strong. Commander, you better not slack off now. Yin watched from a distance, eyes sharp. Fenning was scolding the young man for talking too lightly. The squad regrouped, taking a breath. A warrior sat next to one of the fallen wolves. They attacked before we reached the valley, knowing they'd have a better chance. They stood in the middle of a wide road, open but uneasy. Fenning frowned. This isn't wolf territory, he said. These lands belong to creatures far worse. The short-haired warrior's face went pale. Fenning placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. We've got 2 final phase warriors and 3 middle phase ones. We'll be fine. Then he pulled out a walkie-talkie. What's this? It's from the Lin family, Fenning replied, holding it up. Each commander carries one. If something goes wrong, we can call for backup. Relieved smiles spread across the group. But Yesen wasn't smiling. If wolves are this aggressive on the outskirts, what's waiting inside the valley? The team turned and continued their journey through the destroyed city. Rubble lined the streets, broken buildings loomed above them, and tension clung to the air like smoke. Suddenly, the commander froze. His ears twitched. He reached for his sword. Something's coming, he said sharply. Yesen's eyes narrowed. Above us. Everyone looked up. A hulking figure crouched on the rooftop, its eyes burning, tail flicking. Flame lizard. The system's voice echoed in Yesen's mind. Detected, flame-type monster, classification, low level, the creature hissed, opening its mouth. Fire flared inside. Yin's eyes widened. It's a fire talent. The beast unleashed a searing fireball. The warriors barely managed to leap back as a massive explosion tore through the place they'd been standing. The flame lizard roared and jumped from the rooftop. A couple of warriors stepped forward boldly, weapons drawn. Leave this one to us. Commander Fenning crossed his arms. Seems low level, but don't let your guard down. Fire's not a joke. The warriors leapt into the air, blades flashing. Yesen watched them calmly. They can handle this. Smoke swirled. Flames danced. The lizard was fast, but so were the warriors. In the middle of the smoldering rooftop, one of them grinned. We nailed it. The muscular man clapped his partner on the shoulder. Your shots kept it distracted. Good teamwork. The girl smirked. Low-level monsters? Easier than brushing off a speck of dust. Bright yellow light flashed across the sky. Before they could react, boom. A golden blast sent them all flying. Thick, dark smoke surged from the epicenter. Yesen stepped forward, his eyes narrowing. This isn't over. From within the flames, shadows emerged. More flame lizards, twice as many, larger, angrier. The warrior picked up his radio, voice shaky. This is Squad C. We're in trouble. Requesting backup. The commander called for help, but only static hissed in response. Fenning's expression hardened. They're ignoring us. One of the warriors growled, furious. Damn the Lin family. They're abandoning us. Fenning's face twisted in frustration. I thought, this time, we'd prove ourselves. The radio cracked in his grip. They're rotten to the core. Then he drew his sword. I'll hold the monsters off. You all run. The squad hesitated. Commander. Fenning turned, his voice hard. That's an order? The girl's mouth fell open in shock. The bald warrior clenched his fists. From the back, a man in a blue shirt suddenly dashed away. You guys are crazy. Keep pretending to be heroes, I'm out. The bald man growled. If that coward survives, I'll kill him myself. Fenning placed his hands on Yesen's shoulders. You've got potential. It'd be a shame to waste it here. Take 2 of them and go. Even the bald warrior stepped aside. You should leave too. The black-haired girl nodded. You're still new. Don't throw your future away. Yesen smiled softly. If I run? I only run forward. He stepped into the smoke. A blue mist began to swirl around him. Sword in one hand, backpack in the other, his aura shifted. The air crackled. Fenning's eyes widened. He's been hiding his power. The energy around Yesen roared like a storm. Elite warrior level. The others stared, stunned. A lizard launched a massive fireball, but Yesen didn't flinch. I didn't want to show this. Explosions thundered around him. The battlefield became a furnace. Yesen looked ahead. If I don't fight, the Wind Wolf squad dies here. Yin leapt into action. The flame lizard opened its maw wide, but Yesen struck first. One swing. His sword sliced through the monster cleanly. Fenning stayed behind, just to protect us. As he fought, another thought echoed in his mind. It would be cruel to keep hiding my strength now. Flame lizards lined up again, mouths glowing with fireballs. But Yesen's expression was calm. I'm not like those dogs from the Mo family. 2 blazing fireballs roared toward Yesen. He raised his sword, electricity crackling around him. Too late to worry about consequences now. But deep down, he knew Commander Fenning wouldn't hold this against him. Behind him, the smoke-wreathed building collapsed, crashing down onto the lizards below. Boom! The ground quaked from the blast. One of the girls grinned in awe. So this is the power of an elite warrior. Lightning surged around Yesen. He jumped high into the air, sword gleaming. His jaw clenched. His focus sharpened. He landed like a thunderbolt, right between two monsters. The sword arced through the air. A white-blue spark lit up the night. The lizards shrieked, electricity coursing through their bodies until they collapsed, twitching and charred. One of them opened its mouth one last time, its rows of sharp fangs gleaming, before it hit the dirt, lifeless. Fenning's hands trembled slightly. So strong. The commander narrowed his black brows. There was no doubt now, Yesen was one of the strongest warriors in Linhai. Just then, a loud scream echoed through the night. It was the man in the blue sweater. Flat on the ground. Two giant wolves sprinting toward him. He curled up, wailing pathetically. The bald warrior squinted into the distance. Commander, the coward's in danger. Fenning walked up slowly and shrugged. He ran alone like a fool. Let him deal with it. Yesen picked up his bag. The road's clear now. He threw on his backpack and turned to the others, grinning. You guys coming, or retreating? The three warriors froze. They weren't expecting that. Fenning closed his eyes, then clenched his fists. We go together. Wind Wolf Squad faces everything, together. Yesen smiled. Minutes passed. The guy with the scar on his forehead winced as the girl tied a tight bandage over his wound. Look at him, she muttered. Not even a scratch. Doesn't look pathetic at all. Yesen stood calmly on the rooftop. Down below, Wind Wolf looked up. Thanks for helping us get this far. Yesen barely glanced back. I'm going to try something. Wind Wolf's eyes widened. You're going further. Yes, Yesen replied flatly. The others approached, unsure. Yesen, maybe we should all go back, one said. But the protagonist was already walking away. Fenning paused for a moment, then called after him. You're really going alone? Yes. Fenning nodded. With your power, I'm not worried. Yesen turned to him one last time. I'm fine, Commander. He continued walking. Behind him, Wind Wolf spread his arms. Wait! We need to talk. The scar-faced guy turned to Wind Wolf. Are we really letting him go alone? Wind Wolf closed his eyes. We'd only slow him down. A guy like that doesn't need help. He looked at Yesen's back as it disappeared into the shadows. There was no smile on Yesen's face anymore, only quiet resolve. A few minutes passed as he walked alone through the dead city. His thoughts echoed, before I run into something even stronger, or a real disaster. I need to know the limit of my recovery ability. He walked between two massive corpses, monsters he had slain minutes ago. Then he stopped. A strange scent drifted into his nose. He grimaced. Smells awful, he muttered, pinching his nose. What even died here? Ash blew across the ground. A giant building, half destroyed and still burning, towered in front of him. Suddenly, Yesen's eyes narrowed. Something's coming. He felt energy from underground. What the? The ground began to shake violently. Yesen staggered back, trying to maintain balance. Crack! The building splintered, pieces flying everywhere. Then it exploded. Boom! A massive, red, muscular fist burst out of the ground. Yesen jumped just in time, but the fist followed him. Smash! The blow connected mid-air. Blood sprayed from Yesen's mouth as he was hurled across the sky. His body twisted in the air, but before he could even hit the ground, he flipped over and dove back in. A storm of destruction raged beneath him. The massive red fist was still smashing wildly, destroying everything. Yesen drew his sword mid-flight. The enormous hand twitched, as if it sensed him, and lunged again. But Yesen was ready. He dodged, just in time. The stone ground split violently as Yesen landed nearby, barely dodging in time. Suddenly, boom! A massive creature exploded from underground, soaring into the sky before landing with a thunderous quake. Before Yesen stood a gigantic red monster, eyes burning like scarlet embers. Its entire body radiated deadly magic. Yesen's eyes widened. Then, he smiled. A perfect opponent. He said, gripping his sword. Let's test how far this talent of mine can go. The monster locked eyes with him, and its burning pupils flared even hotter. In the next instant, its mouth opened wide, gathering fire magic at a terrifying pace. Yesen's smirk vanished. What the hell is it planning? Before he could move, a stream of hellfire erupted from the monster's mouth, swallowing everything in its path. Boom! The explosion lit up the sky. Back at base, Wind Wolf's squad watched in horror as a massive column of smoke and flame shot into the air. A battle just started, one shouted. Wind Wolf clenched his teeth, a cold sweat on his brow. He stared at the rising inferno in silence. Back at the battlefield, everything was reduced to flaming rubble. Then, a figure burst out from beneath the debris. It was Yesen. His shirt was torn to shreds, and he had a wild grin on his face. That lizard head, not bad at all. Dusting himself off, Yesen stepped forward and raised his voice toward the monster. I have an offer, he yelled. Let's go all out. Have some fun before you die. In response, the Lizard King roared and unleashed another ferocious stream of flame. Whoosh! Yesen vanished inside the blast. Everything around ignited, roofs, rubble, even the air itself. Yesen lay on the ground, skin scorched, a grin still hanging on his lips. This is just right, he groaned. A warm, healing aura surrounded him. He planted both hands into the burning earth. So you really want to burn me alive, huh? The next second, he stood up. He threw his sword over his shoulder. His eyes burned even brighter than the Lizard King's. I'm done playing, he said. Time to kill the Lizard King. His body surged with magical energy. He launched into the air like a meteor, aimed straight for the monster's face. Time seemed to slow. The Lizard King began charging fire magic again. Yesen's sword gleamed with fury and rage. Boom! An explosion shook the entire battlefield, stronger than the last. An hour passed, and yet, horrifying shockwaves were still felt miles away. The bald member of Wind Wolf's team shouted, "Those fire pillars haven't stopped in an hour. What kind of monster are they fighting?" The boy covering his ears screamed, "Is Yesen even still alive?" Wind Wolf shouted back, "I don't know. But we can't interfere with a battle like that." Back at the battlefield, Yesen's sword was buried deep in the Lizard King's flesh. The massive creature lay still, finally defeated. Yesen, soaked in sweat, sat atop the monster's corpse. He looked up at the sky, exhaled heavily, and whispered, "Game over. Victory." But it had come at a cost. Yesen frowned. This recovery ability, it drained so much stamina. He felt hollow, like a shell that had just barely survived the storm. He stood slowly. Looking at the creature he had slain, he trailed his fingers along its massive body, leaving a glowing path through the blood. I'll need that to recover. Yesen crouched down and placed both hands on the monster's corpse. He began to absorb the blood. Soon, he sat in a lotus position, hands on his legs, and closed his eyes. A soft melody hummed from his lips as his body absorbed the vitality. Time passed. Back at the camp, the bald guy pointed at the battlefield. The noise stopped. The battle's over. The girl looked at Wind Wolf's back. Is it over? The guy with the scar raised a shaky hand and pointed. Someone's coming. All eyes locked forward. Out of the smoke walked Yesen. Alive. Victorious. Commander Fenning smiled wide. His back. Yesen. Wind Wolf called out. The protagonist raised a brow. You didn't tell them to retreat. Wind Wolf scratched his head, grinning nervously. Well, we couldn't help, but we couldn't just sit tight either. The girl stepped forward, eyeing his scorched body. You okay? You've got nothing left to wear. Wind Wolf quickly pulled a spare t-shirt from his pack. Here, take this. It might be a little big though. Yesen didn't argue. He put it on. The girl glanced away, blushing. Sorry, it doesn't really fit. Yesen scratched the back of his neck awkwardly and stuttered a quiet thank you as he accepted the oversized shirt. Smiling up at the moon, he let the cool breeze calm the fire that still flickered within him. Meanwhile, the bald guy nudged the commander. What are we gonna do with all that loot? Wind Wolf frowned. Yesen deserves it. Every last bit. But Yesen, rubbing the back of his head and adjusting the belt on his waist, interrupted. Keep it. You all stayed behind. Because of that, the beasts didn't merge into a pack. Take the trophies, you earned them. The bald guy threw his arms up in celebration, standing atop the monster's carcass. I've never seen so much good stuff. The girl laughed. Seems like Yesen's not just tired from the fight, he's about to be wiped out from looting too. Yesen, eyes wide open, shook his head. I'm not interested in leftovers. I've got something more important. He turned sharply. I'm going after the Lizard King. Wind Wolf blinked. You're not transporting the prey with us. Yesen gave him a cold side glance, then turned and walked away. Wait! Where are you going? The commander shouted. The protagonist looked over his shoulder with a sly smirk. To the ant nest, where the ones with supernatural powers live. Wind Wolf's jaw dropped. Why you kidding? Yesen sprinted through the wilderness, leaving behind a streak of glowing energy in his wake. Wind Wolf's warnings echoed in his mind. The hardest area to clear is the ant nest. Even if they real level, there are too many of them. A wise warrior knows when to run. But Yesen's eyes glowed with unwavering resolve. I'm not here to run. His landing shook the earth as he arrived near the nest. Looking down from the rooftop of a ruined building, he scanned the gathering below, multiple elite armies already in place. He could feel their power. His aura pulsed with tension. The main forces are all here, Yesen muttered. He spotted familiar figures. There was Chaining, someone he recognized from the Mo family, and beside her, Mingjin, representing the Lin family. But then, his eyes narrowed. An old red-haired man stood out among the crowd. His right eye was covered with an eye patch, and his battle aura was unmatched. That was King, a legendary warrior from the Iron Fang base. Suddenly, King turned. Who's watching us? He roared. Yesen's breath caught. Crap! He noticed. The soldiers looked up, eyes locking on Yesen, standing atop the roof. King raised a hand. Get him! Yesen froze. A little early for introductions, huh? Moments later, two soldiers had dragged Yesen in front of the Iron Fang leader. King's glare burned into him. Are you an elite warrior? He stroked his beard and studied the young man. Who are you, and why were you watching the army? Yesen, sweating slightly, said, I'm a warrior from the Linai base. I heard there was a big mission here. I wanted to prove myself. King frowned, then suddenly barked, let him go. But the rest of the army wasn't satisfied. Whose family is he from? He's not one of ours. Shouts rose from different factions. No one knows him. King folded his arms across his chest. At your age, to be elite is rare. Why doesn't anyone recognize you? Yesen looked down, awkwardly raising his hands in defense. Then came a laugh. Mingjin stepped forward, grinning. How can none of you know him? He placed a firm hand on Yesen's shoulder. He's from my Lin family. Yesen blinked, realizing Mingjin had just thrown him a lifeline. Smart move, always one step ahead of the Mo family, he thought. Yesen smiled and closed his eyes, playing along. Mingjin folded his arms confidently. Yesen, show them what you've got. Then he leaned in, whispering with a smirk, an elite warrior, for free. But not everyone was happy. Up on a distant rooftop, Yuling clenched her fists. The Lin family, always scheming. He doesn't belong with them. Her gaze remained fixed on Yesen, eyes burning with suspicion. Yesen Zhu glanced toward Yuling and muttered, you were right. Yuling's lips curled into a sly smile. Of course. And don't forget, Yesen, you belong to my martial pavilion now. Up above, a flurry of birds suddenly scattered across the sky, their flight disturbed by something far more dangerous. A thunderous sound echoed across the plains. Dozens, no, hundreds, of white-clad warriors marched forward, their feet shaking the ground beneath them. At the front of the army strode the imposing figure of Old Man King, hands tucked in his coat pockets, like a storm hiding in silence. Yesen walked among the ranks with his eyes down. Now that I've been exposed as an elite warrior, he thought, there's no chance of leveling up quietly anymore. But then he smirked. No matter. With my current strength, I've got nothing to fear. Suddenly, a towering antel nest loomed before them. King halted in his tracks and raised his hand. Stop! Before them, a swirling electric orb floated ominously. Lightning crackled along the arm of the man controlling it. A cloaked elder knelt in front of the formation, electricity dancing around him. The magic field is ready, he reported solemnly. King stroked his short beard and muttered, it looks like a mountain. No, this is the lair of the ant with supernatural power. High into the sky rose the antels, stone towers riddled with gaping holes. They were eerie and ancient, like nests from some forgotten nightmare. Yesen grinned wide, dark excitement gleaming in his eyes. Finally! I've arrived! King stepped forward and raised his arms. Xinu, he commanded, you stay back. Yes, sir, replied the cloaked elder, bowing respectfully. King turned to the assembled army behind him. "Everyone, stay alert." "Wait, what's the old man doing?" a bald warrior called out in confusion. King's expression darkened. With both palms pressed together, a magical seal burst into life above the antel. Then, with a sudden motion, the cloaked old man raised his hands and bellowed, "Open!" Boom! He slammed his hands onto the ground. The sky cracked open. Exploding fireballs rained down in a hellish storm. Flames engulfed the towering nest. Blasts tore through the structure, leveling walls and sending molten stone flying. Yesen shielded his face from the barrage, shouting to himself, "This field is insane. I have to learn this kind of magic someday." Meanwhile, from a nearby cliff, Zhu and Yuling observed the destruction. Zhu crossed his arms. "King's gone mad. Isn't this too much for one mission?" Yuling smiled calmly, one hand under her chin. "The Iron Fang has its own strategy. Besides, those fireballs alone could flatten all of Linhai. That's profit in motion." Below, the last of the blasts subsided. The great antel, once a monstrous tower, collapsed into rubble with a final, earth-shaking roar. The warriors looked on in awe. "The antel, it's gone! That magic field was incredible. Did we really wipe them all out?" 2 soldiers rushed toward the ruins. Dozens followed. But as Yesen stepped over the craters, frustration clouded his mind. No signs of life, not even a single ant corpse. Grimacing, he thought, if there isn't a single intact body, I can't copy their talent. From above, Yuling continued to watch with that same knowing smile. What a lovely show of power. That magic really stirred things up. Then a warrior near the ruins pointed at the ground. "Wait! What is that hole?" A massive gap had opened in the earth. Several soldiers gathered around it, peering into the black abyss. "It's pitch dark. I can't see a thing," then, screams. Dozens of glowing red eyes blinked awake in the void. And then, BAM! A massive ant burst out of the hole, jaws snapping and body crackling with supernatural force. The nightmare had just begun. The battlefield erupted into chaos. From the abyss below, a monstrous ant, twice the size of a man, lunged upward and impaled a warrior through the chest with a massive spear-like limb. The soldier's body flew back like a ragdoll, crashing near his comrades in a heap. The giant ant let out a furious roar, its body engulfed in violent magical energy. Its limb sparked with black lightning as it prepared to strike again. Mingan and Chaining stared wide-eyed. "They're ants. Supernatural ants." All the warriors froze in shock. Then a sinister laugh echoed behind them. Yesen stood at the back of the army, a crazed grin stretched across his face. His eyes blazed with anticipation. This is perfect. But the horror wasn't over yet. One by one, monstrous ants began crawling out from every hole in the ground. Someone screamed, "There's too many." Old Man King didn't flinch. With a fierce glare, he raised his arm. "Prepare for battle." Mingan rallied his own group. "Linhai warriors. With me. We accept this challenge." The ground trembled as the united force charged forward. Hundreds of warriors ran headfirst into battle, blades drawn, fear left behind. Yesen didn't wait either. He drew his sword and sprinted toward a colossal and already locked in combat with several warriors. With a single, clean slash, he beheaded the beast, dropping it to the earth in a spray of dust and gore. Another one down, a soldier yelled, "Push forward." But Yesen didn't move on. He stared at the fallen ant with hunger. With a deep breath, he placed his hand on its body. A spark of power surged through him. Notification, high-level talent copied. A rush of dark magical energy engulfed his body. Shadows danced across his skin as his aura flared. Another notification blinked before his eyes. "Would you like to fuse with high-level strength talent?" But before he could respond, 3 furious ants charged at him, shrieking for vengeance. Sword still in hand, Yesen gritted his teeth. "No time to fuse here." He slung his sword over his shoulder and muttered, "I need a safe place, now." But just as he turned to run, his legs shimmered with speed talent energy, and in a blink, he vanished, leaving only a burst of wind behind. However, the surprise wasn't over. As he dashed through the battlefield, 2 monstrous ants appeared right in front of him, cutting off his path. "Guess we're doing this the hard way." In one motion, Yesen unsheathed his blade, activating his shadow blade technique. Then, shadow execution. He vanished again, reappearing between the monsters in a deadly blur. With a powerful arc, he slashed through both ants, leaving behind glowing green traces of his blade. Both creatures collapsed. Silence returned, briefly, until a bone-rattling roar shook the battlefield. Yesen froze. From the deepest pit of the anthill, a pair of enormous red eyes gleamed in the dark. The earth trembled. Magic thickened the air. This roar, Yesen thought, wide-eyed. It belongs to a high-level monster. Suddenly, a massive claw, brimming with ominous energy, burst out of the ground. Everyone turned as the soil cracked open. "What is that?" a warrior cried. A terrifying black silhouette rose from the ground. Towering over the battlefield, this ant was unlike anything they had seen. Hundreds of times larger than the others, it pulsed with uncontrollable dark energy. "It's a high-level ant with supernatural power," someone shouted in horror. King's face went pale. "Retreat! Immediately!" Warriors dropped everything and fled. Even the bravest among them lost their nerve. Mingan sliced through another ant but shouted in fury, "Cowards! Running away like that!" Then he turned to his squad. "Fall back! Everyone! Move!" One by one, the army abandoned the battlefield in full retreat. From her perch, Yuling watched with a smirk. HMPH. Rabble. Nothing more. She turned, her voice calm and cold. "Time for us to leave." Zhu followed behind her, still dazed by the sight of the enormous ant. "Lady Yuling, what about Yesen?" Zhu nervously asked what to do about Yesen, but Yuling only smiled and turned her gaze toward the battlefield. "Don't worry," she said with confidence. "He'll survive. That guy isn't someone who dies easily." Meanwhile, chaos reigned behind them. As the army fled, a young warrior turned to his companion mid-run. "Why are we running? Didn't we bring a great warrior with us? Can't we just fight this thing together?" Another gasping warrior shouted back, "You fool! That ant has both strength, talent, and high-level power. That makes it comparable to a grandmaster." In the stampede, Yesen ran among the crowd, but his eyes were sharp, not with fear, but with growing disgust. "Great warriors?" He thought bitterly. These so-called important people are nothing but cowards. Not one of them can be trusted. As if to prove his point, he watched Old Man King from the Iron Fang base, once hailed as a legend, outrun his entire squad, leaving his subordinates behind like they were nothing. Yesen's expression hardened. Suddenly, a massive ant with glowing red eyes lunged forward. It opened its grotesque jaws and began sucking warriors into its mouth like a vacuum. Screams echoed as bodies were torn off the ground, flailing helplessly before being devoured. Crunch! Crunch! The ant chewed, blood spraying between its jaws. Then it raised its head and let out a thunderous roar. Its magical power exploded, becoming overwhelming. A dark, crushing aura blanketed the battlefield. Warriors who had been running now fell to their knees, faces pale, limbs trembling. Some collapsed entirely, unable to lift their heads under the weight of the monstrous energy. I can't breathe. It's too heavy. What do we do?" Panic set in. But suddenly, a blur of purple streaked through them. Yesen, gritting his teeth, blasted past the fallen warriors, a glowing violet trail behind him. "This black air, it's crushing me," he thought. "I have to get out, now." Activating his speed technique at full power, he rocketed forward, shoving his body past its limit. Just as he passed the last of the warriors, clean air returned. His momentum threw him off balance. He tripped and rolled violently across the ground before finally stopping. Breathing heavily, he looked up. He was just 10 meters from the zone where the golden ant had unleashed its power. Staring at the deadly area, he muttered, "That golden ant. It'll be watching everything. I can't afford to stay here." With sweat dripping from his chin, he turned and walked away. Some time passed. The sky turned blue, and the sun climbed over the horizon. On a lonely road lay the skeleton of a massive beast. Yesen stood beside it, examining the bones. "Captain Windwolf," he whispered. "You really were a true hunter." He crouched on the monster's ribcage. "All that's left is bones. Nothing else." After a moment of reflection, he jumped up effortlessly, landing on the rooftop of a crumbling building. The sky was clear. Birds soared freely. A soft breeze touched his face. A faint smile crossed Yesen's lips. Without a word, he sheathed his sword, sat in a lotus position, and opened his system window with a wave of his hand. Do you wish to fuse with high-level strength talent? Yes, he answered in his head, firm and absolute. His eyes glowed with determination and hunger. A violent wave of energy surged through his body. The pain hit instantly. He convulsed, his body shaking as if every cell was being torn apart. Steam poured from his clenched jaw. But through the agony, he smiled. In this world, strength is all that matters, he thought. Nothing else holds value. That crazed grin stretched wider. Night fell. The moon cast its light across the rooftops. Yesen slowly stood up. With a single motion, he tore off his shirt, revealing a body now glowing with unrestrained power. The air itself vibrated around him. With hands on his hips and eyes burning bright, he declared, "It's time to go home." Morning returned. The sun shone brightly over the city. In his small room, Yesen now sat peacefully on his sofa, once again in lotus position. But something had changed. The monster had evolved. Inside his quiet home, Yesen sat cross-legged in deep concentration. Magical particles shimmered around him like tiny stars. With this high-level talent, he thought, my strength has multiplied tenfold. His lips barely moved, but his thoughts were fierce. Even as an elite warrior, I could easily crush a so-called great warrior at the initial stage. They're nothing now. His eyes remained closed, his body perfectly still, until peace met its natural predator, an angry little sister. Yesen! Yayo stormed into the room, arms flailing and eyes blazing. I've been waiting for you forever, she shouted, ladle in hand. But you just sit here every day like a damn statue. Seeing no reaction, her tone darkened. And don't even think about talking to me now. She clenched her jaw, waved the ladle threateningly, then huffed and marched to the kitchen. Fine. If you wanna act like nothing's wrong, then you better be ready. With a grin that sent chills into the salt shaker, she began aggressively seasoning the food. Let's see how you handle the full severity of a woman's wrath. Later that day, the table was packed with mouth-watering dishes, steaming meat, golden dumplings, spiced vegetables, and soup that could bring the dead back to life. Yayo, now the perfect hostess, called out sweetly, Brother Tilda, it's time to eat. Yesen sat down, eye sparkling. So many dishes, he said, clearly impressed. Leaning on the table, Yayo smiled. Well, you've been working hard, right? This is your reward. With a wide grin, Yesen rubbed his hands together. Then I guess I better eat everything. But just as he reached for his chopsticks, ding dong. Yesen, wait! Yayo yelled as her brother launched out of his chair and bolted for the door. He flung it open. Commander Windwolf. Standing there was the old hunter himself, Commander Windwolf, with a giant backpack slung over one shoulder and a cheerful grin on his face. Yo! Windwolf chuckled. Hope I'm not late. Yesen pulled him inside immediately. What are you doing here? You didn't have to come all the way. The commander chuckled, tossing the heavy backpack onto the floor. Brought some trophies to share, he said, unzipping it to reveal fangs, eyeballs, claws, and other monster remains. Yesen scratched his head. Couldn't you guys just keep it? You and the others earned these. But Windwolf cut him off. We did. That's why I'm giving you your share. With a resigned nod, Yesen placed the bag down. Fine, but you're staying for dinner. I've got a question anyway. The commander sniffed the air and turned toward the feast. Wait. All this is homemade. All right, you twisted my arm. Minutes later, Windwolf was devouring plate after plate, groaning in delight with each bite. I haven't had food this good in months, he said, wiping his mouth. You're lucky to live here, kid. Yesen's not eating much today, Yayo said with a sly look. Yesen, she added quietly, don't you think something seems off? The commander blinked, mid-bite. I mean, 3 great warriors couldn't beat summons. Windwolf nodded slowly, chewing on fruit. Yeah. It was wild. The first wave failed, so the base gathered a second batch of elites. They failed too. He leaned in slightly. Then this giant golden ant showed up. Ridiculous power. Even made an elite warrior look helpless. Then how did it end? Yesen asked sharply. Well, the Iron Fang base lost it. They sent in a Grandmaster. Cleared the entire ant lair. Yesen shot up from the sofa, eyes wide. A Grandmaster cleared the whole trade route. Yep, Windwolf replied, deadpan. Though no one knows why the Iron Fang even cares about that route. He sat back, clearly annoyed. Was it even worth the losses? In the kitchen, Yayo silently washed dishes, her expression soft, a small smile playing on her lips. Yesun sat back down, deep in thought. Iron Fang base. What are they really after? Evening fell. Commander Windwolf stepped out onto the road, shouldering his now empty backpack. No need to see me off, he said, waving a hand. We'll meet again. Yesun nodded, waving from the doorway. Take care, Captain. As Windwolf disappeared into the twilight, a cold wind stirred the leaves, and Yesun stood still at the doorway, eyes shadowed with suspicion and curiosity. As the sun dipped below the rooftops and Windwolf faded into the night, Yesun remained at the doorway, still, alert, and suspicious. That silence didn't last long. Excuse me, a voice called from across the street. A man with a neat suit, hands in his pockets, stepped forward. Are you Yesun? He held an envelope in one hand, and his voice was crisp and official. I'm Yuan, manager of the Mo family. I've come with an invitation. Yesun blinked. The Mo family. As Yuan stepped closer, he bowed slightly and held out the envelope. The patriarch himself requests your presence for dinner. This is a personal invitation. Yesun scratched his neck awkwardly. Ah. Yeah. Lately, I haven't really been in the mood to go out. Yuan's polite demeanor instantly shifted. His eyes darkened, and a faint smirk spread across his face as a wave of menacing energy radiated from his body. No one declines an invitation from the Mo family, he said, voice ice-cold. Windwolf, sensing danger, immediately stepped in. Ha ha, let's not escalate. I'm sure we can talk this out, right? But Yuan brushed him aside. He approached Yesun, resting his hand on the young man's shoulder with a mocking grin. You be wise to come, or this little moment will become unpleasant. Bad idea. Yesun's eyes snapped open, full of burning rage. In a flash, he smashed Yuan's hand away, grabbed his head, and slammed it straight into the asphalt with bone-crushing force. Crack! The ground split under the impact. Windwolf jumped, stunned. Yesun! That's enough. Yuan scrambled up, dazed, blood trickling from his forehead. He backed away, rage burning in his voice. Why, you'll regret this. You'll pay, Yesun. I swear, I'll kill you. And then he ran, more like fled, into the shadows. Windwolf crossed his arms, letting out a long breath. Best not to pick fights with snakes. Yesun, he added, you sure you want to mess with the Mo family? Yesun looked at his own clenched fist. I don't care. He thought to himself, with my new strength, that guy's hand cracked like twigs. I barely used any force. Elsewhere. In a dark alley, Yuan sat on a crate, still shaking. The envelope meant for Yesun lay crumpled at his feet. Damn him, he muttered, veins bulging on his face, lips trembling with hatred. He dared to lay a hand on me? On the Mo family. His growl echoed in the silence. Then let's see who laughs last at the Mo family estate. Footsteps echoed down a grand hallway. Mo Canin, the head of the Mo family, strode forward with hands behind his back. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes. He was both an elite warrior and the heir of Elder Mo. Seated on the sofa nearby was his father, Chaining, the old elder. Suddenly, the doors flew open. Yuan burst in, panting and stumbling. Head! Elder, he cried. He dropped to his knees, shaking. They attacked me. Canin raised an eyebrow. I told you to invite him, not attack him. I didn't. Yuan wailed. I was respectful. But as soon as I said I was from the Mo family, he attacked me. He held out the torn envelope as proof. He even ripped this up. A cold silence settled in the room. Then, boom. Canin's rage exploded. That whelp. He dares humiliate the Mo family. Energy burst from his body like a shockwave, sending Yuan flying across the room. Furious, Canin spun toward his father. Old man, what should we do now? Chaining lifted his gaze, slow and deadly calm. His voice was raspy. Nonsense, he muttered, contempt flickering in his eyes. After a pause, Canin waved a hand. Get out, Yuan. The shaken manager stumbled to his feet. Why yes, sir. As the door closed behind the disgraced manager, Canin took out a small pill bottle and poured out a shimmering blue pill. He handed his father a glass of water. "Take it, father. You still need to recover." Channing took the pill and swallowed it slowly. Then, after a long silence, he looked into the glass. "The ants," he muttered. "In that fight, I had no choice. I had to use the forbidden technique. The only way I survived was by pushing my body beyond its limits." He took a deep breath, each inhale labored, as though something inside was broken. But his eyes, they still gleamed with hate. A tense silence filled the room. Channing, the old patriarch of the Mo family, stared into the distance from behind a grand window. His voice was low, haunted. "These wounds, they won't heal." Kanin, his son, and the current head of the family, tried to stay optimistic. "Don't say that, father. We'll find a way. Everything will work out." But the old man slowly stood from the sofa and turned his back. "I know my body better than anyone else." Hands clasped behind him, Channing took a heavy step toward the window, his eyes fixed far beyond the horizon. "Once I'm gone, there will be no more great warriors left in our family." His voice trembled. "This is a disaster." Kanin's brows furrowed in concern. "Wait. Are you saying Yesun is expecting an invitation from the Lin family?" The old man didn't reply immediately. He looked down, voice soft and bitter. "We must act, for him, we must compete with the Lin family." But then, his eyes suddenly burned with rage. "If he won't come willingly, then we'll bring him by force." Kanin hesitated. "But he's not one of us. He's just a stranger. Even if we capture him, he won't truly side with us." Channing turned around. "That's why we changed that." He pulled out a small red vial from inside his robe. Magical energy surged from it like a storm trapped in glass. "This," he said, eyes gleaming, "erases memories." He explained that it was originally prepared for the banquet, but now, there was no time to wait. With a flick, he handed the bottle to Kanin. "Use it." Kanin's eyes widened. "Erase his memory." He stared at the red liquid as if it were both treasure and poison. Behind him, Channing calmly poured wine into a glass. "Once he forgets everything, we'll build him a new identity." He lifted the glass. "For example, we'll tell him he's an illegitimate son of our family, lost, wandering, finally returning home." Kanin almost dropped the bottle. "Illegitimate son." Channing snorted. "No one would dare compete with you for the position of family head. So what if we say he's your son?" He sipped the wine. "We'll change his surname. The people will accept it." Kanin scratched his head awkwardly. "This might affect my reputation." "Enough chatter," the old man growled. Ice cold and sharp, he sat back on the sofa. "Do as I say." Kanin dropped to one knee. "This time," he declared, "I'll send 10 elders. We'll bring Yesun back. No matter what." Nightfall. Shadows danced across rooftops as 10 black silhouettes moved swiftly through the city. The Mo family had launched their mission. Their target? Yesun. But first, they were ordered to capture someone else. At Yesun's home. A quiet tap echoed across the wooden floor. One of the elders had slipped inside. With an earpiece in his ear, he whispered, "I've entered the target's home." The reply came immediately, sharp and cold. "First, capture the sister. Then, force Yesun to surrender." "Understood." Outside, the remaining 9 stood still in the shadows. "We've surrounded the house," one of them confirmed. "Ambush ready." Back inside, the elder stepped toward a closed door. Yao's room. He pushed it open slowly. Inside, Yesun's younger sister was peacefully asleep, her head tucked beneath a thick blanket. Standing over her, the elder whispered into the mic, "Target confirmed." "ACT." The captain's voice crackled in his ear. The elder reached out toward the blanket, but before his fingers touched it, whoosh! The blanket suddenly flew up on its own, wrapping tightly around him like a living creature. "What the elder gasped. In panic, he drew his sword, its blade gleaming with magical energy. But it was already too late. Slice! The blanket shredded under the blade, but as the fabric fluttered to the floor, what the intruder saw froze him in horror. A drop of cold sweat slid down his cheek. From the shadows, a hand lunged forward like a viper, Yesun's hand. With monstrous strength, the protagonist grabbed the invader by the throat, lifting him off the ground with one arm. His body was surrounded by a dark, ominous aura, surging like a storm. With burning eyes and a sinister grin, Yesun hissed, "I've been waiting a long time." In the invader's earpiece, the captain's voice barked orders, "Have you captured the girl?" But the elder couldn't respond. His face turned pale, eyes rolled white, sweat dripping like rain. Yesen's grip only tightened. Crack! The sickening crunch of bones echoed through the room as the man's neck snapped. His earpiece clattered to the floor. Yesen tossed the corpse aside like trash. From the tiny speaker came another shout, "Report!" "What's going on?" Yesen calmly picked up the earpiece, placed it in his own ear. "I've got it," he said with venom. "You want it back." The voice on the other side stuttered, Who are you?" Yesen smirked. "Catch!" With a whoosh, the corpse flew out of the living room window, landing outside with a loud crash. On the rooftop, the elders turned in panic. How is this possible?" one shouted as the others rushed to the fallen body. "No pulse," another muttered. "He's dead." "Be on alert," the captain barked. "There's someone helping the boy. Someone strong." But inside their heads, each elder had the same terrifying thought: in all of Linhai, only 2 people could dare defy the Mo family. Just then, tap. A sound behind them. "Who's there?" one elder shouted, spinning around. "Come out!" The rooftop squad, 6 men strong, stood tense. "Was that just my imagination?" one mumbled. Then suddenly, a brilliant green flash lit up the night. Before the elder could blink, his head was gone. "Second one," Yesen muttered, appearing in the light, a cruel smile on his face. "It's a shadow assassin," one of the remaining elders screamed. He called for help, another shouted. "Retreat! Scatter!" The 5 survivors fled in all directions. But Yesen raised a hand, his entire body erupting in magical energy. Speed talent activated. In a split second, he blurred forward and eliminated 2 more, their bodies hitting the ground before they could even scream. The remaining 3 looked back in terror. "He's too fast," one yelled. With a burst of violet flame, Yesen appeared behind the next elder. Swish! A clean slash, another life ended. From above, an elder dove down, fist blazing with power. "You shouldn't have revealed your true nature," he roared. Boom! The impact crushed the rooftop, but Yesen leapt away just in time. "TCH! Fast!" the elder muttered, surprised by the protagonist's reflexes. "Too slow." Yesen countered with a rapid strike, another kill. No pause. No mercy. He rushed after the last few, leaping high into the air and channeling his next skill. Shadow Blade. The sky darkened around him. He streaked through it like a vengeful phantom. Shadow Execution activated. A surge of dark energy exploded from him. 3 more elders, gone in a flash of death and darkness. Below, the captain gritted his teeth, hearing only static and screams. "What's happening up there?" "Report!" But before he could get an answer, thud! Yesen dropped from the sky like a meteor, landing in front of him, cracking the asphalt beneath his feet. His bare feet radiated magical energy. His scarlet eyes burned with fury. Behind his back, he drew his blade slowly. The ground trembled. The remaining elders froze, faces pale. "It's him," one whispered. "It's the main character." "Grab him," the captain roared, pointing directly at Yesen. 2 elders shot forward, fists blazing with energy, but they had no idea what kind of monster they were charging at. Clang! Yesen let go of his sword, and it dissolved into thin air, vanishing as if swallowed by the night. The air around him shifted. His aura flared. His fists clenched. Across from him, 2 elders launched forward with tremendous force, their fists blazing with power. But Yesen didn't dodge. He charged, bare-handed. Strength talent activated. With burning eyes and full force, his fists met theirs in mid-air, resulting in a thunderous shockwave. The rooftop cracked beneath their feet. The other invaders looked on in horror, cold sweat running down their faces. How is this possible? He's fighting them both at once. Before they could blink, rah! Yesen roared, and his magical energy surged several times over. His power blasted the 2 elders into the sky like ragdolls. Moments later, crash! They landed headfirst into the ground, cratering the asphalt. The battle was over. Almost. Yesen turned slowly. Only 1 elder remained, and he was already crawling backward in fear. How? How is this happening? He stammered. Wasn't he just an elite warrior? Yesen said nothing. He casually scratched his neck and then asked coldly, "So this is Shab's father?" The elder's face contorted in fear. He removed his mask and muttered, "What?" Yes, it's me. Please, we can talk this out. Don't kill me." Yesen stepped closer, each footstep louder than the last. "You killed him." The elder fell to his knees instantly. That's fine. My son was probably rude to you. He deserved it, right?" In a desperate attempt to survive, he added, I have money. I can pay you as much as you want." But Yesen simply raised his hand. A terrifyingly bright magical aura surged around his palm. The elder's face lit up in horror. Then, smash! Yesen grabbed him by the head and slammed it into the asphalt with brutal force. "I like to pull weeds from the root," Yesen growled as he finished him off. Time passed. The moon drifted peacefully across the sky, shining above the scene of devastation. Yesen stood silently over the elder's broken corpse. Grabbing the man's cloak, he muttered, "I don't let revenge fester in the shadows." He stared at the body. He was the one who tried to hurt my sister. Pulling the cloak over his shoulders and raising the hood, he whispered with chilling finality, "And now, I'll exterminate his entire family." Elsewhere, the Mo family. Manor. Inside the luxurious estate, Ching sat lazily, hand resting on his cheek. "Why haven't the 10 elders returned yet?" he muttered. Across from him, the family head spread his arms confidently. "No need to worry. The 10 great elders are unmatched in all of Linhai." He touched his chin and smiled smugly. "Nothing is impossible for them." Crack! Without warning, a blade burst through the manor, moving so fast it left a shockwave behind. The sword ripped into Ching's sofa, shattering it into splinters. The old man barely dodged in time, tumbling backward. "What the?" he shouted, looking in the direction of the attack. "Who dares to ambush us?" The sword, stuck in the floor, shook violently, then flew back through the air, into Yesen's hand. He stood calmly in the moonlight, cloaked and terrifying. "You sent people to kill me," Yesen said coldly, resting the sword on his shoulder. "I've returned the favor." Ching's face turned ghost white. "Why you? Why are you here? Where are the elders?" Yesen smirked darkly. "Don't worry, you'll see them soon." A cruel smile twisted across his face. "In hell? What did you just say?" Ching roared, gritting his teeth in rage. But Yesen didn't answer. He jumped from the balcony, straight toward the Mo family head. Sword behind his back. Wind roaring. He closed the gap in a flash. Terror filled Ching's eyes. Slash! A blinding, powerful strike tore through the air. A red flash followed. Blood erupted from the Mo family head's mouth. His eyes rolled back, and his body dropped like a stone. "Father," the old man screamed, catching Ching's lifeless body in his arms. The old man trembled. Clutching his son's lifeless body, he shook and prayed that this was all a nightmare. Then suddenly, "Bastard!" He let out a feral scream, lifting his head. Tears poured from his eyes as an insanely powerful magical aura exploded from his body. Yesen narrowed his eyes with a calm smirk. "Oh? Is this your secret art? I've seen this trick before. Didn't you use it when you ran away from those giant ants?" But Chaining wasn't listening. His rage boiled over. "You dare to kill my son," he bellowed, magical energy flaring around him like wildfire. The very air grew heavy. "R.I.P." His robe began to tear as his body expanded in size, growing with bulging muscles and monstrous force. "I'll kill you," he roared, charging like a beast toward Yesen. Yin, standing to the side, gasped in terror. Boom! Chaining's first punch smashed across Yesen's face. Then came the second, but Yesen leapt back just in time, causing the massive elder to crash through a stone wall. Yesen landed smoothly, sliding back across the polished floor. "Prepare to die," roared Chaining as he emerged from the rubble, surrounded by wild, crackling energy. With burning eyes and fury in his voice, he snarled, "Even if your ashes are scattered to the wind, my hatred will remain." Suddenly, chaos erupted. Screams echoed down the halls, "Murderer!" Dozens of guards stormed the room from every direction, weapons drawn. Surrounded now, Yesen stood calmly in their midst, raising an eyebrow. "Oh? Now everyone cares, just because I killed your precious family head." His blade gleamed in the torchlight as he assumed his stance. With pure disdain, he snarled, "The Mo family is full of idiots." Boom! His aura shifted in an instant. Chaining shouted, "Kill him!" The guards rushed in. Yesen rushed faster. Shing! He leapt into the air and activated the shadow assassin technique. His blade carved through space like a green comet. In a single flash, all the guards dropped, dead. Gasps filled the room. One guard, barely alive, whispered, "How is this possible?" Chaining gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face. Why Yesen has the power of a great warrior. Yesen didn't give him time to think. He charged again, shouting, "Let's see how long your secret art lasts." Chaining met him head-on. A massive sword formed in his hands, lightning dancing across its blade. Clang! Their weapons collided, and the ground beneath them shattered. A thunderous energy explosion rattled the manor. Far away, on a nearby rooftop, two cloaked figures watched the fight unfold. One of them murmured, "Is that a great warrior from the Mo family?" "He's strong," the other said with a wide smile. "Young master, should I intervene?" The first figure removed his hood, revealing Mingan, grinning like a man enjoying a good play. "No, Elder Zed," he said coolly. "Let's watch how this unfolds." Back at the manor, the fight grew fiercer. Yesen's sword swung with burning intensity. Chaining met him again, steel to steel, as their blades clashed violently. Clang! 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 Chaining gritted his teeth, frustrated. "He's too fast. I can't land a single hit." Then, swoosh! Yesen's blade moved like lightning. He found an opening, slash. Blood spurted from Chaining's side. He stumbled, barely keeping his balance, and slid backward. Gritting through the pain, Chaining raised his sword high and shouted with fury. Before Yesen could recover, the old man struck the ground with his sword, boom! The floor split open in a 5-meter radius. Dust exploded into the air. Yesen dodged just in time, skidding across the floor as cracks opened beneath him. Chaining clenched his teeth in frustration. He's dodging again. Damn him! Yesen stood, aura raging, his eyes locked onto his enemy. Chaining, panting, thought bitterly, "This can't go on. I'm wasting too much energy." Chaining's breathing was heavy. He clenched his jaw and muttered to himself, "I have to contact the Lin family before my secret technique runs out." Blood dripped from his face, but a sinister grin broke through. "Come on, old man." Yesen shouted, eyes blazing. With his head held high and a malicious smile across his lips, he sneered, "Is that all? You're slipping." Suddenly, crack! A powerful lightning bolt burst from Chaining's hand. And then, PSSHHH. A smoke grenade landed at his feet, blanketing the room in thick grey clouds. Yesen covered his face, coughing and squinting through the fog. "A smoke bomb?" "Really?" he growled. "You think you can run?" Meanwhile, Chaining was already on the move. Teeth gritted, he sprinted through the haze at full speed. But Yesen didn't wait. With a wicked smile, he activated his speed talent, chasing after the old man like a shadow. Their steps echoed across the land, red and white trails marking the air behind them like comets in pursuit. Chaining's heart pounded. He's gaining. This guy's speed, he must have a high-level talent. Suddenly, whoosh! Yesen flashed past him, stopping directly in his path. A cocky grin on his face, Yesen tilted his head. "Where do you think you're going?" Chaining froze, cursed under his breath, and immediately pivoted. "Back we go," he snarled internally. Yesen laughed, spinning on his heel. "Oh? You're switching directions? Cool, let's play tag." Boom! He dashed after Chaining again, red light trailing behind him like a streak of fire. But Chaining's body was beginning to fail. Pain stabbed through his skull. His legs trembled. The secret art was fading. Not now. Not yet. He lost balance, crash. He tumbled violently, rolling head over heels across the ground. Finally, he skidded to a halt, falling on all fours. His body shrank, reverting to its original form. Chaining was shaking, panting, drenched in sweat. "Damn it," he gasped. Suddenly, thump. A foot landed right in front of his face. He looked up. Yesen. Standing tall, blade in hand. With a deadly calm, Yesen said, "This is the end." Chaining's face went pale. "No, no, please." He scrambled back, fear overtaking him. Yesen stepped forward slowly, his voice cold. You'll be meeting your relatives in hell. Wait. Chaining screamed. I'll give you the Mo family's most valuable treasure. Just spare me. He dropped to his knees, banging his forehead on the ground in desperation. Yesen raised an eyebrow. Deja vu, who? He smirked. All right. Show me. Chaining nodded shakily. Lightning crackled between his hands. A ball of power formed. A moment later, fwish, a small red orb hovered between his palms. Here, and take it, he said, voice trembling. A malicious grin crossed his face. Then, twang! 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 Dozens of arrows suddenly launched from the orb. What? Yesen's eyes widened. He jumped back, reacting fast, dodging, deflecting, slicing through every incoming arrow with his sword in a graceful blur. A few minutes later, the storm ended. Yesen landed smoothly, his blade still glowing. But then he noticed a scratch on his cheek. He touched the blood, and his smile faded. How dirty, he said coldly. Typical of the Mo family, only good at cheap tricks. Chaining burst into mad laughter. There was a potent poison in the needle. You're dead now, Yesen. Dead. He jumped to his feet, pointing a trembling finger. Yesen. You'll die by my hand. But then, Yesen's aura shifted. Golden light surrounded him. The scratch vanished. Instantly, Chaining froze. What? Recovery talent, Yesen said coolly, holding up one of the arrows. Chaining stumbled back, eyes wide. No. That's impossible. You've got too many talents. How? Terror consumed him. The once mighty elder now stood trembling, staring at the man he could no longer understand. With cold precision, Yesen raised the poisoned arrow, and in the next second, hurled it straight at Chaining. Shunk! The arrow pierced through the old man's chest. Blood gushed from Chaining's mouth as pain ripped through him like lightning. His body trembled, eyes wide with shock. Yesen slowly stepped forward, eyes unblinking. With a calm, final breath, he said, "Ask the devil what happens next." Chaining's lips parted, but no words came. And just like that, it was over. Some time later, sitting on the rooftop of his base, Windwolf frowned at the sky. "Where the hell is Yesen?" he muttered, hand on his chin. He scoffed under his breath. "Don't tell me I've become his sister's babysitter." Thump. A loud landing behind him cut his thoughts short. "You sound annoyed, Commander," a familiar voice teased. Windwolf spun around in shock. Yesen stood there, cloak in hand, calm as ever. "Thanks for watching my sister," he said. Windwolf jumped down beside him, eyeing him curiously. "So? Did you settle everything?" Yesen's eyes turned sharp. The Mo family is no longer in Linhai. Windwolf coughed nervously, sweat forming at his temple. "That's pretty harsh." Yesen ignored the comment. "Where's Yaoyu? Will the mercenaries find her?" Windwolf waved it off. "She's safe. Knocked out with a sedative. Sleeping peacefully in her room." Yesen closed his eyes, exhaling slowly. "No news is good news." The commander motioned toward the stairs. "Come down from this rooftop. It's freezing." Together, they hopped from balcony to balcony, descending quickly. As they walked, Windwolf crossed his arms behind his back and asked, "So, what now?" "The Mo family is ashes." Yesen looked ahead. "I want to start training Yaoyu." Windwolf nearly tripped. "What? She's just an ordinary girl." Yesen gave him a knowing look. "Can we speed up the process?" Windwolf burst out laughing. "Is that a joke?" They entered the kitchen. Placing his weapon beside the fridge, Windwolf added seriously, "If you've got money for resources, training will go as planned." He turned and pointed down the hall. "Go check on Yaoyu." Yesen gave him a nod of thanks and quietly headed for her room. Inside, the room was dark. Yaoyu lay asleep in the middle of the bed, wrapped in silence. He flicked on the light and sat gently on the edge. "Yaoyu," he whispered. She stirred, frowning. "I still hazy with sleep." Blinking rapidly, she saw him. "Brother." She sprang forward with a cry of joy, throwing herself into his arms. He hugged her tightly, stroking her hair. "I thought you'd never come back," she whispered. "I'll always be with you," Yesen replied, eyes intense. Tears brimmed in her eyes. Don't lie to me, please. A single tear rolled down Yesen's cheek. I never will. Elsewhere. A crowd gathered in front of the burned ruins of the Mo family mansion. Whispers filled the air. They're all gone. Who was strong enough to do this, alone? One man suddenly exclaimed, this had to be the work of a big shot. Among the crowd stood Zhu and Lady Yuling. Zhu's eyes widened when she noticed a figure beside her. Someone from the Lin family. Lady Yuling stared straight ahead, her gaze like ice. Meanwhile, Minjin arrived at the wreckage. Hands in his pockets, he stood calmly over Chaning's corpse. A cruel smile touched his lips. Who'd have thought the Mo elder would die like this? He spotted the small red orb near the body. He picked it up. An iron pearl. Zed, standing beside him, nodded grimly. The iron pearl is incredibly dangerous, long range, high power. It can turn a battle on its head in seconds. He lowered his head, thinking. If it's used without warning, even a master wouldn't stand a chance. Minjin's smile disappeared. Clutching the iron pearl, he growled, the enemy not only survived, he killed the elder with a golden needle. Zed's face was grim. There's no doubt. The survivors said it was one person. He turned toward Minjin. And he was at least a great warrior of the last phase. Standing beside Zed, Mingan spoke in a low, thoughtful voice. A person that powerful definitely isn't from Linhai. As they walked past the strewn corpses of the Mo family, Zed asked bluntly, could the Iron Fang base have wiped them out, just to show off their strength? Mingan crossed his arms behind his back. I'm starting to believe that too. Then, folding his arms across his chest, he added, when we agreed to open the trade route, our scouts reported something disturbing. He paused before continuing grimly, there's a boss monster lurking near the Iron Fang base. One that's about to evolve into a king-class threat. Zed turned toward him. So the transport route is actually a migration route. Mingan snapped his fingers. Exactly. Speeding up, his voice became sharp. Now that the two bases are united, old and new powers will split. And the Lin family? We can't represent just ourselves anymore. He slipped his hands into his pockets and smirked. We'll lead the faction of the old forces. And use this whole mess to our advantage. Looking over his shoulder with a sly grin, he asked, you know what to do, right? Zed dropped to one knee. Yes, sir. With a gleam in his eye, Zed said, I'll send letters to all the families. Let them come to divide the Mo family's treasure. Later that evening. Back at Yesen's home, a thud was heard as a bag of vials spilled across the floor. Windwolf's eyes bulged. Whoa! That's a lot of elixirs, he shouted, raising his arms. This stash is worth more than my villa. Yeyu spun toward her brother, eyes blazing. Are you insane, Yesen? She stormed forward. These are real elixirs, right? Tell me you didn't blow everything on these. Yesen stayed calm, holding one elixir. I did, because the real ones are expensive. Before she could explode again, he shoved a pill straight into her mouth. MMMPH. She accidentally swallowed it. A second later, a surge of magical energy surrounded her like a halo. Eyes wide, Yaoyu gasped. I feel so light, like I could float. It's amazing. Yesen crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and smiled. Mission successful. From inside the apartment, Yu's voice rang out. Are you really leaving already? Yes, Yesen replied calmly. I need to head to the Zozan forest. There's something I need there. Outside, he explained further. Lately, Iron Fang base has been sending a lot of people to Linhai. The monsters are acting up again. We need to get stronger, fast. Pulling up his hood, he added quietly, it's time I get stronger, too. Yeyu's expression turned somber. You just got back, and now you're leaving again. She grabbed his hand and squeezed. Please, stay. Yesen gently shook his head. You should focus on the basics. Take your elixirs. Train. I'll be back soon. She gave him a soft smile. Then take care of yourself. I'll be waiting. He stepped away and turned to Windwolf, pressing a hand to his chest. I'm entrusting my sister to you. Windwolf smiled warmly. Don't worry. I'll protect her like she's my own. VROOM. A sudden roar shattered the silence. Headlights flooded the road, and motorcycles blazed past, bearing red flags. Windwolf stiffened. Iron Fang people. They're here. Yesen's eyes narrowed. Already? A sleek black bike led the charge. The rider lifted his helmet. Sun Fang, Wind Wolf muttered. One of the elite geniuses of Iron Fang Base, the convoy passed with loud cheers and howling engines. Yesen's gaze locked onto Sun Fang. Status window activated, cultivation talent, high swordsmanship talent, average him, strong core development, decent blade skills, Yesen noted. As the final car flashed its headlights, a cloud of exhaust washed over them. Yayu coughed. Was that really necessary? Yesen frowned. Something feels off. He turned to his sister and the captain. Head back home. Then, red lightning crackled around his legs, and he blasted into the sky. Yayu watched him soar and called after him, "Good luck, brother." In the distance, a flock of birds took flight as Yesen landed in a forest blanketed in fallen leaves. He muttered to himself, "This is the wilderness." Suddenly, his eyes locked on something. A massive footprint in the dirt. He crouched beside it. This has to be the footprint of the black wolf leopard. Yesen grinned to himself as he crouched by the enormous paw print in the dirt. If I can find that thing, I'll finally upgrade my speed talent. Above him, a flock of birds burst from the treetops, cawing and flapping in panic. Someone, or something, had just disturbed the forest. Yesen leapt to his feet, scanning the area. He sensed a powerful elemental fluctuation in the distance. Monsters are fighting, he muttered. Let's see who's making all the noise. Red lightning crackled at his feet as he dashed forward, blurring through trees and shadows. He arrived just in time to witness a brutal clash. A massive gorilla, towering and muscular, was under assault by two sleek, glowing creatures, golden dragon leopards. Yesen landed silently on a nearby boulder, eyes wide. Golden dragon leopards, even stronger than black wolf leopards. And way rarer. As he observed their movements, his instincts kicked in. Top-level speed. No doubt about it. But the gorilla wasn't going down easily. It slammed the ground with a mighty paw, its power rivaling that of a veteran warrior with a pike. Yesen quickly analyzed the scene. The leopards are mid-level beasts, talented, but they're struggling. The leopards pulled back, panting, blood staining their golden fur. It's a fierce fight. I can't just jump in and copy their talent like this. Just then, a tiny paw dropped next to him. Yesen flinched. A kitten, no bigger than his hand, stood next to him. It licked his fingers. He blinked. Hey, little guy. The kitten meowed sweetly and hopped back, staring up with bright, intelligent eyes. Suddenly, a soft, feminine voice echoed in Yesen's mind. Will you accept me as your master? I will give you my light of the soul and serve you faithfully. Yesen's jaw dropped. Wait, you can talk. The kitten nodded proudly. I sensed your speed energy. I feel connected to you. Just then, a status window shimmered before his eyes. New magical beast detected. Golden dragon leopard, infant, blood bond talent, top-level speed talent, top-level endurance talent, mid-level healing talent, low-level. Yesen was stunned. Speed, endurance, healing? You're stacked. The kitten's voice cried out again, Master. Please help. My parents are in danger. A new prompt window appeared, top-level speed talent available, copy? Merge. Yes, he clicked yes without hesitation. Lightning flickered along his limbs as power surged into his core. He stood tall, staring at the gorilla. A blade of crimson lightning formed in his hand. If you've accepted me as your master, then I'll fight for you with everything I've got. Status window updated, cultivation talent, high speed talent, top level, merged, swordsmanship, average shadow talent, low recovery talent, top level strength talent, high. A thunderous black electric arrow slammed into the ground. Yesen jumped, aiming for the gorilla's eyes, its weak spot. The kitten, now named Zoti, clung tightly to his jacket. He missed, but a white arrow soared from above and blinded the gorilla, causing it to scream. Yesen landed in front of the beast, but the two golden dragon leopards hissed at him, defensive and wary. He turned to Zoti. Tell them, I'm not here to hurt anyone. And I don't need the light of their mother's soul. Zoti meowed quickly. The injured mother leopard snarled but paused. Yesen held out a healing pill. You need this. For your unborn cub. She sniffed, then licked it from his palm. The other leopard meowed, eyes shifting between Yesen and his now recovering mate. Zoti translated with a flick of her tail. My father says, can he get a pill too? Yesen chuckled and handed it over. Zoti raised her paw. Thank you, master. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed through the trees. The gorilla, bleeding and battered, was fleeing into the woods. Yesen narrowed his eyes. It's running. Zoti translated quickly, we can't let it escape. Yesen nodded. I said I'd help, and I will. Besides, there's 3 of us with top-level speed. No way it gets away. Zoti puffed up her chest. Actually, 4. I'm training too. He smiled. 4, then. Lightning surged. They took off together, hot on the gorilla's trail. Leaves scattered behind them as the golden blurs and red streak raced through the woods. And Yesen thought to himself, this new speed, it's unreal. I can barely keep up with myself. With the gorilla in sight, Yesen's body blurred into lightning. He was so fast, it looked like he'd vanished entirely. A wave of powerful energy, PW, surged around him and the leopards as they closed in on the monster. The gorilla turned, but too late. Yesen struck. A thunderous fist crackled with red lightning and smashed into the beast's chest. The massive creature tumbled backward, crashing into the ground with an earth-shaking roar. Before the dust could even settle, the golden dragon leopards pounced, claws tearing into its flesh. Blood splashed across the ground as they tore through the thick hide, biting and clawing without hesitation. Yesen gathered lightning into his fist again. He muttered, if I can absorb that strength talent. He clenched tightly. Boom! The blow blasted the gorilla across the battlefield, rolling it through trees and debris. A rising dust cloud engulfed the area. But Yesen didn't relax. He narrowed his eyes, watching the smoke carefully. Suddenly, the gorilla stood up again. Yesen's heart dropped. It took all that and still survived. That body is ridiculous. A white flash darted forward. Zoti's mother charged, slamming into the gorilla's muzzle with blinding speed. One of the monster's massive fangs cracked under the impact. The gorilla finally collapsed. All 4 of them, Yesen, Zoti, and her parents, fell to the ground, exhausted. Zoti leapt onto Yesen's back and cried in joy, we won, master. We actually won. Yesen laughed, holding the kitten gently. He never imagined he'd be fighting shoulder to shoulder with magical beasts. But his smile faded quickly. Zoti's mother was trembling, she collapsed. Yesen rushed over and checked her. She's hurt, internally. Zoti meowed desperately. Yesen pulled out a small bottle from his pouch. Luckily, I brought some internal wound medicine. He leaned over the wounded leopard, gently pouring the liquid into her mouth. This will fix her up. Just hang in there. Zoti rubbed against him, grateful. Thank you, master, she's already feeling better. Night fell across the forest. Fireflies danced in the shadows. But not all was peaceful. A new growl echoed from the grass. Eyes gleamed in the darkness. Black wolf leopards emerged, snarling and circling them. Zoti tensed. Master, these are the ones who attracted the gorilla. They want to take over. Yesen cracked his knuckles and smirked. So they want a power grab, who? Sorry, but I'm not letting that happen. Lightning burst across the field. He teleported mid-jump, landing on the back of one of the black leopards. The others froze in terror. Yesen scooped up Zoti and raised her high, like Simba in The Lion King. Listen up, he shouted to the predators. This little one is your new queen. Zoti blinked in shock. Wait, what? The forest went silent. Even the growling stopped. The next morning, sunlight bathed the treetops. The storm had passed. They were walking near a cliff when Yesen spoke gently. Your mom's still not fully recovered. She shouldn't be walking long distances. The mother leopard turned and growled softly. Zoti translated, she says she's fine. And she wants to thank you with a gift. They entered a lush area deep in the forest. A glowing cave lay ahead. Yesen, Zoti whispered, the gift is inside. They stepped into the dim cave, and at the center, a glowing medicinal plant, radiant with life. Yesen's eyes widened. A soul bloom, Zoti nodded. My mother wanted you to have it. But oh, the fruit takes a month to ripen. Yesen crouched beside it, studying the glow. 1 month. Who? I can wait. He gently brushed the petals. A month later. He returned to the same cave. The plant glowed brighter now, its fruit ready. He picked it, smiling. It smells incredible. Zoti meowed impatiently. Eat it already. Yesen laughed. Impatient as always, her. He popped the fruit in his mouth and swallowed. A strange warmth spread through him immediately. But before he could process it, another cry pierced the air, this time from the wounded leopard's side. Yesen knelt beside her, she was giving birth. He clenched his fists. Push! I see the head. Moments later, the cry of a newborn leopard cub echoed through the cave. Yesen collapsed beside them, gasping. And just like that, another king of the forest is born. Just as the glow of the mysterious flower faded in his chest, something went wrong. Yesen's face twisted in pain, his breath caught. He clutched at his collar and began coughing violently. His knees buckled, and he collapsed. The golden dragon leopards rushed to his side. Master! Zoti's voice trembled with fear as she poured at him. Night fell over the forest, stars shimmering in the dark canopy above. Yesen was still lying there, sweat pouring from his brow, his breathing shallow. He groaned, shielding his eyes from the moonlight. What's happening to me? His head throbbed as if a storm of spiritual power had exploded inside his mind. Spiritual power, something only advanced warriors could control. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Did I awaken it? A grin spread across his face. As an elite warrior, his ability range for scanning talents had increased, now a full 50 meters. He stretched out his hand, summoning a wave of energy. The status I activated, instantly locking onto the golden dragon leopard nearby. Its ability shimmered in front of him. The system offered to copy one of the leopard's talents, intermediate endurance. Yesen frowned. Not worth it. He dismissed the offer. My focus needs to stay on cultivation talents. He stood up slowly, still weak but smiling. Guess it's time to head home, this trip was more than successful. He turned to the leopard family and bowed slightly. Thank you for everything. Zoti ran over, eyes welling up. I'm coming too. I don't want to be away from you. Yesen smiled warmly. All right. I'll introduce you to someone. I think you'll like her. The two raced through the city under the rising sun. Yesen bounced off rooftops effortlessly, while Zoti peeked over his shoulder in wonder. Everything's so big. Yes, and dangerous, Yesen muttered. Don't get too excited. Suddenly, his feet landed on scorched pavement. His eyes narrowed. The Fifth Academy was in ruins. Burned walls. Collapsed towers. Bodies. One of them, grey-haired, was still clutching a broken sword. Yesen's heart pounded as he scanned the field. Then he froze. Jiang Bai. He sprinted over and cradled the unconscious boy. Hey! Wake up! What happened? Jiang Bai groaned and barely opened his eyes. You're alive, thank God, he handed Yesen a vial. Take this, blood of a high-level beast. You'll need it. Yesen shook his head. You drink it. You need strength more than I do. As Jiang Bai drank, he looked up to the sky with a hollow gaze. It was the Iron Fang base. Their warriors looted us. But didn't Iron Fang collapse? Yesen asked. Jiang Bai nodded grimly. Monsters wiped them out. Now 100,000 of them fled to Linhai. The streets are full of chaos, bandits, panic. Yesen's tone turned sharp. Who's in charge now? Jiang Bai sighed. Technically, the Lin family, but they're just puppets now. Clouds covered the sun. The city was slipping into darkness again, not from night, but from disorder. Elsewhere in the city. A training field. A masked girl tightened her grip on a wooden sword. She lunged forward, but the captain blocked and shattered her blade in one swift motion. She grunted, I lost, the captain grinned. But you re-improving, you. She lowered her guard. You're just a good mentor. She smiled and tugged her mask off. Suddenly, a clap echoed from the doorway. Yesen stood leaning against the frame, watching silently. Brother! They must have sent it on purpose. She wasn't just watching from afar, she was protecting him. Fenning scratched the back of his head. Well, never had a chance to use it. Yesen immediately stiffened. Why not? The commander's expression darkened. Because someone else kept coming. Looking for you. A guy named Sun Fang. The name rang a bell. Yesen remembered the cold eyes of the man who tested his talents at the city gate. The so-called genius of Iron Fang, Fenning muttered. Apparently, Sun Fang had been terrorizing Linhai. He roamed the streets, challenging elite warriors, and winning every time. Be careful, Fenning warned. That guy isn't normal. But Yesen's curiosity was already ignited. The roar of a motorcycle echoed through the street. Sun Fang tore through the city, tires kicking up gravel. He skidded to a stop just inches in front of Yesen, front wheel rearing up before slamming back down. Yesen frowned. Got a death wish. Sun Fang grinned. You're Yesen, right? Finally decided to show your face. He stepped off the bike and slammed a foot into the pavement. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. Minghui Square. We fight. If you win, this is yours. He pulled out a glimmering bronze-level swordsmanship book and held it up like a trophy. Dare to come. Just then, Yesen's status eye activated. Target, Sun Fang, a high-level cultivation talent, mid-level swordsmanship talent. Yesen raised a hand and summoned power. The air shimmered, and the talents were instantly copied. Copied, high-level cultivation talent. Yesen's eyes lit up. Of course I'll come. Sun Fang revved his engine and took off with a roar. Fenning sighed from behind him. Cocky bastard. No one knows Sun Fang's full strength. You're no match for him yet. Yesen didn't respond, he simply clenched his fist. We'll see about that. Night fell across Linhai. Yesen stared at his status window, now showing 2 high-level cultivation talents. Time to combine them. The prompt appeared, combine high-level cultivation talents. Heavy check mark yes no he tapped yes. Power surged through his body. Cultivation talent upgraded. Top level. The boy stepped out onto the balcony, the moonlight bathing him in silver. Tomorrow can't come soon enough. The next day, Minghui Square, a massive crowd filled the plaza. Sun Fang lounged lazily in a chair as if the entire event was beneath him. He even moved the location to this monument on purpose, someone whispered. That's right, another muttered. He always challenges people in front of important family landmarks, then destroys them. This time, it was the Lin family monument. People murmured that the fight wouldn't just crush Yesen, it would erase another family's legacy. Why does Sun Fang want to fight this guy anyway? One girl asked. Her mistress narrowed her eyes. Even if he loses. Yesen's no pushover. In the crowd, Yayu tugged on her brother's sleeve. There are too many people. Can we cancel? It's too dangerous. Yesen smiled and ruffled her hair. Don't worry, I'll come back. With that, he leapt into the sky, his body like lightning. He landed in Minghui Square, cloak fluttering, all eyes now on him. Sorry I'm late, he said coolly. You've been waiting for me. Sun Fang chuckled and stood up. I almost thought you wouldn't show. He gestured toward the pedestal beside him. Win, and Plague of the Wind is yours. A hush fell over the crowd. The book glowed faintly, lightning-like energy dancing along its surface. Everyone stared at Yesen. The moment had arrived. A hush fell over Minghui Square as Yesen stepped forward. Since you're putting down a swordsmanship book, he said, I'll bet one of equal value. He casually flicked his own book through the air, smack. It knocked into Sun Fang's, both tomes landing side by side on the stone table. The tension was electric. Sun Fang's grin twisted into something more serious. He drew his sword with a metallic hiss. You're different from the others. Dust exploded as Sun Fang lunged, blade gleaming. Brother, be careful. Yayu cried from the crowd. Chan chuckled under his breath, watching the chaos unfold. Sun Fang shot forward, blade aimed straight for the kill. But Yesen remained calm, eyes focused. Just before impact, he pivoted smoothly, dodging with ease. Sun Fang's eyes widened in disbelief. Yesen's speed was inhuman. Sun Fang launched into a flurry of attacks, his blade cutting through air. But Yesen danced between the strikes, untouched, precise, untouchable. One swing came dangerously close, slicing a few strands of his hair. Yesen smirked. Then, with explosive force, he punched Sun Fang in the gut. Crack! Ribs shattered. Sun Fang's body was sent flying, skidding across the square like a rag doll. The crowd gasped. He knocked out Sun Fang in one hit. Yesen stood tall. You're called a genius? You look more like a rat. Sun Fang groaned but staggered back to his feet. You've got talent, so I won't hold back. Raising his sword above his head, Sun Fang summoned discs of wind that spun violently in the air. Sheeing, swoosh! They flew toward Yesen, slicing through stone and air alike. One of them cleaved a monument in half, and the slab crashed down. That was the Lin family's memorial, someone shouted. Fenning clenched his jaw. The fight had turned personal. Landing lightly, Yesen murmured, now that's a strong sword technique. As the dust cleared, he walked toward Sun Fang, completely unscathed. Finally! You've shown me your technique. He narrowed his eyes. I never considered you an opponent. I just needed your skill. Sun Fang screamed in rage. Stop mocking me. He launched into the air, bringing his blade down with a full force strike. But Yesen didn't flinch. With one punch, he shattered the blade into pieces. The fragments scattered. One lodged itself into the ground. The crowd fell silent. Yesen grabbed Sun Fang by the face. Bam! And slammed him into the stone plaza. Gasps erupted across the square. He lost, just like that. Sun Fang twitched but didn't move again. He had completely lost consciousness. Yesen dusted off his hands. That was boring, he muttered. From the crowd, Zhu whistled in awe. Now that was cool. Meanwhile, Yuling smiled quietly. This kid, one day, he'll be part of my martial pavilion. Yesen walked up to the prize table, calmly picked up the glowing sword technique manual, Plague of the Wind, and gave it a once-over. Thanks for the technique, he said to the unconscious body behind him. Yayu burst through the crowd and rushed toward him. Brother! You were amazing! He turned, smiling at his little sister. She grabbed his hand excitedly. Teach me everything when we get home. He laughed and nodded. The two of them, along with Zhu, walked away from the destroyed square. Behind them, Menin stared at the fallen Lin monument, frowning. An elder beside him bowed low. Sir, what now? Menin's voice was low and irritated. Forget me. Protect his sister for the next few days. The Sun family won't take this loss lightly. Later that day, at Captain Windwolf's home, Yesen sat comfortably on the couch, flipping through the manual. Wind execution boosts attack power 6 times. He rubbed his neck thoughtfully. No wonder Sun Fang hit like a truck. He closed the notebook and set it aside, stretching out his tired limbs. Opening his system status window, he frowned. Right, skill copying can only be used once a month. Still, he grinned. No rush. Once I upgrade wind execution and shadow execution, he narrowed his eyes at the glowing screen. I'll be ready for the Grandmaster. Yesen sat back, arms crossed, as the glow of his system window faded. Only when I fully master these techniques will I truly be strong. But strength came with consequences. We shift scenes to Yayu, who was hard at work training in Captain Windwolf's courtyard. Her fist struck the practice mannequin with precision, sending it rocking violently. Windwolf stood nearby, arms folded, watching with concern. The duel may be over, he thought, but the Sun family, they don't let things go. He glanced at Yayu again, worry tugging at his mind. What will happen to her if they come for revenge? Yayu finished her session, grabbed a water bottle, and chugged it down. Noticing Windwolf staring, she raised an eyebrow. Captain? Why are you looking at me like that? Caught off guard, Windwolf quickly looked away. No reason, he muttered, awkwardly reaching into his pocket. Here, take this. He handed her a small silver necklace with a faint blue glow. Yayu's eye sparkled. It's beautiful. Windwolf gave a soft smile. Think of it as a talisman. Don't take it off. Just then, footsteps thundered down the alley. One of Windwolf's subordinates burst onto the scene, panting and wide-eyed. Captain, she cried. The Sun family, they've started moving. Windwolf's expression hardened. They've attacked. She shook her head. No, sir. They're buying up shops across the city. All of them. Windwolf furrowed his brow. So they're not going on a killing spree, yet. But somewhere nearby, an old man sweeping the streets paused at those words. He wasn't just any old man, he was the bodyguard sent by the Lin family. A month passed. Yesen stepped out of Windwolf's home, eyes sharp and focused. Down the street, the same old man swept lazily, pretending not to notice. But Yesen slowed as he passed, glancing briefly. The man tensed. He could feel it, the boy was scanning him with spiritual power. That's impossible, the old man thought. Only great masters can do that. Yesen pulled up his hood. The Lin family's really pulling out all the stops, he muttered, sending someone that's skilled to spy on me. Now at the warrior's market, Yesen strolled quietly among the vendors. He reflected on Windwolf's findings about the Sun family. To perfect their sword talent, they arranged close-kin marriages for generations. If a child was born defective, they simply killed them in secret. His lips curled with disdain. Soon after, Yesen arrived near the Sun family's storefront. Sun Fang stood proudly out front. Big discounts today. Everything must go, he shouted. People cheered, offering him good luck. Even a smiling girl approached him with warm wishes. Sun Fang returned her smile, completely unaware of the eyes watching him. From a distance, Yesen narrowed his gaze. He summoned the system window, scanning Suan Fang's traits. Lightning crackled faintly around his fingers. Pointing toward the enemy, he smirked. Congratulations on your safe journey to hell. With wind execution now fully unlocked, the system's stats updated. Yesen's power had grown again. Later, at the cemetery on Southern Mountain, Yesen knelt before 2 graves. He placed a bouquet down gently. "Hi, Mom." "Dad." He sat in silence before slowly standing again. "I'm leaving Lin Hai. I'll take Yayu somewhere safer." He looked to the sky, a lump in his throat. "This will be our last goodbye, but I hope you can see me now. Your son's grown strong." A sudden sound behind him, whoosh. A figure darted through the gravestones, landing on the marker just behind him. Yesen spun instantly, summoning his weapon and blocking the strike. The enemy grinned. "You really are strong. No wonder you beat Sun Fang." Yesen's eyes narrowed with fury. "I was wondering when the Sun family's lapdog would show up." With a snarl, he launched his fist, but the enemy swiftly countered with a second strike. The blade came so fast, Yesen could barely see it. He twisted his body just in time, the sword slicing through the air where he had just stood. Across from him, the Sun family servant stood tall, eyes cold. "You should thank me," he sneered. "That extra month of life was my gift." Without another word, he lunged again. Yesen dashed forward. Their swords clashed mid-air in a blur of light and steel. Strike after strike, they collided dozens of times in just seconds. Every blow echoed across the cemetery. Soon, the fight shifted to the ground. Yesen's eyes landed on the graves of his parents. The flowers he had laid there earlier had been scattered into the wind by their battle. That sight made his heart twist. "Not here. I won't let this place be defiled." He jumped back, creating distance between them. The enemy smiled with cruel nostalgia. "I was Suan Fang's first mentor, more like a father than a teacher. You dared to injure him. That makes this cemetery the perfect place to bury you." Yesen didn't reply. He quietly picked up the scattered flowers and placed them back in front of the graves. "I owe them peace, not more blood." But the man wasn't done talking. "Don't worry, soon your little sister will join them." That was the last straw. Yesen clenched his fists. The earth cracked beneath his feet. "You picked the wrong graveyard, old man." With that, Yesen vanished from his spot. The servant's eyes widened. Crack! Yesen reappeared in front of him and kicked him square in the chest, sending him flying. Before the man could hit the ground, Yesen flashed forward and grabbed his collar midair. "Let me help you, go higher." With a roar, he hurled him into the sky. The man flipped head over heels, then slammed down and rolled across the cemetery path. Dust and leaves scattered everywhere. He twitched, barely able to move his fingers. Yesen calmly approached. The man blinked, trying to focus, but could only see a blurry silhouette. Yesen knelt down beside him, pulling out a small notebook. "Let's see what technique you were hiding." He flipped through it, nodding. "Not bad." Then he picked up the man's sword, admiring its weight and build. "Definitely better than what I had." Looking up at the moon, he sighed. "It's getting late. If I stay out too long, Yayu's going to scold me." Cut to the city, near Yesen's house. An old man was quietly sweeping the streets again, but he froze when he felt a familiar presence. Yesen had returned. Without a word, he walked past. But then, he stopped. "Hey, old man," Yesen called out casually. "Why don't you come inside for a drink?" The old man grinned, removed his cap, and turned toward the house. "Why not?" Inside Captain Windwolf's house, Yesen welcomed the guest in. Yayu spotted them and blinked in surprise. "Brother, who is this?" Yesen, calm as ever, said, "Make some tea for our guest." Windwolf stood abruptly, recognizing the man's face. "Is he from the Lin family?" Yesen nodded. The captain's eyes widened in shock. "That's a legendary figure." The old man noticed the reaction and simply closed his eyes, modest and silent. When Yayu returned with tea, Windwolf rushed over to help her. "He's so gentle." Yayu thought, surprised by the guest's kind demeanor. The old man took the cup with a nod of thanks. "Appreciate the hospitality." As they drank, he turned to Yesen. "So, what do you need from me?" Yesen didn't answer. Instead, he walked over to Yayu and gently hugged her. I want to send you to the battle pavilion, to Mrs. Yuling. Zed raised an eyebrow. Even the battle pavilion? This boy has serious connections. His eyes drifted to the necklace around Yayu's neck. He understood now where it came from. Placing the cup down, Zed leaned back. No need to worry. I'll personally handle the arrangements. Seeing Windwolf fuss over the tea nervously, Yesen gave him a nudge. Captain, I'll help you out before I leave. Then he turned back to Zed. If you take me into the Lin family, I'll serve you with everything I've got. The old man chuckled. Good. We're always looking for talent. Rising to his feet, he looked at Yesen with a calm authority. From now on, you're my student. Yesen nudged Captain Windwolf forward. Go. Greet the teacher. With a sense of reverence, Windwolf dropped to his knees before the old man. He then looked up respectfully. May I have your permission to bow, Master Zed? Zed simply laughed. Stand up, boy. You're not joining a monastery. Smiling, the old man thought to himself, if it only takes this and a cup of tea to become friends with Yesen. Then the Lin family has just made a tremendous gain. But not everyone was so at ease. Yayu pointed a stern finger at her brother. And you? You're just going to hand us off to others and disappear. Yesen chuckled awkwardly. It's just a small thing I need to take care of. Yayu wasn't buying it. Stop lying. Just tell me the truth. To pacify her, Yesen handed over a pouch of gold. This will protect you. Yayu rolled her eyes. Words. Always words. You never listen. Stroking her kitten, she sighed, then smiled softly. Just don't do anything crazy, okay? Yesen nodded with a warm smile. The scene shifted to the Sun Family Corporation deep into the night. Guards lazily chatted at the entrance, complaining about night duty. Who'd be stupid enough to show up here at this hour anyway? One of them noticed a figure approaching. Hey! You can't come in here, too late. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck, sending them flying. Yesen strolled past them like it was a morning walk in the park. One guard groaned. What are you doing? Yesen turned to him with a creepy grin. Just taking out the trash. Suddenly, alarms blared. An employee bolted down the hall, panic in his eyes. Sir! We're under attack. A man, he beat all the guards. In the office, the head of the corporation, half drunk, raised an eyebrow. Well. I always thought Linhai was full of cowards. He stood up with a grin that matched Yesen's, dark and eager. Finally, someone brave enough to make a mess. Guards swarmed Yesen in waves. The first got kicked away like a sack of flour. The second didn't even see Yesen move before collapsing. In the corridor, the department head casually made his way toward the chaos. By the time he arrived, Yesen stood in a pile of unconscious bodies, almost bored. The head looked around, mildly amused. You've killed a lot of my people. Then he grinned. Name. Yesen grabbed one of the groaning guards by the collar. Yesen. Write it down. You'll want to remember it. Suddenly, the man's tone shifted. Elders. Take him. From the ceiling, 3 elders dropped down like silent reapers. Yesen's eyes widened. A 4th elder landed. Then a 5th. They surrounded him. Before Yesen could react, an elder bound his hands with mana threads. What? He lost balance and crashed to the floor. One elder stood mocking. We waited days for this kid. Another was stoic. The 3rd didn't even blink. The 4th, a young woman, sighed. This is boring. The 5th elder stepped forward with cold arrogance. You should be honored to die in my heavenly net. The department head smirked. Take all his gear. Jewelry. Weapons. Consider it a donation. But then? One elder furrowed his brows. He pointed at the blade Yesen held. That's Elder King's blade. Instantly, rage flared. The man struck Yesen across the face and yanked his hair. Where is Elder King? Yesen grinned. Take a wild guess. Fuming, the head ordered a subordinate. Find King. Now. The elder hoisted Yesen into the air. What should we do with him? Yesen's smile darkened. But they didn't notice. Cut off his arms and legs, the head ordered. Then toss him into a dungeon. The elder grabbed Yesen by the neck and began dragging him. Move. But just then. Snap. The mana threads dissolved. Yesen's heavenly net broke. Before anyone could react, he slipped out of the elder's grasp. Bam. and struck him in the throat, sending him crashing down. Everyone froze. The head gasped. He was hiding his strength. Panic rippled through the hall. Elders leapt back in all directions. The girl retreated alone, eyes now serious. Yesen slowly rose to his feet, the creepy grin never leaving his face. The battlefield was in chaos. Yayu watched from afar, her face pale and lips trembling. She had felt the massive shockwave from her brother's explosion. Brother, back at the core of the fight, the enemy girl stood tall amidst the wreckage. Guards lay withered and dry, drained by her terrifying aura. With a cold grin, she called forth two monstrous beasts, their black eyes glowing with bloodlust. Yesen's eyes narrowed. Not good. He tried to break the shackles on his leg, but time was slipping away. The moment he lifted his foot to flee, whoosh! Kate felt the tremor. She frowned, eyes still closed. Who dares create such destruction in my city? Just then, a subordinate approached. Lady Yuling, Elder Zed requests an audience. He brought Yesen's sister. Her eyes snapped open. What? Meanwhile, Zed calmly took his tea, smiling faintly. Yayu sat beside him, her head lowered in worry. Back at the battle site. The dust settled. Yesen's body crashed to the ground, smoking, burned, unconscious. His clothes were torn, blood dripping from his mouth. One elder nodded in approval toward the girl. Even a grandmaster would have perished in that technique. Another added, smugly, it's done. He won't get up from that. From the shadows, the head of the Sun family finally arrived, holding his bruised head. He praised the girl with a chuckle. Good job. The girl didn't even smile, just gave a cold nod. An elder turned to the Sun family head. What now? He's dying. The head shrugged. Then let him die. But then, something whistled through the air. Thunk! Yesen's blade flew out of the smoke and pierced the elder's shoulder, sending him flying back. The elder's body slammed into the wall, pinned, unconscious. Everyone froze. Yesen, beaten and blooded, stood back up, grinning through cracked lips. His body trembled, but his eyes burned with life. You thought I was done. He activated his recovery talent, muscles mending, skin healing slowly. Even the Sun family head gasped. He's still alive. Before they could react, slash! Another blade came flying toward them. The tension was back, tenfold. Yesen had returned from death's door, and he was out for blood. The battlefield was painted in blood. Yesen slammed an elder into the ground with such force that the man blacked out instantly. But Yesen wasn't done. With a calm breath, he extended his hand, his blade, as if loyal to him alone, flew back and landed smoothly in his palm. Without wasting a second, Yesen lunged at the girl. Her eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Too late to be shocked now. Yesen's blade pierced her throat, clean, swift, merciless. Her body collapsed, and all that remained was fear in the eyes of the man beside her. It was the head of the Sun family. His legs gave out and he dropped to the ground. No. No more, Yesen smiled darkly. Your turn. Panicking, the head summoned his weapon and charged while screaming like a maniac, a last-ditch effort to drown his fear with noise. But Yesen didn't even blink. To him, this was just another hunt. A moment later, slash! Blood sprayed. The Sun family leader fell. From behind, a horrified voice cried out. Father! Sun Fang, the young master, had arrived, just in time to see his father die. Yesen turned with a malicious smirk. Ah! Young Master Sun. Right on schedule. Sun Fang stood frozen, disbelief glued to his face. Mockingly, Yesen nudged the corpse with his foot. Don't worry. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down. Tears welled up in Suan Fang's eyes. He screamed and lunged down from above, furious. Take your foot off my father. But Yesen caught the blow mid-air, easily. Then, activating his strength-enhancing talent, he slammed a punch into Suan Fang's stomach, sending him to his knees. Sun Fang wheezed, body trembling, but then something shifted. He released his power, eyes flaring. Why are you this strong? Suan Fang's voice cracked. He stared at Yesen like one would a monster in human skin. Kneeling on the ground, he muttered an apology to his father for being weak. Yesen smirked. Stop resisting. He grabbed Sun Fang by the hair, raised his blade, and prepared to end it. But then, zing! Another blade intercepted. Lightning crashed down, striking the ground beside them with a deafening roar. Yesen leapt back in surprise, eyes scanning upward. Hovering in the sky was a man cloaked in power, Mentor Yi. His gaze was sharp, his aura immense. "You ruthless scoundrel," he growled. Sun Fang gasped. "Great Elder Yi! Please, kill him." Yesen's expression darkened. Mentor Yi raised a finger, lightning crackled. "Very well. Since that's your wish. Yesen must die." A lightning bolt blasted toward Yesen. He dodged by inches, heart pounding. Lightning rained down like divine punishment. Buildings around them exploded from the impact. "He's trying to turn the city into a crater," Yesen muttered. Yesen ran through the chaos, dodging bolt after bolt. But as fate would have it, he suddenly landed near Sun Fang, who screamed in terror. Yesen gave a creepy grin. "Miss me." Before Sun Fang could run, boom! Lightning struck, right on Sun Fang. The boy staggered, hair fried and eyes rolling. He turned to Elder Yi, smoke rising from his clothes. "See, could you maybe aim better?" Yi laughed. Eyesight's not what it used to be." But the moment he chuckled, Yesen appeared behind him, fist flying. Clang! His punch met a barrier, a magical defense. Yesen's eyes widened. He couldn't break through. Yi looked at him sadly. Then with a flick of his wrist, he unleashed his aura, a tidal wave of force that blasted Yesen back, sending him screaming into the air. Crash! He slammed into the ground, gasping for breath. Barely able to stand, Yesen chuckled bitterly. So this is the strength of a grandmaster. He tore off his jacket, eyes burning with resolve. He bent his legs and BAM! Instantly appeared in front of Yi, unleashing his full aura. He stared at Yi's status window, reading it with deadly focus. And then, with a cruel smile, he said, "You're just an ordinary mentor." Yi's eyes twitched. He rubbed his neck. "You brat." The dust hadn't even settled, and Yesen was already taunting the old man. "You should stay out of trouble more often, old-timer. You lose an arm or leg, who's gonna help you walk to the toilet?" Sun Fang, watching from the side, snapped. "He wants to take over our Iron Fang base." Yesen raised an eyebrow at the boy. Again with the shouting. "Someone get this kid a volume dial." Sun Fang turned to Elder Yi and yelled furiously. "You must kill him. Mentor, please." Yi's smile faded. A spark flickered in his eye. "Understood." And just like that, lightning burst from his fingertip, shooting straight at Yesen. Yesen narrowly dodged, his body buzzing from the near miss. Yi chuckled. "Impressive, you dodged that." Before Yi could blink again, Yesen zipped behind him. "Thanks for the compliment." Crack! Yesen's kick slammed into Yi's head. But the old man didn't budge. "Pity, that's all the strength you've got." Yesen's eyes flared. Activating his strength talent, he followed with a heavy blow, sending the old man through a wall. Debris flew everywhere, but Yi stood up, cracking his neck. "How did you boost your strength so quickly?" He grinned. "You really are a troublesome one." Before the banter could continue, a car suddenly came flying at Yi. Yes, an actual car. Yi easily sidestepped the vehicle that Yesen hurled like a toy. Then he pointed his hand, boom. Spiritual force surged, slamming Yesen backward. Before he could recover, Yi appeared in front of him and wham! A fist to the face. Yesen coughed up blood as Yi grabbed his leg and smashed him into the ground. Lightning gathered in Yi's palm. This was meant to end it. Flash! A web of lightning bolts shot into the air, illuminating the sky. The ground cracked. The air trembled. Someone whispered, "This is the end." Yi looked down. Yesen lay motionless. From the side, Sun Fang burst into laughter. "He's dead. The brat is dead." Even Yi let a smirk slip. But just as he exhaled, Yi coughed, and blood appeared on his palm. "Wait, am I injured?" Frowning, he grabbed Suan Fang's head. "Handle the cleanup. I need to heal. These wounds could affect my cultivation." As Yi staggered away, his aura still hung thick in the air. Even Sun Fang felt it, his body freezing. The night sky turned pitch black, with only the moon glowing above. Then, splat! Sun Fang spit on Yesen's face. "You got what you deserved. You should have been chopped up and fed to dogs." He placed a foot on Yesen's chest. But suddenly, Yesen's eyes snapped open. He grabbed Sun Fang by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Say that again, if you've got the guts. Yesun smirked. Sun Fang's eyes went wide with fear. Help! Mentor! The boy's pleas echoed, but no one came. Yesun dropped him coldly. His head hit the floor with a thud. He turned to see what was happening. What? Yesun activated his recovery talent. His wound sealed up, his back, broken moments ago, now straight as steel. He stood tall, healthy, and breathing steadily. What kind of monster? Yi muttered. A whisper floated through the air, his wounds healed. It's the immortal Gelish talent, Yi, furious, demanded. Where did a brat like you get such a power? Yesun, now surrounded by crackling lightning, smiled. I'm just a guy, with weak talents. Then, boom! He unleashed Wind Execution, a secret Sun family technique. Yi's face paled. That technique, how do you know that? A barrage of lightning tore through the sky. Yi realized he couldn't dodge them all. One bolt slammed into him, others followed fast. Yesun stepped forward. Yi, rising through the pain, gritted his teeth. Even if I die, I'm taking you with me. A pink lightning trail ripped through the air, but Yesun was already in front of him. He clenched his fist. Bam! The elder hit the ground. Yesun towered above, grinning. You're welcome to try. Yesun stood tall, lightning still dancing around his foot as he pressed it against Elder Yi's face. Just repaying a small debt, he muttered coldly. The elder, though defeated, trembled in fury, glaring up at the boy who now loomed over him like death itself. Yesun's expression was lifeless, emotionless. Should I let you go? But before anyone could answer, a voice rang out. Old Man Li has been watching all along. A shadow stepped forward. The crowd turned. A new presence made itself known. A massive building loomed behind him, clearly a symbol of power. Guests must obey the host, the voice said calmly. And not everyone has been showing respect. The stranger approached slowly, unfazed by the chaos. I am Liu Fanning, master of the Iron Fang base. He smiled as he glanced at Yesun. Your talent is quite extraordinary. Yesun didn't lower his foot. He didn't flinch. What? Another master's here to test me. But Liu simply chuckled, waving his hand. Oh no. I don't fight without reason. We help those who are right, not just our own. He glanced at the beaten elder. Elder Yi, he and I don't exactly see eye to eye. Liu raised a brow and said lightly, do what you think is right. Yi, humiliated and furious, clenched his fist. Magic surged around him. Yesun caught the shift in aura. TCH. He's not done yet. Yi began to ignite, flames engulfing his body. You'll both die here, he roared. Liu's eyes narrowed. Fiery flame technique, he's trying to self-destruct. Yesun's gaze hardened. While I'm here. No man gets to choose how he dies. He vanished in a blink, reappearing midair. Chaotic execution, shadow blade. His sword shimmered, half there, half fading like a ghost. Slam! The strike hit Yi square in the chest. Yi's eyes widened. His breath stopped. He collapsed. The ground cracked beneath his body. Yesun stood above him, expression calm, sword in hand. But then he paused, glancing at the weapon. What is this feeling? A ray of light burst into the night sky. Above, the clouds parted, the moon glowing brightly. Liu watched in awe. Master Liu, someone whispered. Yesun turned and smiled. Looks like I've leveled up. I'm now a great warrior. Liu began to applaud. At your age, killing a mentor while still at the elite level, impressive. Even I feel awkward in your presence. Yesun cut in. If you've got something to say, say it. Liu's smile didn't fade. He approached casually. Elder Yi and his followers always wanted to dominate the Linhai base. I, on the other hand, wanted a partnership. As he passed Yesun, lightning flickered around his feet, a subtle warning of his strength. Yesun watched him, slightly surprised by his speed. Liu looked at the elder's lifeless body and nodded. Now that the entire Sun family is gone, I hope your anger has calmed. He turned slightly. From this day on, Linhai and Iron Fang will work together, prosperity through peace. He glanced over his shoulder. What do you think? Yesun closed his eyes and nodded. Talk to the Lin family. They hold the reins in Linhai now. Liu fanned himself and asked slyly, ever consider running a base yourself? Yesen waved a hand dismissively. I don't have patience for politics. Liu laughed. We'll talk more later. Yesen took a step back, energy rising around him. I've got things to do. With a surge of magical power, he took off into the sky, leaving Liu watching. That boy will shape a glorious future. Scene shift, Lin family villa. A delicate pink-flowered tree stood in the garden. A man clipped its branches with golden scissors, petals drifting gently to the ground. He smiled faintly. Beautiful. Just then, Ming appeared in the doorway, hands in his pockets. Father. The man didn't turn. We've discovered the cause of yesterday's explosion, Ming continued. It was the Sun family. Their company building was attacked. Inside the Lin family villa, tension thickened like smoke. Ming stood before his father, his tone serious, his jaw clenched. It was Yesen? He's the one who destroyed the Sun family building. And he killed Yahoe's mentor. Wanli froze. The golden scissors he held fell from his hand with a sharp clatter. He stared blankly, stunned. What did you say? Outside, the wind howled across the roof of a dark building, as if echoing the sudden shift in Lin Hai's fate. Wanli rose slowly, realization dawning on his face. So Yesen ended the civil split within Iron Fang base. He single-handedly resolved the feud between the hardliners and moderates. He moved down the stairs, hands clasped behind his back, remembering the chaos and the fact that everyone survived, thanks to one youth. Ming followed him, his voice firm. There's more. Liu, the mentor of Iron Fang base, has agreed to meet us. This morning. Scene change, a peaceful tea house. The air was calm. Flower vases adorned the room, a plate of watermelon slices sat untouched. Water poured from a teapot, steam rising as Liu waited calmly at the table. He brought the mug to his lips, watching the doorway. Meanwhile, Wanli was still reeling, rubbing his forehead in disbelief. But then he stiffened, his expression hardening into resolve. We'll meet him. He gave an order to his son. All of Lin Hai base's forces are to protect Yesen and his family. If that boy wants to establish his own power, we'll support him. Crossing his arms, he added, the last thing we can afford is to make an enemy out of Yesen. Ming nodded with tension in his brow. He understood the weight of those words. Scene shift, the battle pavilion. A small animal yawned lazily, breaking the silence. A young girl, her expression hesitant, cast her gaze down. How's my brother doing? She was offered a cup of tea by a servant, but her worry lingered. From a nearby table, a man scoffed, Why is your leader hiding? What's he even doing? The girl tucked her hair behind her ear nervously. The man looked her up and down, trying to be sly. Traded here plenty of times. Never seen you before. A voice interjected. Just wait a bit longer. A bald man sipped his tea with a smirk. The dark-haired guy saw him. The leader's real. The grey-haired man stood up. EUU also saw him. Just then, heels clicked on the wooden floor. Everyone turned as a woman entered, dressed in all black. The girl's eyes widened. Her mouth parted in shock. She looks just like the lady. The waitress muttered to herself, when she first came in, I thought she must be the lady's lost twin. It turned out she wasn't far off. The grey-haired man walked to the woman. This is Yesen's younger sister. He asked us to protect her. Eyes widened around the room. Madame Yu stood still, her gaze locked on the girl. She clenched her hand into a fist. So, that's why he treated me with such care. He thought of her. She remembered, his arms holding her as he rescued her, the strange gentleness in his eyes. The girl lifted her head. You're Madame Yu. Yu smiled faintly. Just call me sister. The girl blushed, unsure, but nodded slowly. Scene shift, the fighters' market. The sun began to dip behind the horizon, painting the sky in fiery orange. A bustling crowd moved through stalls. A man shouted cheerfully, big discount on monster blood today. Among the crowd, a familiar figure moved gracefully. At the edge of the fighting pavilion, the dark-haired girl in the black dress appeared. Yesen looked at her in surprise. You? What are you doing here? She crossed her arms, tilting her head. You're kind of a big deal now in Lin Hai. I figured I'd come out and meet you. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, trying not to seem shy. Didn't want to appear rude. Mr. Yesen. Yesen stood still, hands in his pockets. Waves of magical energy rippled from his eyes as he looked at her. His status window appeared before him. Name, Ewing cultivation talent, high-level sword talent, medium-speed talent, low, but something caught his attention, her cultivation talent. It increased. From high to higher. He narrowed his eyes, thoughtful. This girl wasn't just bold, she was evolving. Fast. Yesen stood still, staring at the status window floating in front of him. Her talent, it definitely surged. This must be because of the treasure she found at the Lake of Death. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, lips curling into a subtle smirk. This woman. She's something else. Across from him, Yuling frowned, face flushed red. She raised a hand to cover her cheeks, visibly embarrassed. Yesen's eyes widened at the reaction. Are you seriously staring again? She grabbed the front of his robe, glaring. Don't you know it's rude to stare at girls like that? Caught off guard, Yesen stammered. I wasn't. I was just thinking. She let go and looked away. Whatever. I don't have the energy to fight you. Then she turned to him with a raised eyebrow and suggested, let's take a walk. Before the sun sets. Yesen grinned, closing his eyes briefly. Sure. Why not? Scene change at a busy street in Linhai. The two strolled past merchant stalls and fluttering banners. Above them, a golden bell shimmered atop a brick tower. Yesen glanced at her. I heard from Wanli that the Lin family plans to help you build influence. What do you think about that? Yuling placed her hands behind her back casually. Not interested. He looked over, surprised. Really? So what are you planning next? Keep cultivating alone. She stayed quiet. Yesen then casually mentioned, I'm thinking about leaving. Heading toward the Demon Sea base. Yuling stopped, startled. You're leaving? He turned, raising an eyebrow. Something wrong? She looked down. No. Everything's fine. He walked on ahead, hands in his pockets, sunlight brushing across his face and neck. She stared at his back, a conflicted look in her eyes. Is he really leaving? Yesen looked over his shoulder. You're the one who wanted to walk. Why are you standing still? Startled, she straightened her shoulders. I'm coming. The wind blew through the nearly bare trees, their last leaves drifting like feathers. Scene change, evening at the lighthouse under the crescent moon. Yin squealed and hugged her brother tightly. You're back. He tapped her on the forehead. You're already an adult. Still clinging like a child. She blushed, pressing her hand to her forehead. I just missed you, Yesen chuckled, rubbing his head, then turned to the men around him. Thanks for watching over her. Hands. Behind his back, he added, always happy to help, especially for people like Yuling. Scene shift, Linhai Pavilion headquarters. Yuling entered the room alongside Zhu, her expression sharp. She turned to the girl in the colorful cape beside her. Tell Elder Yuang I need to speak with him, privately. Zhu nodded. Yesen watched her in confusion. What's this about? A lantern on the shelf burned brightly, its flame casting long shadows. Elder Yuang entered, brows raised. So, is this your final decision? Yuling turned her back to them. It is. I'll leave the rest to you. Gasps filled the room. Even Zhu's eyes widened. Scene change, the pavilion courtyard. Yuling knelt beside a black car, her voice low but urgent. Brother, please reconsider. If you stay, you can settle here. You could have a future with the family. Yesen placed his hands on his hips, shaking his head. This is final. He motioned to the car behind him with his thumb. Thanks for the ride. This makes things easier. Yayo, petting a kitten lazily sprawled on her lap, smiled faintly. One of the men nearby frowned but nodded in respect. Your ambition is impressive, kid. If I were 2 decades younger, I'd follow you myself. Yesen turned toward the stone gate at the pavilion. Is the owner not going to come see me off? I thought we were friends. The wind whipped his hair, sending loose leaves tumbling past the empty gate. He adjusted his backpack and sighed. No point in waiting. He turned back, raising a hand in farewell. Take care, everyone. His sister waved. One of the men called out, Yayo, no slacking off. Focus on your cultivation. Just then, Yuling stepped forward, a hint of urgency in her tone. Wait. Yesen raised his eyebrows as Yuling strode past him toward the car. Behind her, Zhu panted heavily, chasing after her. Lady Yuling, please wait. I can't keep up. But Yuling didn't slow down. She approached the parked vehicle and yanked the door open, sliding into the passenger seat with a frown. What are you gawking at? Get in already. Yesen leaned down toward the open window, amused. You're coming with us. Yuling shot him a glare. Obviously. I am already in the car, aren't I? He chuckled, closing his eyes with a light smile. Glad to have you along. Yesen turned to the girls behind him. You two, take the back seat. Zhu climbed in, petting the kitten nestled in Yin's arms. As the car door closed, Yesen glanced over at Yuling, curious. So, why do you decide to come to the Demon Sea base with me? Yuling clenched her fist, eyes fixed ahead. I just wanted to. That's all. Yesen grinned. You could have just said you wanted to go on an adventure with me instead of acting all tough. Yuling snapped. I said I just wanted to leave. This has nothing to do with you. I'm only riding in your car because it's convenient. Yesen laughed, raising his hands in mock surrender. All right. Whatever you say. As the car pulled out of the compound, he waved from the open window. Goodbye, Elder Yuang. Captain Lin. The man in the sharp blue suit watched them go, hands in his pockets. That boy's future. It's something worth keeping an eye on. Scene transition, outskirts of Linhai. The car sped along an empty road, leaving a trail of dust behind. Yesen squinted at the sky through the windshield and mentally said goodbye. Farewell, Linhai base. On to the next stage. Above, white clouds drifted lazily across a blue sky. The small town behind them grew smaller in the distance. In the back seat, Zhu sulked. I still can't believe she won't let me cuddle that cat. Yayo smiled, holding the kitten close. He's just shy around strangers. Yuling leaned her head against her hand, looking at the passing landscape. In 3 months, our base is hosting a test to enter a secret dimension. You interested? Yesen glanced at her while steering one-handed. Secret dimension? What's that? Zhu gasped, eyes wide. You don't know what secret dimensions are? How are you even a martial artist? She frowned and raised her index finger like a school teacher. A secret dimension is an alternate space that exists beyond Earth. They're connected to the disaster that happened 100 years ago. Yuling chimed in, her tone more serious. Martial artists enter them through dimensional cracks. Inside, they find rare treasures and opportunities to advance in cultivation. As she spoke, a glowing energy vortex swirled in their minds, a vision of what lay ahead. But you can't just waltz in, she added. They have ranking restrictions. Yesen tilted his head. Meaning? Yuling explained, the one opening in 3 months is for great martial artists only. If someone of a higher or lower rank tries to enter, they'll be destroyed instantly. A haunting image of a skull and crossbones hovered near the imagined portal. Yesen gulped. Good to know. He shifted gears, the car accelerating. So, these entry spots must be in high demand, ho? Zhu nodded seriously. They are. Which is why, if you want a place, we'll have to fight for it. The road ahead stretched endlessly under the glowing sunset. Yuling rested her chin on her palm, glancing at Yesen. Not everyone gets an opportunity like this, she muttered. Are you really still not interested? Yesen smiled softly. Since you've already gone through so much trouble, I'd rather not go. I don't want to be a bother. Yuling scowled, teeth clenched. You idiot. Why are you acting like such a wimp? Are you even a man? Before Yesen could answer, Yuling reached toward the steering wheel. Hey! Don't touch that. The car jerked violently into the oncoming lane, screeching across the asphalt as the tires left trails of burnt rubber. The scarlet sky above painted the chaotic moment in dramatic hues, while birds scattered in their path. Scene transition, abandoned trailer camp. As night approached, the group found an old, abandoned trailer camp to rest for the night. Yesen splashed cold water on his face and stood up with a refreshed grin. Ah. That feels good. Stretching his arms, he walked toward the campfire where Yayo and the others were preparing dinner. But before he could join them, Yuling blocked his path. You're really not going to the secret dimension? She crossed her arms firmly. Think about it, Yesen. Chances like this don't come often. This is huge, for all of us. She set one hand on her hip. For martial artists like us, this could change our futures. Yesen brought his fist to his lips and smiled thoughtfully. I do want to go. But Yayo and I, this is our first time outside the Linhai base. I need to be there for her. If anything happened and I wasn't around, He looked over at Yayo and Sayu, who smiled warmly as they cooked over the open flames. Yuling, touched by his concern, covered her face with her hand and laughed. So that's the real reason. Yesun frowned. What's so funny? She placed a hand gently on his shoulder. Don't you know what my family's involved in? The martial arts pavilion has a branch at the Demon Sea base. She smiled. You can leave your sister with us. I'll take care of her. Yesun's expression lit up. Really? Yuling winked, tucking her hair behind her ear. No problem at all. Yesun chuckled and ran a hand through his hair. Then, maybe it's okay to give it a shot. But Yuling gave him a stern glance over her shoulder. Next time, don't be so weak-willed. Got it? He turned her gently and closed his eyes. I understand. Don't worry. Inside, he grinned. Perfect. That'll save me another month's worth of expenses. Later that evening, Zhu held up a map. We've got about 3,000 kilometers left to the base. Should we take our time and enjoy the trip, or rush it? Yesun and Yuling replied at the same time. Either way is fine. Zhu blinked, looking back and forth. Wow. You two answered like twins. Both of them quickly turned away, awkward and embarrassed. What kind of coordination was that? Yesun muttered. From behind, a voice called out to Sayu. She turned quickly. Yayo scratched her head sheepishly. I'd like to see the world a little. Can we not rush? She placed a gentle hand on Sayu's shoulder. Let's enjoy the journey. Yuling and Yesun looked at each other. No objections. Zhu leapt in excitement. All right. Then we leave at sunrise. The sky had turned bright pink as the sun dipped beyond the horizon. The girls' eyes sparkled, their mouths open in awe at the breathtaking scene. But that peaceful moment ended abruptly. Sudden encounter, nightfall attack boom. The ground quaked. A giant humanoid monster with a massive wooden bat emerged from the darkness, thundering toward them. The system chimed in, talent copied, mid-level endurance. Yesun and Yuling hovered in the air, weapons drawn, eyes locked on the incoming beast. From the shoreline, another threat emerged. Massive octopus tentacles breached the sea surface, flailing wildly. The system reported again, talent copied, mid-level defense. Yesun clenched his fists, energy pulsing through him. Looks like our vacation just got interrupted. Scene transition. 3 months later, a sleek ship sliced through the waves, its bow cutting the waters like a blade. The destination? Demon Sea Base. The ship slowed, gliding into a narrow water channel. The real test was about to begin. The heroes stood side by side, gazing ahead at the vast fortress rising from the sea. Yesun shaded his eyes from the bright sun. Finally, we've arrived at the Demon Sea Base. The ship's hull cut through the calm waters as it neared the massive fortress, its tall walls glowing under the sun's rays. A voice echoed through the ship's speakers. Passengers, please disembark one by one. Yesun stepped off the wooden walkway, waiting patiently for the others. He glanced around. This place, it's probably twice as big as the Linhai base. Yuling stretched her arms wide. The city inside is divided into districts. Suddenly, a car screeched to a halt, raising a cloud of dust. Yesun blinked in surprise as the door opened, revealing an elderly man dressed sharply in a suit and gloves. I am the driver for the martial arts pavilion here at the Demon Sea base. We've been expecting Yuling. Yesun's eyebrows rose. Looks like only the wealthy live here. Yuling smiled and nudged Zhu. Take Yayo to the pavilion to rest for a bit. Don't worry, everything will be taken care of. Zhu hugged Yayo tightly. Yayo looked toward Yesun with worry. He placed a hand on his hip, trying to reassure her. Don't worry. Just rest up. Yayo frowned sadly. Be careful, all right. Yesun closed his eyes and smiled softly. Everything will be fine. The car drove off, leaving Yesun and Yuling alone. Yuling took a deep breath, then began braiding her loose hair into a tight ponytail, biting down on an elastic band. Time to get to work. Scene, Demon Naval Base. Above the towering buildings, a military helicopter circled steadily, its blade slicing the air. The heroes passed through a busy street filled with ordinary fighters and onlookers. Yesun noticed the lack of martial artists. Looks like most of these are just spectators. Yuling nodded. Yeah, not many martial artists here. Suddenly, the man shouted, eyes wide. A spatial rift has appeared. Above, a helicopter hovered as a sphere of bright energy shimmered in the white clouded sky. Yesen raised his head, eyes narrowing. The rift's tiny. Can we climb into it? Yuling closed her eyes, a calm smile forming. Not with a rift that size. Frowning, Yuling looked up sharply. It needs to be broken. Yesen repeated her words in surprise. A man in a white suit with a flowing blue cloak hovered above the crowd. The man gasped. That's King Yun. He's going to attack. Yesen moved quickly, closing the distance to the rift. Yuling put a hand forward. That's King rank. Yesen narrowed his eyes, repeating the rank silently. He wondered if King Yun was after the grandmas. Yun stood floating serenely against the blue sky, and casually in his pockets. Yesen tilted his head, amazed. I didn't know there was someone so strong in this base. Suddenly, bright flashes of lightning crackled around Yun's raised index finger. A large, radiant energy orb appeared in the sky. The crowd watched in awe. Yun's face tightened with concentration as he pointed forward. Yesen's eyes widened, glowing with reflected energy. A bright stream of energy tore through the sky, fracturing it like glass. Cracks spread rapidly, and the air hummed with electric power. A massive, glowing portal formed overhead. The heroes cheered, raising their hands in celebration. The king has opened the rift. Yesen landed back on the ground. Voices buzzed excitedly, speculating on what had just happened. Yun stood calmly at the center of the crowd. Yesen frowned, curiosity rising. What kind of talent is this? Suddenly, a translucent status window appeared before him, shimmering with information. Yun smiled broadly, not even turning his head as the status window appeared before Yesen's eyes. It revealed that Yun possessed an exalted cultivation talent and was a beginner in spatial talent. Yesen frowned, folding his arms thoughtfully. So, not only is he a peak cultivator, but he also has an exalted level talent. Rolling up his sleeve, Yesen smiled with determination. This time, I won't hold back. Time to have some fun. The status window flashed again. Exalted level cultivation talent successfully copied. Suddenly, a large portal shimmered in the sky. Loudspeakers on the tower crackled to life. Everyone, prepare yourselves, the passage is open. Yin strolled down the street, hands casually tucked in his pockets. The crowd erupted in cheers, shouting praises for the king. The heroes watched from the sidelines, squinting against the sunlight. Yesen pondered Yun's spatial talent, wondering what secrets lay behind it. Unfortunately, he had no way to copy this rare ability. A new status window popped up, listing Yun's abilities in detail. Nearby, Yuling held a bag of interdimensional storage and a location tracking watch. She handed them to her friend. These will be useful in the secret dimension. We don't know where we might end up, so we'll need to regroup quickly. Yesen fastened the watch onto his wrist, frowning slightly. The brunette explained sternly, if we don't escape within a month, we'll be stuck here for 10 years. He looked up at her, silently acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a huge man appeared behind Yesen. Are you the invited professional? The man raised an eyebrow and asked, is it true you possess the ability of a great master? Those behind him instinctively stepped back, intimidated by the man's overwhelming aura. Nearby, a woman narrowed her eyes. Brother, be more respectful to her friend. KO smacked the awakened man on the back. I won't respect some weakling who stole my sister's friend's place. The man smirked arrogantly. Looks like the boy's scared, he can barely even breathe. Yesen frowned in anger. KO turned away with a dismissive wave. Don't come here again. Yuling turned away, embarrassed. Yesen asked quietly, is your brother always like this? From the speakers on the tower, a clear announcement rang out. The secret dimension has opened. Wishing everyone a safe journey. Warriors surged forward toward the portal. Yuling glanced back and called her friend to follow. They bounced off the ground with a light leap. The crowd in the square watched as the heroes approached the glowing portal, which crackled with bright lightning. The car sped down the road. Yayu looked out the window, silently praying for her brother's safe return. Beyond the rift lay a red sky and a blackened earth. The hero's arrival kicked up a thick cloud of dust. Smoke filled the air as coughing echoed through the space. Yesen's back ached, but he stood firm. Dead trees surrounded him. Opening his mouth in awe, he realized, this is the secret dimension. In front of him stood a huge pagoda, a bloody moon hanging ominously overhead. Suddenly, he stepped on something. Crouching, Yesen picked it up. In his hands was a 100-year-old spiritual Jineng flower. His eyebrows raised in surprise. Many similar flowers bloomed around him. Clenching his fist, he thought, I'm going to be rich. A spatial bag appeared in his hand. All the flowers flew toward him, their purple particles swirling around the bag along with roots and leaves. Smiling, Yesen thought of his sister. She'd faint seeing this many flowers. Deciding to scout the area, Yesen walked forward across the square. The wind fluttered someone's cloak nearby. Spotting a corpse on the ground, he assumed this person was attacked by monsters right after arriving in the dimension. He knew he had to stay on guard at all times. Suddenly, the watch on his wrist beeped loudly. Yesen looked down in surprise. A red dot appeared on the screen. His heart sank. Yuling is in trouble. Inside a nearby building, traces of blows were clear. A monster with green paws stepped forward menacingly. Suddenly, someone leapt into the air. Yuling sat on the floor, leaning against her saber. She looked up and shouted to her comrades. Around her, goblins wielding clubs closed in from all sides. Purple lightning flashed fiercely in the air. Yesen knitted his brows with fierce determination and charged forward, squinting. Yesen mentally urged his girlfriend to wait for him. He bounced off the palace walls, swiftly navigating toward the main building. Leaping off the roof, a massive, multi-tiered pagoda came into view. Monsters roared fiercely, charging forward. Yuling swiftly cut one of the goblin's clubs in half. But before she could react, a goblin pounced from the air, smashing its club hard against her head. The stone on the club cracked loudly. The brunette collapsed to the ground. The monster towered over her, baring its sharp fangs. Yuling's eyes widened in fear. The goblin swung its club again. Just as the elite warrior braced herself with closed eyes, Yesen kicked the monster fiercely. Several of the goblin's teeth shattered from the blow. Yesen's body crashed against the wall as he looked back. Yuling gasped in surprise. Breathless, Yesen stood before her. You better save your strength. I'll handle the rest. With a sharp leap, the awakened one soared into the air. A blue sword materialized in his hand. He delivered a powerful strike through the monster's back. The remaining goblins, seeing their leader fall, scattered in panic. Yesen spun around instantly. He punched one monster in the jaw and shoved another away with his sword. With a swift, precise lunge, he destroyed all the remaining enemies. Kneeling, Yuling wondered how her friend had arrived just in time. Her thoughts drifted to her father's last wish, one he had failed to fulfill. The boy stood in the center of the room, surrounded by fallen goblins. Stepping forward, he approached Yuling. What happened? She closed her eyes and explained quietly. The monsters couldn't injure me. Raising a hand to steady herself on the floor, she stood. But I was wounded by a demon eye python, a high-level monster with illusion talents. Heading toward the exit, Yuling continued. I had to use a forbidden technique to escape. But then the goblins appeared through a hole in the wall. She sighed deeply. Besides the jewels and the secret dimension itself, death is a very real possibility here. Lightning flashed across the sky. Rain began to fall over the palace grounds. Drops splattered on the lotus flowers in the pond. Yuling pulled a small red bottle from her pocket and drank its contents. Green healing particles floated around her. The manager sat in a lotus position, meditating peacefully, pacing back and forth. Yesen realized his friend understood the dimension much better than he did. What's the most valuable treasure here? Putting his hands in his pockets, he asked where such treasures could be mined. Yuling closed her eyes, contemplating. The most valuable treasure is the Lifestone Quarry. Her voice lowered. But the young family is already interested in it. Yesen turned and asked about the mine. With a heavy sigh, Yuling dismissed the idea. Looking up, she said, I want to find the treasure left for me by my father. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. 20 years ago, my father came here and found a very rare treasure, but it was guarded by a beast with teleportation talent. She frowned. His attempts to retrieve it all ended in failure. Yuling smiled softly. I've been coming here my whole life. Yesen asked if such a beast with teleportation really existed. The answer was yes. Lowering her eyelids, the manager explained, my father suspected it had mid-level spatial talent. It's very dangerous. Above the forest, a winged monster hovered in the sky. Yesen lowered his head in thought. Even Yun only had beginner-level spatial talent. A slight smile crossed the student's face. I want to master that skill. Yuling reached for her sock, pulling it toward herself with force. Standing up, she arched her back and stretched her arms. I'm fine now. We can move out. Turning toward her, the protagonist asked, "What treasure are all the girls chasing here?" Rubbing her shoulder, Yuling answered, "The divine soul flower." She explained that it helped cultivators rise to incredible heights. One stem of the soul flower is equal to a man-made genius, a top-level grandmaster. Just one flower can let someone rise far above the rest. If the treasure was really that valuable, pointing toward the divine soul flower. Yuling nodded. "You'll need it too," she said, scratching her chin thoughtfully. Yesun mentally agreed. Unlike him, his sister definitely needed such a powerful boost. Putting out his hand, he asked, "How many stems does this flower have?" Yuling replied, 20 years ago, there were 10, but some may have withered or been damaged since then." She crossed her arms and added, "I'll share them equally with you if you use all your strength to take down the beast of calamity." The young man smiled and readily agreed. They high-fived, determined to seize the divine soul flower. Above the palace, the red sky was heavy with dark clouds. The awakened one asked if Yuling knew the exact location of the treasure. She told him to follow silently. Looking at her, Yesun realized he was more interested in mastering spatial talent than just the flower. Frowning decisively, they approached a dead forest. The protagonist bounced off the ground and leapt above the trees. He asked, "Did your father manage to come up with a plan over these 20 years?" Yuling nodded affirmatively. She produced a sparkling object in her hand, a magical field formation disc. Throwing it to Yesun, he caught it and asked what it was. She explained, "It's a magic formation disc, created with a huge investment by my father." The disc was engraved with an intricate pattern called the Forbidden Spatial Field. It drastically reduces the effectiveness of teleportation. Jumping onto a branch, Yesun asked if it could suppress the monster's power. Yuling replied, "All things strengthen and counteract each other, even if it's barely noticeable." Squinting, the awakened one wondered what this meant for his own natural spatial talent. Pulling her legs to her chest, Yuling added, "The disc only works for 3 seconds within 800 meters of the target." Her plan was to activate the disc and attack the beast using forbidden art simultaneously. Frowning, she admitted, "I can't use my technique for a while. I already used it to hide from the demon eye python, but I can't delay getting this treasure." Smiling, Yesun promised to do his best. Yuling glanced at him with a faint smile. The rain stopped. A full moon rose above the distant mountains. Yesun landed firmly on a hilltop, bowing his head. He asked why they had stopped. Yuling pointed to a dark cave carved into the rocky mountainside. "This is the place." The cave was where the divine soul flower grew, guarded by spatial disaster monsters. The boy asked, "What do we do next?" Sternly knitting her brows, the manager said, "We must be patient, the spell takes time to set up. Then we lure the monsters out." On the ground nearby, the monster slept, surrounded by scattered bones. Suddenly, its eyes snapped open. Behind Yesun, 2 red eyes flashed. A powerful explosion of red energy erupted. The awakened one turned sharply. Above his head, the winged monster hovered. Yuling realized the enemy had discovered them and was using spatial abilities. Smoke curled from the monster's mouth. A status window appeared, describing its talents. Looking up, Yesun marveled at its power. "My talents are nothing compared to this," he muttered. Waving his hand, he said, "I'll hold it off." "Set the trap." Yuling sprinted into the forest. The monster lunged at Yesun. A deep cut appeared on his shoulder. Squinting, Yesun realized the enemy was not only skilled in teleportation but also incredibly fast. The monster rose into the air above the rocks and struck again. Yesun fell but quickly rose to his feet. He decided to stall for time and maybe have a little fun. Lowering his head, a green healing aura enveloped him. Yuling clapped her hands. Above her head, the magic formation disc hovered. Gritting her teeth, she thought, "Almost done. He just needs to hold on a little longer." Blue energy wrapped the disc. The monster hovered above the forest, a red aura flickering around its wings. It rushed forward. Yesun's eyes widened, realizing the enemy was charging hard. Bat-like claws appeared behind him. Slowly, he turned. The monster struck the ground with tremendous force. Rocks cracked as the battle escalated. Yesun moved to the side, ready to respond. The protagonist declared confidently, "My speed won't lose to your teleportation." The monster bared its fangs viciously and swung its massive paw. A sharp claw flashed right before Yesun's eyes, causing him to freeze for a moment in fear. Reacting quickly, the boy pushed the enemy away and leapt into the air. A dagger gleamed in his hand. The bat spread its claws wide, striking against the knife's blade with a harsh clang. Looking back, Yesen asked, "How much time before the disc activates?" Yuling shouted, 3 seconds left." Suddenly, the monster vanished, replaced by a flash of light. Yesen's eyes widened in terror. It was above his head already. Yuling frowned tensely. Purple lightning crackled in the air, followed by a piercing scream. Yesen sprang to the side, relying on his speed. The brunette raised her hand and activated the forbidden formation. She slammed the ground with force. The disc soared into the air. Above the fallen monster, the bat saw a massive glowing magic circle. The disc vanished from the circle's center. The monster collapsed with a roar of unbearable pain. Yuling sighed in relief, realizing they had succeeded. Suddenly, a purple aura wrapped the bat's body. Its muscles bulged, doubling in size. The monster grew larger and turned a fierce red. Yuling backed away, shouting, "It's using gigantism." The disc trembled violently. "The spell's about to break." Yuling urged her friend to seize the moment. The monster opened its fanged mouth wide. At the same time, Yesen swung his shadow blade. His gaze was fierce and determined. The bat's head fell to the ground. Its body collapsed beside it. Yuling's eyes widened in shock and amazement. Did he really kill it with one strike? The disc fell from the sky. Magic circles faded as it hit the ground. The treasure shattered. Yesen dropped to one knee, picking up a fragment of the disc. He looked disappointed. Just a disposable item. Yuling ran up to him, demanding, "How did you kill a teleporting bat in one blow? Have you been hiding your true strength?" Crossing his arms, Yesen replied casually, "The formation and gigantism made the monster an easy target." Lowering his gaze in embarrassment, he suggested, "Let's get back to the main task." Yuling frowned in displeasure but promised, "We'll discuss this again later." She sprinted forward, hopping from stone to stone. Yuling hoped that after 20 years, something was still left behind. Frowning menacingly, she thought, "I won't be able to justify this to IOU otherwise." A spatial bag appeared in Yesen's hand. The artifact sucked in the bat's body. Smiling, Yesen realized, "This time, we made a good profit." Suddenly, a scream echoed from the depths of the dark cave. Yuling smiled as she spotted the divine soul flowers in front of her. She pointed to them and quickly counted. 8 sprouts remained. Pulling the plant from the ground, she carefully picked the flowers one by one. Yuling thought, "Everything will end once we split the spoils." Yesen approached quietly from behind. He looked around, sniffing the air. Scratching his nose, he handed her a few flowers. "Here's your share." The young man was happy with their catch. His nose twitched again. Eyes wide, he suddenly remembered, this is the same smell from when we collected the elixir fruits. Looking deeper into the cave, he sensed more treasures. Yuling asked, "What are you doing digging in the rocks?" Yesen replied, "I'll catch up if you need to hurry." Frowning sternly, Yuling said, "Isn't the divine soul flower enough for you? Greed is a sin." Turning to her comrade, the elite warrior called out. Yesen placed his hand on a nearby rock, looking up. He realized the smell came from there. Clenching his fist, a yellow lightning aura sparked around his face. The young man slammed his fist against the rock wall. Yuling looked at him, puzzled. "What's going on?" Suddenly, a powerful explosion shook the area. The wall collapsed, revealing a hidden entrance. Yesen stepped forward and climbed onto the rubble. "There's a secret cave here," the awakened one shouted. His foot slipped on the jagged rocks, and Yuling gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Ahead, nestled in a small grotto, a golden lotus bloomed, shimmering on the water's surface. Yesen grinned maliciously at the glowing flower. Curious, he asked his friend, "What is this flower?" Hands on her waist, Yuling explained, "The golden lotus is much rarer than the divine soul flower. It's worth at least 5 times more, but the market won't touch it." Yesen frowned. Why wouldn't anyone buy it? Yuling placed a thoughtful hand on her chin. The golden lotus is used to enhance innate talents. It raises the level of a person's inner talent, but only triggers new evolutions in innate abilities. For example, it turned the man with lightning around his face into one with wings. The elite warrior raised her hand in explanation. Its use is limited. Only about 1 in 1,000 talents evolve into something truly useful. That's why most people don't bother with it. Only the bossy try their luck to transform innate talents. The golden lotus rose gracefully above the water's surface, sparkling. Yesen scratched his chin, deep in thought. What could my talent become with this flower? Turning to Yuling, he proposed, I have a business idea. Wait here a moment. He squatted down, ready to act. With a sharp, swift movement, Yesen plucked the golden lotus. Yuling gasped in shock. The protagonist jumped back from the plant's leaves, landing safely on the shore. Why did you take it? She demanded. You know I claim my share too. Sitting down, Yesen smiled confidently. Don't worry. Lightning sparkling in my hand. I own shares in both the lotus and the divine soul flowers. Holding both flowers, he offered, how about this, I'll give you 3 divine soul flower sprouts for the other half of the lotus. Yuling clasped her hands together, thinking her friend was crazy. Half a golden lotus is worth less than 3 divine soul sprouts. Smiling widely, she decided to teach him a lesson. Clenching her fists, Yuling declared, fine. You can take everything for cheap. The sprouts floated into her bag. The elite warrior thought smugly, I just earned 3 divine soul sprouts for free. Looking inside her bag, Yuling counted 7 divine soul flowers now in her possession. Squeezing them in her hands, she guessed, this should be enough for negotiations. Meanwhile, yellow energy crackled around Yesen as he sat cross-legged in the lotus position. A golden lotus hovered in his hands. Suddenly, he frowned as bright energy surged over the water. Drops rose from the pond and floated into the air. A notification appeared before his eyes. His gaze widened in surprise. Second copy talent unlocked successfully. Mouth agape, Yesen guessed, I can use my talent twice a month now. Standing up, the boy thought, this is an incredible evolution of my talent. Purple lightning flashed around him. The youth decided to copy the exploration talent. Bright pulses emanated from his body and expanded outward. Gradually, the effect radius grew, expanding to 500 meters. Yesen smiled, realizing the immense power he now wielded. Squinting, he thought, this is a completely justified investment. Now, his talent spread across a vast area, 500 meters around him. Still squinting, Yesen moved to the next step. From his spatial bag, he pulled out the dead bat's body. A notification appeared, mid-level spatial talent copied successfully. A joyful smile spread across his face as his pupils contracted. The status window reported, talent fusion successful. A bright flash exploded. Breathing heavily, Yesen placed his hands on his knees. A new line appeared in the status window. Wiping sweat from his chin, he thought, this is the strongest spatial talent, teleportation, spatial perception, spatial mark, and pocket inventory all combined. A glowing clump of energy formed in his hand. A gust of wind ruffled his hair. The energy coalesced into a glowing cube. He placed the bag safely into his spatial storage. Yesen watched as the glowing cube in his palm pulsed with energy. A flash of bright lightning shot out, and with a soft hum, it absorbed the storage bag. He smiled to himself. With this, I can protect all my belongings. No one stealing my loot now. A crescent moon hung high above the forest canopy, casting silver shadows below. Yuling sat on a rocky outcrop, arms crossed and eyes closed. She had dozed off. Someone approached quietly. It was Yesen. He looked at her sleeping face and once again thought about how much she resembled his sister. Peaceful, calm, and just as stubborn. The girl stirred, eyes fluttering open. She glanced up at him. You're finally done, she asked, standing up and brushing off her clothes. Her saber dissolved into the air with a shimmer. Yesen smiled. Thanks for watching my back. Yuling nodded. I got what I needed. I'm ready to leave this secret dimension. Are you coming? Yesen scratched the back of his head sheepishly. I think I'll stay a little longer. I want to train, and maybe grab a few more treasures. Pointing a finger at him, Yuling frowned. It's too dangerous to stay here alone. He chuckled and raised his hands. Relax. I've got enough strength to keep myself safe. Still, he insisted on escorting her to the teleportation point. We'll make it before dawn, he said confidently. Yuling bit her lip, worried. I need to convince him to leave with me. The sky slowly began to brighten as they ran along a forest path toward the exit. Suddenly, boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the valley. Yesen came to a halt, looking around. That came from nearby, in the distance, smoke and fire rose from the mountainside. Yuling narrowed her eyes. Looks like someone's fighting over a treasure. But they couldn't sense who it was. Yesen smirked. Perfect time to test this new skill, he activated spatial perception. Rings of energy rippled from his eyes. The battlefield became vivid, every movement, every detail clearer than ever before. A red-haired man charged at another who wielded a shield. They were battling beside the corpse of a monstrous beast. The redhead raised his sword and shouted, "These treasures are mine." "Back off!" The man with the shield, Janai, raised his weapon and growled, "Dream on." Redhair launched himself forward, sword flashing. Watching from above, Yesen muttered, "Janai and Liking." Yuling blinked. "You know them." Hands on her hips, she scolded, "Their families are allies. Why are they fighting each other?" Yesen narrowed his eyes and activated spatial perception again. "They're fighting over treasure," he said flatly. Below, the battle raged. The corpse of a powerful beast lay near the rocks, something gleaming in its gaping mouth. Liking's axe clashed with Janai's sword. Then, a flash of steel. A second blade appeared behind the axe. It pierced Janai's shield, slicing clean through. Blood burst from his mouth. His eyes widened in agony. Both men collapsed, motionless. Yuling's eyes widened. Did they just die at the same time? Before she got an answer, she jumped from the cliff. Hand to her mouth, she landed by the bodies. Yesen raised a brow. "Weren't you in a rush to leave?" The brunette smirked. "And leave this treasure behind?" "Don't be stupid." He leaped down after her. "All right," he said, grinning, "let's say, the one who touches it first gets to keep it." Yuling agreed without hesitation. "Fine. But don't regret it later." Yesen squinted. "If we're splitting this spiritual mixture, I'm on the losing end." Yuling glanced back over her shoulder. "Don't blame me when I win." "Hey! How did you speed up like that?" Yesen called as she surged ahead. She landed right beside the monster's massive body. Lightning crackled in her hands. Leaning over Liking's corpse, she swiftly looted his spatial bag. Rising, she spotted Janai's body and crawled toward it like a predator. Lightning flickered again. 2 bags. "Not bad," she said with a wicked smile. Yesen walked up and thumped the dead monster's side. "You know what? I take back my offer. The treasure goes to whoever grabs it." He plopped himself down on the beast's corpse. Yuling shrugged. "Fine by me. You can have the dead lizard." "You sure?" he asked, hopping off the monster. Without turning, she replied, "Keep it. I don't need that corpse." Yesen smiled. This felt like a win. Holding a sword in her hand, Yuling called back to him, "You are such a pain, you know that." The student didn't reply. He had already turned back to the monster, grabbing its face with both hands, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Yesen pried open the monster's enormous jaws, both hands straining against its fangs. Nestled on its tongue was a small flower. "Seriously," he muttered. Behind him, Yuling turned around and froze in shock. Her sword slipped from her fingers and clattered to the ground. "Is that?" Yesen picked up the delicate blossom, its petals glowing faintly with spiritual energy. So this is where the spiritual mixture was hiding. Yuling rushed over and demanded, "Let me see that flower." Yesen clutched it protectively. "Finders keepers." She grabbed his wrist. Her eyes widened as she gazed at the blossom in his palm. "A fire flow flower." Yesen squinted. "You know what this is." He pulled his hand back, wary. "Exactly how valuable are we talking here?" Yuling exhaled slowly, then offered him a smile, the kind that made people nervous. "Want to switch back?" Ignoring the sly grin, Yesen narrowed his eyes. "Only if you tell me why those two were trying to kill each other over this thing." Dark clouds began to gather over the forest as Yuling raised her index finger, her tone turning serious. "It's simple. This flower grants fire talent." Yesen frowned. "That's it." The girl's face twisted into pure frustration. "That's it. People would kill their own cousins for this." The Jiang and Li families have high cultivation talent but no special gifts. A powerful attack talent like this could change everything. Yesen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Who? I can copy talents as much as I want. This flower's kinda useless to me." Yuling blinked in disbelief. "What, are you even human?" She wasn't wrong to be stunned. For someone else, this flower was a once-in-a-lifetime treasure. But for Yesen, it was just another sparkly collectible. Yuling's face softened slightly. "Actually, the elder in my clan desperately needs a fire-based talent. If he gets it, our family's combat strength will multiply." A purple aura shimmered around the flower as Yesen extended it to her. "Then you should take it." Yuling was speechless. "Are you serious?" He nodded. Neither I nor my sister need this. You can put it to better use. Turning around with a laid-back grin, he strolled off casually, hands behind his head. Yuling stared at the flower, touched by his gesture. This is what separates him from the rest. Others see the spiritual mixture as a treasure worth dying for. But he's willing to give it up without hesitation. Her gaze shifted to the bloody corpses nearby. She clenched the flower tightly. This man will go far. I need to work even harder. Yesen smirked as he walked, a single thought crossing his mind, now she owes me big time. Still, not selling this in the combat pavilion is definitely a loss. Above the broken bridge, the teleportation gate to the secret dimension shimmered faintly. As they approached, Yuling glanced sideways at her friend once more. Are you really not coming with me? He shook his head. She sighed, reluctantly accepting his decision. But she wasn't going to leave empty-handed. Handing him 2 glowing bags, she said, Here. Pocket inventory and a divine soul flower. I can't take the fire flower without giving something in return. Yesen caught the bag mid-air and nodded in appreciation. Yuling tucked her hair behind her ear. After a month, the teleportation gate will get more unstable. Be careful. She took a few steps toward the gate, then paused. Turning back with a serious expression, she said, Oh, and avoid anyone from the Yun family. There's a monarch-level expert among them. Yesen scratched his chin and gave a thoughtful hum. Yuling smiled. I'll be waiting for you to return. He waved at her with a carefree grin. Don't cultivate too hard without me. With a single leap, the elite warrior soared into the air. She glanced back at her friend as the teleportation gate neared. If I don't train harder, he'll surpass me in no time. Her eyes narrowed with determination. The portal sparked and rippled. She vanished in a flash of light. Yesen placed his hand on the ground, letting out a long breath. Finally. I'm alone. Purple lightning danced around him. He smiled slyly. My domain now. Suddenly, high above the city, the entrance to the secret dimension pulsed. The portal began to tremble. Yesen looked up, eyes narrowing. Someone is coming out. It had only been 2 days. That was far too early for any of the elites to return. Boom! An explosion rocked the area in front of startled passers-by. A stranger stepped out, grinning wickedly. Look at that. Bet this guy brought out some treasures. His companion scoffed. Please. If they came out after just 2 days, they're either dead weight or empty-handed. Then, thud. Something fell from the sky. Yuling. As Yuling lay on the ground, bruised and bloody, a group of men stepped forward with greedy eyes. She must have brought something back. Let's take it all. But just as one reached for her bag, a firm voice cut through the crowd. Make way. The people parted, and Uncle Ben rushed through, his eyes widening when he saw Yuling. What in the heavens? What happened to you in there? The brunette managed a faint smile, placing her blooded hand on his shoulder. Let's go back to the clan first. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, Yun stood with his hands stuffed into his pants pockets, watching with mild interest. TCH. She probably ran into a beast and ran for her life. No treasure, no glory. With an impatient sigh, he mentally summoned his enricher to return faster. Apparently, waiting wasn't part of his skill set. Back at the market, curious onlookers tried to piece together what had happened. Raising a brow, Uncle Ben leaned in. Doesn't look like you were seriously hurt. So what really went down in there? Yuling gulped down a bottle of monster blood, and healing particles swirled around her. She let out a breath. The entrance to the dimension was crawling with experts. They were just waiting to ambush those who came out with treasures. She gave a tired smirk. So I played dead. Let them think I barely made it out alive. Standing before her, the old man crossed his arms. So, did you manage to get anything? Yuling pulled out the glowing flame talent flower, its fiery light shimmering in her hand. Uncle Ben's jaw dropped. That's the real deal. The flower crackled and dissolved into lightning in her palm. She looked up seriously. I want to speak to the elder. Ben turned away, visibly troubled. Yuling? Finding this flower is already a tremendous contribution. The Yu family will benefit greatly. Then he looked back, eyes narrowing. But what exactly are you asking for? Standing up from the bench, she took a deep breath. A meeting. I want to see the elder. Ben blinked. Yuling's tone was unwavering. I know it's not allowed. Our ranks in the clan are too far apart, but it's important. He tilted his head. You're quite brave. Her expression hardened. I wouldn't have given up the flame talent flower if I couldn't meet him. The two stared each other down, tension thick in the air. Finally, Uncle Ben sighed. All right. I'll make the arrangements. The full moon glowed softly above the palace that night. After a long bath, Yuling stepped out, drying her hair with a towel and slipping into her slippers. She looked out at the garden, the wind brushing past her cheeks. I wonder how he's doing in the secret dimension. Meanwhile, Yesen was perched on a thick branch in the forest. Blooded corpses of monsters littered the ground around him. He sighed, resting his hand on his knee. So boring. Can nothing here challenge me? The morning sun rose slowly over the palace. Knock knock. At Yuling's door, a servant bowed. The elder requests your presence in the assembly hall. Yuling nodded and opened the door. Behind it stood another girl, quiet and composed. I'm on my way, said Yuling as she stepped out. Above the grand assembly hall, birds soared through the sky. Inside, incense filled the air. The elder sat cross-legged, resting on a low table. He smiled faintly. Well done, manager. The flame talent flower, an impressive feat. Yuling stood in the center of the massive hall, calm and collected. The elder leaned forward. Now then, what kind of reward would satisfy you? She closed her eyes. Her fists trembled slightly. Then she looked up. I want to cultivate and try to comprehend the path of awakening. The elder's eyes snapped open. His mustache twitched. What? He stormed forward. You want to comprehend the path of awakening? Do you know what you're saying? His voice echoed through the hall. Even I, the elder, do not have the right to touch it. That path is sacred. And you think you can just? Yuling dropped to her knees. I also brought back 6 stems of the divine soul flower. I'm willing to distribute them to the family disciples if you grant me this. The elder froze, staring at her. He took a slow sip from his tea, placed the cup down with a soft clink. The room fell silent. He finally spoke. The aura of the path of awakening has all but disappeared. Those who once tried to comprehend it, left. His voice softened. Yuling, you must consider another path. Yuling's expression hardened. Her brows furrowed as she stood her ground. I don't want anything else. The elder's stern gaze pierced through her. His silence was chilling until, without warning, a beam of blue light blasted through the hall's wall, slamming into Yuling and sending her flying across the room. She crashed to the floor with a painful grunt. From the shadows, a towering figure emerged, the ancestor. Blue smoke coiled from his body like a phantom mist. Yuling, he growled, you don't negotiate with me like that. Bruised and shaking, the girl placed her hand on the ground to steady herself. Her voice quivered, but her conviction didn't falter. No matter how hard I train, my talent will only ever reach the Grandmaster level. She clutched her stomach with her other hand. I'm not satisfied with that. I want more. Then, raising her voice, she screamed to the heavens, I want to become stronger. Hovering above her, the ancestor crossed his arms. The smoke around his eyes flared like blue fire. How dare you? The floor beneath her cracked under the pressure of his aura. Yuling gasped as the air turned heavy, collapsing face first into the shattered stone. She panted through her mouth, struggling to move, until a wave of overwhelming energy surged through her. A monarch's aura? Suddenly, a man in a black suit rushed down the stairs. Ancestor, wait! She's still young, please, spare her. He dropped to his knees, pleading. Yuling turned her head toward him. This has nothing to do with you, she stood again, slowly, defiantly. Purple lines flickered across her body like sparks. She straightened her spine and bowed. I must comprehend the path of awakening. Ben's lips twitched. His eyes filled with disbelief. She can stand it under all that pressure? The ancestor's robe fluttered as he raised his hand again. Yuling groaned, collapsing once more. Then, suddenly, the pressure vanished. Yuling gasped. It's gone, the man in black helped her up, sighing in relief. Thank you, ancestor. But the elder wasn't done yet. With a slow wave of his hand, he conjured a glowing object in his palm. There are rules in this land, and the clan must honor them. I do not break them easily. He narrowed his eyes. But I break them when someone needs to be taught a lesson. Ben furrowed his thick eyebrows. This is my personal secret mark. With it, you'll be able to touch the edge of the path of awakening. He tossed the mark toward her. Yuling reached out, palm open. As the mark settled into her hand, a soft glow enveloped her fingers. She exhaled deeply and smiled, finally, a step closer to power. Outside, birds took flight above the peaceful Yu residence. Elsewhere, inside a quiet study, a man held a tray of glowing flowers. "Why did you let her go on the journey of awakening?" he asked, puzzled. The elder didn't look up. He stirred his brew with a wooden spoon, droplets of water trickling down the leaves of the plants. "Because she's stubborn." He gave a quiet chuckle. "Reminds me of myself, a long time ago." Far away, on a steep cliff under the pale moon, Yesen was on the move. He reached out, fingers brushing against the glowing spiritual flowers growing from the rock face. With a satisfied grin, he pulled them up by the roots. Heh! Jackpot! But fate had other plans. The cliff crumbled beneath his feet, he fell. A small explosion echoed across the riverbank as Yesen crashed into the ground. He groaned, tossing the plants aside and clutching the cliff wall. Breathing heavily, he dusted himself off and sat on a rock. Okay, that hurt. He pulled out a small cube, his personal pocket space, and opened it. Dozens of items tumbled out like junk from an overpacked closet. He grinned. So many spiritual plants in just a few days. I'm on fire. Leaning back with a satisfied sigh, he muttered, "With the number of monsters I've taken out, I could open my own apothecary." Placing his hands on his waist, Yesen glanced down at his dirt-stained clothes. Yeah, time for a wardrobe change. The sky darkened. He remembered something. Oh, right. Yo told me to bring extra clothes. Smart guy. A nearby red-eyed animal snorted in agreement, as if judging him. He pulled on a clean hoodie, laced up his sneakers, and summoned a small orb of light in one hand. I need rest and a snack. As if on cue, his stomach growled loud enough to startle a bird. Suddenly, he heard a heavy thud behind him. He turned, eyes wide. Stomp! 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 A giant, spike boar towered before him, steam puffing from its snout. Oh no! Later, white smoke drifted through the forest. Yesen was seated by a roaring campfire, a giant boar leg skewered over the flames. He grinned, licking his fingers. Okay, now we're talking. Yesen sat beside his fire, holding a knife up to the juicy shashlik. Not bad, he muttered, slicing a steaming chunk. He took a huge bite and grinned. Delicious, definitely better than monster jerky. But before he could savor another bite, a sudden rustling disrupted the peace. Skitter! A rat zoomed in from the shadows, smacked the meat from his hand, and darted away with the stolen prize clenched in its tiny jaws. Yesen stared in disbelief. Did that rat just rob me? Wide-eyed, he jumped to his feet and gave chase. Come back here, you fuzzy thief. Moonlight glowed through the treetops as Yesen dashed between tall grass and brush. He finally crouched low, spotting the rat nibbling on the meat just ahead. You're done. Today's your last day, rodent. Nobody messes with my food. But just as he was about to lunge, his expression shifted. His brows furrowed in confusion. Wait. A system notification blinked in his mind. Detected, purple jade mouse, high talent grade, treasure-seeking affinity. Yesen blinked. A treasure-sniffing rat. Electricity sparked around his body. He shot forward like lightning. You're mine. The mouse, startled, bolted, leaping from tree to tree with unnatural agility. Yesen chased, grinning. Trying to escape? Cute. Just then, a portal flashed open in front of the mouse. Yesen burst through the exit, grabbing the rodent mid-air by the scruff of its neck. The forest sky above them was dark and silent once more. The mouse squeaked, and to Yesen's surprise, it spoke. Let me go. He froze. You have a female voice. The mouse kicked her tiny legs, struggling. Yesen narrowed his eyes, his tone suddenly serious. Then you've got two options, get roasted. Or accept me as your master. The mouse stopped squirming and sighed. Fine. I accept. Closing his eyes, Yesen activated the soul-like contract. Purple energy surrounded them both. The mouse did the same, closing her little eyes as the bond formed. He placed her gently on the ground. You've got those cool purple stripes. I'll call you Violet. The rodent stood confidently, chest puffed. Yesen nodded thoughtfully. A treasure-hunting mouse with top-tier talent. You'll be very useful. His mind flashed back to something Yulin had once said, the most valuable treasure in this realm. Is the energy stone mine the young family's after? Yesen smirked. With Violet, Maybe I have a shot at finding it first. Turning toward the mouse, he asked, "So, do you know where this mine is?" Violet stood on her hind legs proudly. "Of course. I was born to find treasure." Yesun grinned. "Perfect. Take me there." She jumped into his hand. Purple lightning crackled around him as his body surged with energy. "Yulin told me not to offend the young family, but—" He narrowed his eyes with a dangerous smirk. "I'm about to rob them blind." The sky began to brighten in the distance. Yesun jumped down a slope, pressing his hand to the ground. Purple trails lit the forest behind him as he dashed forward, fast as a storm. Violet's ears twitched. "We're close, but I smell people. Others might have already taken over the place." Yesun skidded to a halt. TCH. Trouble already. Closing his eyes, he activated spatial perception. Blurry silhouettes emerged in his mind. The battlefield ahead was scorched. "Looks like the battle's still going." He crouched behind a boulder and peered out. Boom! A staff struck the ground, rock pillars exploded into the sky. Warriors fought fiercely, their elemental powers clashing in a deadly display. One man in silver armor smirked, charging into the fray. Crack! A wooden stake impaled a warrior through the chest. He coughed blood and collapsed. His opponent laughed. Nearby, two warriors faced off, both tense and breathing heavily. One wore a pink shirt, smirking coldly. "You truly were once a genius of the He family, but you've killed too many of ours." The dark-haired man opposite him clutched a glowing staff tightly, eyes sharp and burning with revenge. From a distance, Yesun observed the battle unfolding below with sharp eyes. The system suddenly pinged in his mind, highlighting a name. Target identified, Hell Lionby. He watched as a young woman approached the battlefield with calm confidence. She raised a glowing staff, blue sparks flickering from her fingertips, then slung her sword onto her shoulder. "Time to have my fun with Lionby," she smirked. The system chimed again. Profile, Yunfang, cultivation talent, peak level. She stepped forward gracefully, but with a grin that screamed chaos. "From this moment on, all your Trevors belong to me, Lionby." The armored man chuckled, spinning his staff. "Let's see if you've got the strength to back that up." With a shout, he unleashed the forbidden earth element curse, Diamond Scepter. Purple smoke swirled around his hand like a dark omen. But Yunfang didn't flinch. She charged, her sword laced with fierce wind element energy, sharp enough to cut through stone like tofu. Boom! The battlefield trembled. She twisted midair and slammed her foot straight into Lionby's face. Thwack! He flew back as smoke billowed around him. Furious, Lionby summoned his next move, Curse of the Earth Element, Rain of Splitting Stones. A massive golden seal formed behind Yunfang. Her eyes widened, stone fragments shot toward her in a deadly hailstorm. But she deflected them with ease, slashing through each with surgical precision. "This all you got?" she taunted. Lionby growled and raised his staff again. "Curse of Heavenly Descent." A monolithic boulder formed overhead and plummeted toward Yunfang like divine judgment. Her eyes widened slightly. Impressive, she rolled aside just in time, the boulder crushing the ground where she stood. Lionby blinked in disbelief. She dusted off her shoulder, cocked her head, and said with a wicked grin, "My turn again." With a single swing, she launched a barrage of wind blades, turning his precious rocks into shrapnel and knocking him flat. The man crumpled to his knees, coughing. "The arraign, it's in the cave," Yunfang said, eyeing the entrance. Lionby gasped, pushing himself upright with his staff. "I spent 10 years opening the arraign and preparing this realm. I won't let anyone take it." From his hiding spot, Yesun narrowed his eyes. "So that's where the arraign is, but why can't I sense it?" He frowned. There must be a restriction blocking his spatial perception. Meanwhile, Yunfang chuckled. "You really think you can guard that vein alone?" A glowing blue flower materialized in her palm. Yesun's eyes twitched. "No way, she's using spiritual revival herbs directly? That's suicide." The girl closed her eyes, lips tightening. "Didn't want to use this, but now I just want to slaughter you." She swallowed the herb whole. Her veins lit up. Red blood cells surged unnaturally. She screamed and fell to her knees, power surging violently within her. Whoom! A purple beam of light shot into the sky from the mountain. Wind howled through the valley. Lionby shielded his face. He stared in disbelief. This is a transcendent realm aura." Yesun's system confirmed. Yunfang, Talent ascended, transcendent level achieved, she rose slowly, smiling. The sword in her hand pulsed with terrifying wind energy. Beg for mercy, she said, and maybe I'll leave your corpse whole. Lionby trembled but snarled. Even if you've reached the transcendent realm, I will never yield. A magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Yunfang's legs crackled with lightning. With a burst of speed, she broke through his defenses and shattered his staff in a single strike. Crack! Blood burst from Lionby's mouth as he was launched into the rocks. She tilted her head and chuckled. Wind talent plus high speed enhancement. What? Thought I'd still be slow. She approached him like a cat toying with a broken toy. You used to be a genius, Lionby. Now you're just background noise. Lionby slammed his fist into the ground. You think this is it? On the path of cultivation, there are thousands of geniuses, and many will rise far above you. Lionby coughed blood, eyes dim, but his voice still carried the weight of pride. You may have won, Yunfang, but you'll just be a stepping stone, someone else's ladder to greatness. Yunfang stepped closer, arms crossed, her expression full of disdain. You look awful, she said bluntly. If you've lost, just accept it. Why waste your final breath spouting nonsense? She turned to leave, her boots crunching the scorched soil beneath her. And don't forget, she added over her shoulder, the Yuning Fang family isn't just the strongest in all of the demon sectors, we have a monarch in our bloodline. With that, she walked away confidently, her smirk returning. In front of absolute power, no one remains an enemy. Birds scattered from behind the jagged rocks. Lionby lay beneath a tree, barely conscious. His breath was shallow, eyes fluttering. Is this the end? He murmured. A shadow loomed over him. Through blurred vision, he saw a face. Elder, are you all right? Lionby weakly pushed himself onto his elbows. Who are you? The boy crouched beside him, forming a glowing bubble in the air. Does it matter? Drink this, he said, offering a vial. It might help your wounds. Lionby looked at the liquid but shook his head. No point, her attack crushed my organs. I'm done. The boy stood up slowly. Lionby narrowed his eyes at him. You here for the mine too? Yes, the boy replied honestly. The elder actually smiled. At least you're honest. But that mine, it's not just a hole in the mountain. He pointed weakly toward the distance. It's guarded by a supreme cataclysm beast, a monster that's dug endless tunnels into the cave. Anyone who enters ends up lost. He paused, catching his breath. Only someone with a purple mouse, a rare creature born with treasure-seeking talent, can find the true path. Lionby looked like he was about to laugh, only to cough again. Then the boy reached into his cloak and pulled out a twitching, purple-furred mouse. You mean this one? The mouse looked at Lionby with a smug smile. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. No, impossible. He could barely speak, but his mind was racing. He tamed it and even made a contract with it. The mouse jumped down and sat on Lionby's knee. The elder trembled, his face softening as he reached out with a shaking hand. 10 years, wasted chasing shadows, just as his fingertips brushed its fur, his hand went limp and fell to the ground. A single tear traced down his cheek as his eyes closed forever. The leaves above him finally fell. Yesen stood silently in front of a freshly piled grave, rain pattering around him. He stuck Lionby's broken staff into the stones as a marker. May your soul find peace. Elder. The rain continued to fall. Meanwhile, Yunfang entered the cave. She frowned at the branching tunnels ahead. Why are there so many? She scowled and dashed forward. Whatever. I'll just pick one. But just as she entered a new tunnel, the ground trembled. Pebbles clattered. The floor cracked open beneath her. What the? She tumbled downward, bouncing off sharp rocks, and landed face to face with a massive worm-like monster. Its mouth glowed with swirling energy, and Yunfang instantly recognized danger. This wasn't in the intel. Back above, the rain intensified, and the mountain seemed to shake. Yesen looked up from the grave, smiling faintly. Already starting, huh? Hold them off for me, Yunfang. He turned toward the cave in trance. The purple mouse on his shoulder twitched its nose. It's all on you now, he said. The mouse nodded with determined eyes, well, as determined as a mouse could look, and leapt forward. It bounded across stones and sniffed around frantically, trying to orient itself. So many false paths, Yesen thought, eyes sharp. They'd meant to throw off its sense of smell, the mouse darted between walls, climbed over debris, and paused by a certain cluster of stones. Found it! It squeaked confidently. Yesun hurried to its side, grinning. That was fast. They stood before an underground river, its quiet current flowing across the cave floor. Water shimmered under the dim light. So all these tunnels were decoys. And the true entrance, he stared at the still pond in front of him, is hidden here. The water around them seemed calm and ordinary, nothing suspicious at first glance. Yesun looked down at the purple mouse on his shoulder and smiled. Ready, Violet? The mouse twitched its nose confidently. Of course, Violet replied, darting forward. Yesun plunged into the cool water after her. His eyes snapped open as he spotted a faint passage beneath the riverbed. This has to be it. He swam toward the narrow opening. Meanwhile, above ground, Yunfang struggled. Her sword was broken, bloodied and battered. She gasped, trying to catch her breath, sitting with her torn clothes clinging to her. I can't even land a hit on this thing. She pulled her leg toward herself, then stood up resolutely. I didn't expect the beast to be this strong. Electricity crackled around her body as she summoned her magic. No choice. Time to use this. A small orb, shimmering with electric energy and rainbow hues, formed in her palm. A monocrank magic artifact. The giant worm roared, preparing its own devastating attack. Feel the power of the monarch. Yunfang shouted, squeezing the orb tightly. A blazing magic bayonet shot forward, piercing the beast's body. Stone cracked and fell from the cave ceiling as the monster staggered. The mountain trembled, dust and debris cascading to the river below. Below, Yesun pushed forward through the falling rubble. Violet's voice echoed in his mind. The mine's collapsing. But this surge of energy, it's not from the Yunfang clan. Yesun frowned, adrenaline pumping. Time's running out. He tapped into his speed talent and dashed ahead like lightning. A deafening roar shook the cave. The wounded worm raised its flaming snout, blue and red magical flames flickering and evaporating into the air. Yunfang took a slow step forward, her hand burned and aching. Luckily, the head of our family gave me this magical tool for movement. Otherwise, I'd be dead by now. She looked wearily ahead. Where's that mine with the life stones? Suddenly, light shimmered on the water's surface. Yesun's eyes widened. That must be the exit. He burst from the water, landing heavily on the cave floor. Violet peeked over his shoulder. Take a look, she said. They were surrounded by massive, gleaming life stones, huge crystals hanging from ceilings and jutting out of walls. Violet admired them. So many life stones, and they're enormous. Yesun's eyes sparkled as he took in the sight. I'll accept this gift from the Yunfang clan. He grinned, stepping forward. Let's start here. Be careful, Violet warned, these stones are unusually hard. Yesun summoned a pickaxe from thin air. No problem. Using his strength talent, he swung hard. A small fragment chipped off the crystal. Mouse, I need you to help carry these ores to my inventory, Yesun instructed. The purple mouse immediately started pushing the fragment. But then, Violet stopped, staring intently. Wait, follow me. I found something. Yesun ran after her, confused. Aren't all the life stones here already? Violet's nose twitched. I caught the scent of a golden treasure, something from the legends. After a while, they entered a huge cavern. Yesun's jaw dropped as he saw a shining sphere floating in the center. The core of life, Violet explained, stepping forward. All the life stones here are just fragments derived from this artifact. She beamed. This is the most valuable treasure in the secret world. Yesun looked at the glowing core, stunned. Is this really the most valuable? Violet nodded happily. Yes. The core will help you ascend to the monarch level. Rainbow sparkles danced around the orb. Yesun's eyes widened further. A monarch rank artifact. I could become one of the strongest experts on this continent. He stepped closer to the core, heart pounding. Violet suddenly shouted. Master, don't touch it. The energy from the life core is too intense. If you touch it directly, you'll completely vanish. Yesun froze, strange waves of power pulsing from the orb. He wiped sweat from his brow. No wonder my body's been heating up. Yesun was crackling with lightning, his entire body glowing with raw energy. Thank God I still have the endurance and defense talents I copied from the Demon Sea base. Now's the time to use them. Lightning wrapped around his legs as he focused. Activate endurance and defense. A shimmering barrier of energy suddenly surrounded him, glowing fiercely. Violet stared in shock. How? How does Master have so many talents? She whispered, her face full of surprise. Yesun reached toward the blazing core. His fingers darkened with black veins, and his eyes opened wide, pupils dilating as the core's energy surged. Purple flames engulfed his hand. Ah! He screamed in pain as veins spread widely across his arm. Drops of his blood flickered into the air. Violet gasped and rushed to him, but a powerful force threw her back. The life force core's energy is too strong. Ordinary defenses won't protect him, she cried, fear choking her voice. She stared at the flames engulfing his hand. He'll burn alive if this continues. Yesun gritted his teeth and activated his restoration talent. Green light shimmered over his body, knitting his wounds. Just a little more. The veins on his face bulged as he pushed forward. Suddenly, understanding struck him. He touched the core again and tapped into his spatial talent, his pocket inventory. A brilliant disk of light encased him as he used his storage skill. Through sheer willpower, Yesun endured the burning energy, his teeth clenched fiercely. Moments later, a massive force threw him back. He crashed into a column, gasping. Violet hurried over, panic in her eyes. Are you all right? Yesun crouched, breathing heavily. Don't worry. It's fine. He held the sparkling cord triumphantly. I've got it. The purple mouse looked up at him admiringly. Master. You're incredible. The core pulsed wildly, sending out energy waves. Yesun glanced nervously at the crumbling ceiling. Without the core, this place won't last. Rocks tumbled into the water below. He jumped to his feet. We need to get out of here. A giant crack spread across the ceiling. Above, Yunfang looked up, alarmed. What's causing this sudden earthquake? She realized with horror the mine was collapsing. Her eyes widened in shock as she thought of the life core. Could there really be someone else in the mine? The life stones shimmered around her. Back in the cavern, Yesun smiled as he summoned his pickaxe. These life stones won't go to waste. He happily began mining, determined. We'll take every single one. Yunfang's heart pounded. This can't be happening. No one else should be here. She ran forward, dodging falling debris. A rock crashed at her feet. Striking the ground with her hand, smoke curling from her palm, she sent a shockwave through the wall. Cracks spread rapidly, and the wall collapsed, dust filling the air. Yunfang froze. She found herself in a vast hall. Her foot landed on a small fragment, shining faintly. She bent down, heart pounding. Is this really the life stone mine? The room was empty. No stones glittered around. She sniffed the fragment and caught a faint human scent. Her eyes widened. The realization hit her like a thunderclap. Someone already dug everything out. The shard slipped from her hand, clattering on the floor. I'm missing. Trembling, she sank to her knees. Someone stole the life stones and the core while I was fighting that monster. Fear and dread flooded her. The head of the family will kill me for this failure. Sweat dripped down her face as she whispered into the void. How dare that idiot touch what our Yunning family wanted? Her hand shook violently. I will find the culprit. Her voice grew fierce, echoing through the cave. I will kill him. Rain hammered down outside. Back with Yesun, he smiled broadly. This is amazing. Thanks to you, Violet, we got such a big catch. The mouse squeaked happily. Master tried so hard too. Yunfang never expected to find a life stone core hidden deep inside the mine. Lightning flashed through the forest as Yesun led the way. Let's leave the secret realm together, he said cheerfully. There are plenty of kebabs outside waiting for you. The mouse nodded eagerly. I'll obey any order. Yesun smiled contentedly. It's time to leave. Meanwhile, at the Yu family temple, a girl carried a mysterious box and was stopped by a companion. What are you doing with that? Taking it to the young lady, the girl replied. Since returning from the ancestral rites, the young lady had locked herself in her room and hadn't eaten for days. The companion waved a finger sternly. Senior Yumbang said no one is allowed to disturb her, not even to bring food. But she can't last if she doesn't eat, the other protested. The first girl yawned. Just follow the orders. Night fell over the Yu family medicine hall. The mistress sat in meditation. I've used all my spiritual energy defending against the ancestors' strike. But my vital energy is nearly gone. The barrier to the next level is weakening. Blue energy radiated from her body. This is the sign of a great martial warrior breaking through to master rank. She closed her eyes, confident. After all the blood of high-level monsters I've consumed, plus these treasures, I'll succeed this time. Containers lined the shelves with various fruits and medicines. Her hair began to rise as energy filled the room. A candle flickered and then was blown out by a sudden stream of power. Waves of energy swirled around her. She opened her eyes wide. Outside, the courtyard was silent. A cocoon hung on a tree branch. A glowing butterfly emerged, fluttering gently over the city. Clouds gathered above as a pillar of blue light pierced the sky. Onlookers murmured, "It's the Yu family's beam. Another great master has awakened." A man nodded approvingly. "The Yu family is truly remarkable. Looks like they've gained another famous representative." Someone took notes nearby. Inside, Yuling stood tall in her room filled with energy streams. So this is the height a great master can reach. She felt no need to sit and cultivate anymore. I can absorb life energy directly from the air. It's as if my soul is resonating naturally with nature. Her body began to glow. She spotted a small bug and noticed her senses sharpened. I've developed the unique psychic ability that great masters possess. She smiled and drank from a cup, deciding. Tomorrow will be the last day before the secret dimension's entrance opens. Adjusting her hair, she said softly, I should meet him. The next day, a sparkling sphere appeared in the air. A man shouted, someone's coming out again. Two big men jumped from the portal, landing with a heavy crash. They moved forward, followed by a merchant. Those who return last from the secret dimension usually bring the best treasures, the merchant said. Curly, one of the men, went ahead with his younger brother. Where are we headed? Let's look around here first. The merchant rubbed his hands eagerly. I'm buying items at high prices, all negotiable. Curly summoned an item. Why hasn't it been appraised yet? The merchant leaned over it and frowned. It's a spirit herb, but it's young and damaged. He smiled slyly. The most I can offer is 10,000 gold coins. Suddenly, the big man with bandages grabbed the merchant by his collar. Are you trying to cheat me? That's a 100-year-old medicinal spirit herb. Even if used for alchemical pills, it's high quality. The old man nervously offered only 10,000 gold coins for the spirit herb. If you're not satisfied, we can negotiate, he said cautiously. Curly shook his head. This isn't the place for fighting. The one-eyed man grinned darkly. We're unlucky to meet a dishonest merchant right after leaving the secret dimension. If we were still there, he'd be dead, at least 800 times over. Curly suggested they look for other buyers. Suddenly, a portal opened, and a cloaked stranger appeared beside the merchant. Meanwhile, Violet looked around in awe. Is this the outside world? So many people. It's really interesting. The hero whispered urgently. Hide your presence. The mouse peeked out from beneath the stranger's hood. Yesun, alert, activated his spatial talent, the gaze of the monarch, sensing something powerful watching over the city. A new day dawned as merchants shouted for buyers not to miss the last items. Yesun strolled through the bustling trading area. Why would a monarch-ranked expert be guarding the secret world's entrance, he wondered. With a grim expression, he decided to visit the Yu family first and vanished using teleportation. Back in the market, the merchant rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Did he just disappear? The brothers, walking through the crowd, smiled at the elder. We'll get rich this time. We pulled out so many valuable treasures. The younger brother warned quietly. Don't brag. Someone might want to rob us. Suddenly, a glowing magic circle trapped one brother's leg. Before they could react, they were teleported. They landed hard in a dungeon, facing an iron door. The elder trembled, realizing they'd fallen into a spatial talent trap. Looking around at the corpses strewn about, panic set in. A stranger commanded them to stop screaming. The bald man reminded them, you brought back a lot from the secret world, right? The elder spun around sharply, his eyes narrowing in terror. There, sitting calmly with a bottle in hand, was King Yunyu, a monarch-ranked expert. The brothers stared in fear. Why are you here? They asked. Yun frowned, irritated. You're like annoying flies. You irritate me. Blood spurted as his hand dropped onto the cold floor. Pouring himself a drink, Yun smiled slyly. I'm curious what treasures you brought back this time. Meanwhile, Yesun walked through the city searching for the Yu family. He noted the Demon Sea base was massive. Wandering down a quiet street, he sighed. If I'd known they were this hard to find, I would have asked for the address. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, tired and about to ask someone for directions. Suddenly, someone dashed across the rooftops at lightning speed. Yuling approached swiftly. She kicked Yesen hard in the face, knocking him to the ground. Startled, Yuling looked at him with concern and roughly threw him against a wall. Yesen winced. That hurts. But I guess I have no enemies here. Holding his head, he asked, why am I still getting beaten up in the streets? Yuling bowed sheepishly. I'm sorry. I just became a grandmaster and wanted to test your strength. I didn't expect you to be so off guard. Yesen blinked in confusion. You're already a grandmaster. She shrugged awkwardly. Just lucky. After a moment, Yesen smiled. I didn't expect you to reach grandmaster so fast. The wind rustled the leaves above. Yuling admitted it was mostly thanks to the natural treasures my family provided. Yesen shook his head, amused. I can't believe you've completely overtaken me. Yuling turned around happily and said that Yesen could become a grandmaster too. Yesen thought to himself that while the Yu family's resources were indeed top-notch, the real reason Yuling had reached this level was because of her talent. He realized the Demon Sea base was filled with masters, and if he wanted to establish himself here, he had to quickly increase his strength. Yesen gazed sadly into the distance. Violet suddenly said she was hungry and asked when they would eat roast meat. Yesen looked nervously at the mouse that had appeared and asked why it was out in the open. Yuling pointed at Violet in shock. This is a purple treasure. She stepped in front of the hero, blocking his path. Yesen asked in surprise if she really recognized it. Yuling marveled, this animal is priceless and extremely difficult to obtain, even with a lot of money. You don't need to go to the martial arts pavilion to sell it, I'll buy it right now. Name your price. Violet looked at Yesen pitifully. Please don't sell me. Yesen rubbed the back of his head, embarrassed. She's already my sole pet, so I can't sell her. Yuling sighed. The hero's right. They approached the house. Yuling said they had arrived and told Yesen that you lived upstairs in the apartment. Yesen asked if Yuling wouldn't go visit her. Yuling said it had been a long time since they'd seen each other, so she didn't want to interfere with their reunion. She promised to visit another time. She added that tomorrow she would send someone to take Yesen to the martial arts pavilion headquarters. Turning with a smile, she said, you must have found many good things in the secret world. I'll give you a good price at the membership rate. Yesen smiled warmly after her, then knocked on the door. You, open up. The door began to open. You looked surprised to see Yesen standing there, asking if she was okay. She clenched her teeth in embarrassment and anger, then slammed the door shut. Yesen stared in shock, then began pounding on the door. What are you doing? I'm your older brother. Open up. You screamed back, do you know what it's like to be alone here, where you don't know anyone? Yesen remembered suddenly that he had a younger sister. I went to the secret world as soon as we arrived and never came back until now. You sat on the other side of the door, tears in her eyes. Yesen begged for forgiveness. It's my fault. Please let me in. You looked sideways, angry. Stay outside. Never come back. Yesen's eyes widened. He used teleportation, transforming into a flash of lightning. Suddenly, he was standing right in front of his frightened sister. She gasped, asking how he got there. Yesen smiled. Thanks to an ability I got in the secret world. Cool, right? You nodded. It's a very interesting ability. Yesen thought spatial talent was indeed very useful. He showed Violet to you, who admired the mouse. What's this unique mouse's name? You lifted Violet, saying how cute she was. Yesen scratched his cheek, embarrassed. Please take care of her. Her name's Violet. Suddenly, Goldie, a small pig, touched Yesen. He turned around abruptly. His sister crouched beside the animal. This is Goldie. Yesen couldn't believe it. You scratched the satisfied cat, who muttered, the teacher is cruel as ever. He's only gotten a little fat, not as fat as a pig. Yesen gritted his teeth, touching his face. How am I supposed to fight in the future if I'm this fat? The cat looked at Violet and said, You're Violet, right? From now on, you'll follow me and call me boss. Night fell. Water poured from the faucet. Gashin was washing his face. He turned off the water, pulled a towel around his neck, and wiped himself down. Walking to his bed, he said, I'm leaving Violet and Ed in your care. I can now copy her search talent. Yesen sat on the bed and opened the interface, deciding to test the new skill he had copied. The status window popped up, showing the mouse's information. He activated her skill, and his eyes rolled back as the system updated his characteristics. Meanwhile, at the Yu family residence, tensions were high. A man called a young girl a loser, and a plate broke under the stress. Yunfang knelt before Yi, who angrily demanded how she could fail such a simple mission and still dare to return and report. Yunfang explained she was tricked. While she was fighting a disaster monster, a thief had taken the life force core and all the stones. She fixed her hair nervously and said the thief's speed was incredible. She only caught a glimpse of the aftermath and the discarded life force stones. Yi glared at her and asked if she didn't even know the thief's gender. Yunfang looked down sadly, admitting she truly didn't know. Yi yelled, furious at how she could call herself the first genius of the younger Demon Sea generation while bringing such terrible results. Yunfang begged for another chance, promising she would find the life force stone core and return it. Yi grabbed her head, smiling cruelly. Not only were you deceived, but you couldn't even identify the thief. Why should I keep you around? He pulled her hair, saying she had proven unreliable and useless. Yunfang pleaded again for a chance. Yi slapped her and warned her that to steal such precious resources right under the young family's nose, the thief must be from a large noble family. He ordered an investigation starting with families who had sent people into the secret world. Adjusting his sleeves, Yi glared. What happens to you if you fail again? You'd better understand this seriously. He walked away. Yunfang clenched her fists, trembling with anger and determination. I will definitely find him. The next day, Yesen arrived in front of a massive building. He asked if this was the main building of the battle pavilion. Yuling smiled and told him not to be surprised by its grandeur. Yesen decided to test the mouse's searching talent. He opened the door and was surprised to see shelves filled with countless items and artifacts. Yuling asked if he was impressed and encouraged him to try some. Yesen noticed many of the items glowed blue, which meant they were not very valuable. He opened the list of colors and their meanings to understand better. He swung a dagger, but the blade cracked easily. Embarrassed, he quickly tried to fix it before anyone noticed. Just then, an older man entered the room. Yuling introduced him as Uncle Ben, an elder who ran the martial pavilion. Yesen greeted him and pointed to the shelves, saying if there was anything interesting, Ben could give him a discount. Yesen suddenly sniffed the air. He thought he detected a transcendental treasure. Turning abruptly, he looked at a red-scaled egg on the shelf and opened its characteristics. Yuling placed a hand on his shoulder, asking what he was daydreaming about. Blushing, Yesen ruffled his hair and said he was just thinking. Yuling told him if he needed anything, he should say so immediately. Yesen looked at the elder and commented that there were mostly low-level things here and that he needed something worthwhile. Money wasn't important. Ben chuckled and called Yesen impudent. Yuling wondered when Yesen had learned to act so confident and covered her face awkwardly. Ben explained that the battle pavilion had everything: rare treasures, cultivation techniques, and unusual weapons. He pointed to a cabinet and told Yesen to pay, and he could get anything he wanted. At that moment, Yesen summoned the life stone. Yesen showed the spiritual life stone to Yuling and Uncle Ben. Both stared in shock. It was a rare and huge spiritual life stone. The elder admired it greatly and asked where Yesen had found such a treasure. Yesen laughed, calling it luck, and said he found it in the hidden realm. Uncle Ben was ecstatic and asked what the hero needed. Yesen said he wanted a cultivation technique to become a great master, and a short weapon, like a sword. Ben confidently said the spiritual stone was more than enough. He greedily held the stone, chuckling about his luck as he hurried off to the treasure room. Yesen thought to himself, if small pieces of spiritual stones were this easy to find, the spiritual core must be priceless. Yuling approached, asking Yesen to tell the truth about where he got the stone because it seemed impossible he just found it. Yesen turned and warned her that if she knew, it could cause problems. Yuling froze indignantly, demanding to know. Yesen confessed he had stolen the spiritual stone from the young family. Yuling gasped and asked if he had gone crazy. She grabbed him by the collar and demanded to know how much he had stolen. If it was just one stone, she urged him to return it and save himself. Yesen coldly said, "I stole an entire mine." Yuling was horrified. She collapsed to the floor, clutching her head. The young family is probably already looking for us. Yesen walked calmly forward and told her not to worry, they wouldn't find them. Yuling screamed that Yesen simply didn't understand what the young family was capable of. She sighed, warning him not to complain later if everything went wrong. Yesun froze, staring at a mysterious egg he had found. Ben laid out several items on the table. He showed Yesun the purple cloud body enhancement technique and a mystical purple-blue dagger, rare treasures found in a king's tomb. Ben asked if Yesun liked them. Yesun picked up the dagger, and red energy sparked from the blade. He thought that red treasures must be top-class, likely royal relics. He ran his finger along the blade and sucked the items into a portal. Then he handed over the payment. The remainder from the spiritual stones had been converted into money. Ben handed Yesun a VIP card, saying he could now enter and exit the battle pavilion freely. He laughed, saying the card would get him a 30% discount everywhere. Yesun smiled and said he'd take care of it. Pointing to the mysterious egg, he asked the cost. Ben reached out and held the egg. When Yesun impatiently pressed for a price, Ben surprised him by simply handing the egg over. Since the master is interested, it's yours. Yesun asked if it really was that easy. Ben laughed and said, "We'll be friends if you keep bringing more spiritual stones to the pavilion." Yesun looked at the egg, embarrassed but thinking how lucky he was to get such a treasure as a gift. He showed it to Yuling, who said it was just a dragon egg used as an ornament. Yuling explained it was sold to the pavilion long ago by a wandering cultivator. She folded her arms, saying they tried everything but couldn't hatch it. She suspected it was just a defective item. Yesun, trusting his treasure-finding talent, thought it was far from defective. He saw golden sparks near the egg and decided he would try to hatch it. Calmly, he stared at the artifact as birds flew over the pavilion. He smiled and said, "This time, I really bought some great things." Yesun walked through the city with Yuling. She shrugged off the invitation to dinner, saying she needed to return to her clan to handle some matters. Yesun expressed concern since she had helped him and his sister settle here. Yuling smiled, fixed her hair, and asked if they could now be considered friends. "Yes, of course," Yesun replied warmly. "If you ever need help, don't hesitate to ask." Just then, Kale appeared, frowning. He approached Yesun and said he didn't expect him to actually come out alive. Smirking, Kale pointed at Yesun and joked that he was only the 6th-ranked fighter in the secret realm, selling junk in their martial arts hall to make pocket money. Yuling screamed, insisting that Yesun was a guest of their martial arts hall and not to listen to such nonsense. Kale laughed and said he was just joking. Yuling told her brother to go back to his clan if he had nothing to do here and not to cause trouble. Kale suddenly jumped up, crackling with electricity, and charged at Yesun, declaring he was leaving. The big guy, Gashin, covered in purple energy, struck Yesun's protective barrier hard. Shocked, Yesun asked if this was a defense talent. Gashin kept attacking, but Yesun, annoyed, said he was asking for it. The fat man's legs trembled, and above Yesun appeared a skeletal face made of aura. Yuling stepped in front of Yesun and asked Kale not to touch him here at the main martial arts hall. Yesun exhaled calmly, looked at the frightened big guy, and asked if he understood. Kale turned and left. Yuling apologized to Yesun and went to her brother, asking why he was attacking his friend. Suddenly, Kale collapsed, sweating and breathing heavily, asking how many animals Yesun had actually killed. He stared at the ominous aura surrounding Yesun and said he had never seen such a powerful, foreboding energy. Later, Yesun approached his apartment door. "You was cooking inside." "Yesun, I'm back," he called. She smiled and asked him to wait a little, the food would be ready soon. Yesun said it had been a long time since he'd eaten something cooked by her, and he felt something special was waiting. He sat down, stretched on the sofa, appreciating the coziness. Looking at their two relaxed animals, he summoned the egg and sat quietly, thinking about how the Yu family still hadn't settled some matters after all these years. Maybe it was better to put those problems aside for now. Suddenly, the egg trembled, and sounds came from the large brown segmented shell. Yesun mentally wondered why he could hear a heartbeat. The golden leopard's eyes widened sharply, pupils narrowing as purple lightning enveloped him. The little gold growled angrily at the egg, leaping over Yesun and taking a ready stance, opening his mouth and drawing back to roar. Yesun was surprised and asked if the leopard was afraid. Yuling asked where Yesun got the dragon egg. Yesun replied he just bought it, but it seemed like a bad egg. How could it suddenly have a heartbeat? Mouse jumped onto the table, sitting next to Yesun on the sofa. Yesun asked what was going on, wondering if the egg was dangerous. Yuling explained that dragons exert pressure on all levels of such ferocious beasts as theirs. She added that there were existences surpassing even the legends of King Lael, the dragon covered in red flames. Suddenly, a giant red dragon opened its mouth wide and stood abruptly. Yesen, surprised, asked if there were levels higher than King Lael. Yuling confirmed there were but didn't know their names. The large egg in Yesen's hands froze. He lowered his head to it, thoughtful, hand on chin, squinting his eyes. Mentally, he thought this was strange because people at the battle pavilion said the egg was defective and wouldn't hatch. Creating a small purple portal in his hand, Yesen said, "We'll forget about this for now." Yesen decided to set the egg aside for now. But just as he raised his head and opened his mouth to speak, Violet suddenly exclaimed that she understood what was going on. With a serious look, she declared that what they were witnessing was an elemental core at work. Sitting forward on the sofa, Yesen asked, intrigued, if the elemental core had revived the dragon egg. Mouse confirmed it. He explained that by keeping the elemental core and the dragon egg in his personal space, the pure life force from the core had reawakened the dormant egg, bringing back its heartbeat. Images flashed in Yesen's mind, a brilliant light radiating from the egg and mysterious energy pulsing from the core. Smiling, Yesen leaned toward the pet and admitted he didn't expect the elemental core to have such power. "You really are an expert," he added, praising Violet. With a proud flick of her whiskers, Violet said it was only natural. After all, she was a famous treasure-hunting mouse. Meanwhile, the yellow leopard gave a long yawn, trying to complain about his disturbed nap, but fell asleep again before he could finish. Yesen folded his hands over his knees and asked what he should do next regarding the dragon egg. Mouse replied calmly that there was no need to rush. Let the elemental core grow stronger, and once the heartbeat fully stabilizes, they could move to the next step. Suddenly, tiny cracks began to form on the surface of the egg. Mouse's eyes gleamed. He said that once the egg finally hatched, Yesen would receive a soul pet that surpassed even the king level. Yesen smiled slightly, a little madly, feeling like he had struck gold. A king-level soul pet? That was beyond rare. It was worth everything. Just then, you called from the kitchen that the food was ready. White plates filled the table, carrying a warm, inviting meal. She turned to Yesen and told him to wash up, it was time to eat. "Yes, I'm coming," he replied, rising from the sofa with a rare lightness in his voice. Outside, the crescent moon hung behind drifting clouds, casting silver shadows over the darkened rooftops. Later that night, Yesen sat cross-legged on the floor, reading the scroll of the purple cloud body cultivation technique. To become a grandmaster in this technique, 2 conditions must be met, he muttered to himself. First, extraordinary cultivation talent. Second, an ideal physical foundation. He scratched his head in frustration. This technique is way too demanding. He remembered how Yuling, who only had a high-level cultivation talent, had already reached grandmaster level. And then, the image of the Sun family's grandmaster came to mind. Diagrams appeared before his eyes, hieroglyphs glowing in purple with swirling magic circles. Yesen read on. The technique was divided into 5 stages: blood tempering, flesh tempering, bone tempering, skin tempering, kayul, organ tempering. He muttered, "This leads to tempering the internal organs to their absolute limits, shattering the body's boundaries and forming an indestructible physical vessel." A glowing turquoise image of the human body's inner structure appeared in his mind, organs and bones surrounded by magical energy. But the scroll didn't stop there. It also demanded rare treasures to restore the vast energy consumed by the technique. With a deep sigh, Yesen muttered, "This technique is way too extreme." And then it hit him. Maybe that's why no one else bought it. That's probably why they sold it to me. He narrowed his eyes, scratching his head again. Did I just get scammed? Despite the doubt, he continued reading, determined to make this madness worth it. Yesen stared at the scroll in disbelief. Simply acquiring heavenly materials and earthly treasures had become a luxury for ordinary cultivators, a task far beyond reach. As he turned the page, a glowing symbol caught his eye at the bottom. Confused, he leaned in. "How is this possible?" he muttered. "Is that a spatial imprint?" Suddenly, his right eye lit up with purple energy, the white pupil shrinking, activating his talent, spatial perception. The symbol pulsed with greater intensity, and before he could react, flash! A blinding white light engulfed him. The world around him vanished. Yesen found himself floating in an endless dark void, suspended in space. Beneath his feet stretched a black and white path that seemed to extend forever. He began to walk cautiously. Looking around, he whispered, "Is this the inner space of the purple cloud cultivation technique?" Suddenly, he noticed someone up ahead. A man, walking with a confident stride. "Is someone there?" Yesen called. The stranger slowly turned. He had purple hair, a folding fan, and a dangerously calm smile. Narrowing his eyes, the man replied, "So, the successor has finally arrived." Yesen stopped in his tracks, stunned. His heart pounded as a glowing status window appeared before him. This wasn't a dream. Name, hidden, cultivation title, thunder-striking divine immortal lightning talent, transcendental grade minting talent, intermediate strength talent, apex grade special note, all talents are non-copyable. Yesen stood speechless. The purple-haired man chuckled and covered his face with his fan. "You've inherited more than just a scroll. You've inherited me." With a spark of thunder around him, he proclaimed again, "I am the thunder-striking divine immortal. This space, everything you see, is shaped by my power." Far away from this realm, beneath the crescent moon, hooves clattered along cobblestone. A dark-haired, muscular man rode swiftly through the night, approaching a grand estate. The young family's residence towered before him, its stone walls bathed in moonlight. He yanked the reins, jumped down, and dashed across the courtyard. His breath was heavy, voice urgent. "They found him," he muttered, heading straight for the young lady of the house. He stopped cold at the sight of a blonde girl with sharp eyes, Yunfang. "It's someone from the Yu family," he said breathlessly. When the secret realm opened, only the Yu family brought an outsider, Yesen. Yunfang's eyes narrowed. "Who is he? How did he get involved with our family?" "He came with Ulling," the man explained. "From the 5th Academy of Lion Base. That's all we know." Then he added, "Also, Ulling was promoted to Grandmaster yesterday." Yunfang raised an eyebrow. "Grandmaster? Are you sure?" He raised his hands in defense. "It's true. Everyone at the Demon SE base is talking about it. She's being called the #1 genius there." The girl's gaze sharpened. Tilting her head, she asked mockingly, "Oh? And you're happy about that?" "What? No. Of course not," he stammered, backing away. "Too late. BAM." Yunfang's roundhouse kick knocked him off his feet, sending him sliding across the floor. She marched past him, declaring coldly, "I'm the only #1 genius of this generation." Groaning, the man wheezed, "Understood," but Yunfang wasn't done. "There's no need to gather more intel. I'm going to meet this Yesen myself." And then, her voice dropped. "If he really stole the Life Stone core, then not even the Yu family will be able to save him." Lightning cracked through the sky as she clenched her fists. Back in the dark void, Yesen took a step forward, watching the mirage of the Thunder Immortal pace ahead. The Immortal said coolly, "If you've arrived here, it means you have potential." His voice echoed in the black space, power humming with every word. "But know this, I'm only a mirage, left behind by a skill. This entire space is shaped by my talent, and now, by yours." Yesen's eyes narrowed. Who was this man really? And what kind of cultivation rank had he reached? Yesen stared at the purple-haired youth before him, eyes twitching. Was this guy a monarch-level expert? He wondered. But before the thought could fully form, boom! An overwhelming aura crashed down on him like a mountain. In an instant, Yesen's body slammed face-first into the ground. His eyes widened, his breath caught in his throat. This pressure. It's terrifying. Stronger than even King Yunuor's monarch-level aura. But if this guy said he was just a mirage? The purple-haired boy walked forward, hands calmly folded behind his back. With an expression as casual as someone deciding on a tea flavor, he said, "I'll test you now, to see if you're worthy of receiving my inheritance." Yesen gulped. The divine immortal of smiting thunder raised his ornate folding fan and gently tapped it to Yesen's head. Sparkles of light energy began to ripple through the space. The boy murmured, "Speed. Defense. Endurance. How do you possess so many talents?" His sharp gaze pierced into Yesen's soul. Yesen grinned nervously, trying to play it cool. "Well, I guess you found my little secret." He leaned on his leg, breathing heavily, and slowly pushed himself to his feet. "I never imagined you'd actually see through all my talents." The immortal simply nodded, calm as ever. "No need to be nervous. Having many talents is rare, but not unheard of. It all depends on luck and the opportunities life throws your way." He closed his eyes for a moment. Then, sighing, he added, "Don't worry. I'm not interested in your secret." "Wait, you're not?" Yesen blinked, confused. The purple-haired youth rubbed his nose, surrounded by a faint purple aura. "Nope. I only want to guide future generations with true potential. He turned away, adding, "You qualify. You have several talents, a rare trait. That's why I've decided to help you." He tossed his fan into the air, where it spun before landing perfectly in his hand again. "And I've come up with the best way to help you reach Grandmaster level." Yesen narrowed his eyes. "Is that really the best way?" With a calm voice, the thunder-smiting divine immortal responded, "Yes. You may have many talents, but their diversity is your biggest weakness. Most of them are low to mid-level." Suddenly, glowing battle scenes projected into the air, clips of Yesen using multiple abilities in combat. The illusionary master explained, "A true expert only uses top-tier talents in life-or-death battles. Using a low-level one in combat? That's basically handing your opponent a sword and asking them to stab you." Yesen looked at his hand in frustration. He's right. I've been reckless. If I use a copied low-tier talent at the wrong moment, it could get me killed. The purple-haired youth folded his arms, fan still flicking lightly. The more talents you carry, the harder it becomes to grow. That's why there's only one path forward now. He paused, eyes gleaming coldly. You must upgrade all of your talents to their highest level. Yesen's jaw dropped. Wait, is that even possible? Looking down with a serious glare, the youth replied, with enough real combat experience, yes. Your talents will evolve. Then he smirked, snapping his fingers. Let me help you, just this once. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed, and the surroundings shifted. A massive hall unfolded before them, lined with majestic columns and filled with red carpets stretching into darkness. The air was filled with spatial distortion. A strange engraving shimmered beneath their feet. Yesen's eyes widened. This place, the purple-haired boy nodded calmly beside him. This is the reverse flow spatial room, a place where time, energy, and talent collide. Prepare yourself. Inside the mysterious spatial chamber, Yesen looked around cautiously and asked, "Wait, is there another one of these spatial rooms here?" The purple-haired man folded his arms and explained, "This one's special. Time flows differently here. 1 hour outside equals 1 month in this room." Yesen's eyes nearly popped out. "A month?" With a faint smile and eyes closed, the thunder-smiting divine immortal confirmed, "Exactly. But it's a one-time deal. Once you step out, you can never return." Yesen's face turned serious. This was a rare opportunity, one he couldn't waste. "My goal is to become a Grandmaster." He clenched his fists, veins bulging with determination. "If the Yun family really knows about the core of the Life Stone, I'll need that strength to protect Yayu." He looked up, eyes burning with resolve. "I'll stay. I'll use this time to upgrade my talents." The purple-haired boy chuckled. "Now that's the kind of student I like, very teachable." Yesen blinked and looked around. "Wait. Where'd you go?" Before he could ask again, the divine immortal's body dissolved into a flow of purple particles. His voice echoed from above, "If fate allows, and you reach the monarch rank, maybe you shall be worthy to meet my real body someday." The particles scattered across the ceiling. Yesen squinted. "What's happening now?" A deep rumble echoed. "I found a worthy opponent for you," the voice declared. Suddenly, a monstrous creature, veins pulsing with purple light, stomped into the room. With each step, it cracked the stone floor beneath. Yesen's jaw dropped. That's a great master-level monster." The beast roared, its mouth stretching wide. Without hesitation, it swung a giant fist down. Boom! Yesen wrapped his legs in purple lightning and dashed, narrowly dodging the massive blow. The ground where he had been standing shattered into rubble. He glanced back, another strike came down. Yesen jumped out from under it just in time, lightning crackling as he moved. This thing's insanely fast for its size, and terrifyingly powerful. The monster stared down at him as Yesen wiped blood from his face. He's strong, it thought. Very strong. Outside the spatial room, time passed. The moon hovered above the abandoned rooftops. Yesen's mind drifted for a moment. I entered this room around midnight. Only 6 hours left until dawn. He summoned a blade cloaked in a stream of blue lightning. If I don't get out by dawn, Yayu will be worried if she finds me unconscious on the ground. Gripping the blade tightly, an ominous red aura rose around him. With a slightly mad grin, he muttered to himself, I'll finish everything in half a year. The morning sun peeked over the mountains. Birds flew peacefully across the sky as the city slowly came to life. A rooster crowed loudly atop a stone wall. The streets buzzed as people opened stalls and markets. Fresh herbs. Pick this morning, shouted a dark-haired vendor, waving bundles of green leaves. A man in purple robes approached. How much for these? Only 5 gold coins, sir, the vendor smiled. Nearby, a silver wolf's body hit the ground with a thud. Sitting down proudly, an orange-haired man in a vest laughed, I can't believe I killed the silver moon wolf by myself. Behind him, a huge man folded his arms. I waited all night to strike it down. You just got lucky. Back in the city's shadow, inside an abandoned building, night still lingered. Behind half-drawn blinds, Yayu lay curled on the bed, still asleep. Brother, she mumbled softly in her sleep. Next to her, Goldie rested peacefully on his little white pillow. The door remained still. Then, just outside. Thud. Yesen collapsed in front of the door, unconscious, his body drained of all energy. His sword lay quietly in his hand, blooded but unwavering. A warm light shimmered around him, enveloping his body in a glowing energy, the afterglow of the battle he had just endured. The battle raged on inside the spatial room. Yesen narrowly dodged another brutal punch from the monstrous Great Master. The monster's eyes flared with confusion. This guy, he's gone completely mad. But behind those wild moves was pure talent, and the monster could sense it. Yesen clenched his fist, crackling with yellow lightning, and with a sharp roar, dashed forward. His right hook slammed into the beast's chest, triggering a shockwave that tore through the entire chamber. The monster was thrown off its feet, crashing hard as the floor beneath him collapsed. Landing gracefully, Yesen smirked. It's about time I ended this. Red magic swirled around his body. His shirt was torn in places, and a white dagger shimmered with heat in his grip. With narrowed eyes, Yesen declared, my combat-type talent has fully awakened. A glowing status window appeared behind him. His cultivation talent, top level. Speed, knife skill, regeneration, strength, and defense. All maxed. Spatial talent? Meh, just average. Treasure hunting? Surprisingly high. Suddenly, the monster grabbed a massive boulder, hurling it like a baseball. Yesen's eyes remained calm. Drawing his weapon aside, he used his ultimate knife talent, chaotic strikes, blade control. The dagger shot forward, slicing through the stone like butter. A dozen shattered chunks rained to the ground. Gripping the blade in his hand, Yesen said with finality, this is the end. Bright purple lightning engulfed him. Performing a mid-air somersault, he launched toward the enemy. The monster roared as Yesen vanished in a blur, shadow elimination. In seconds, a storm of slashes rained down. A dozen strikes tore through the monster's flesh, blue blood bursting into the air. As the beast collapsed, Yesen grinned. I finally won. Morning light washed over the rooftops of the city. The sun peeked through the windows of a quiet, old building. Tree branches danced in the breeze. Suddenly, Yesen's eyes snapped open. He gasped and sat upright. I'm back. He looked down at his body and blinked. I actually made it back to reality. The brown multi-story building stood peacefully under the afternoon sun. The door creaked open. Yayu, rubbing her eyes, peeked in. Oh, you're finally awake. Time for breakfast. She let out a tiny yawn. There's a shop nearby. The food's good. Wanna come with me? Yesen stared at her, stunned, speechless. And then, he rushed forward and hugged her tightly. What are you doing? Yayu squeaked, blushing furiously. Did you have a nightmare or something? Yesen, I whispered, no. It just feels like it's been so long since I saw you. Face beat red, Yayu pushed him away. Even if we're siblings, don't just hug me and say sweet things like that out of nowhere. Are you not ashamed? Yesen scratched his head, grinning. Sorry. He started walking toward the door dramatically. Fine then. Yayu huffed. I'll ignore you. Starve to death for all I care. Yesen turned and raised a brow. Didn't you just say we should eat together? He paused, then added with a sly smile, let's go shopping after breakfast. Can't do that normally at the Demon Sea base. Her ears twitched. Shopping. Her eye sparkled as she jumped to her feet. Wait, are you serious? You really have time to go shopping with me? Yesen nodded, still smiling. Yeah, buy whatever you want. I made decent money in the secret world. The camera zoomed out to show their humble multi-story home. Yayu, now excited, called out, "Wait! Let me change clothes." Back inside, Yesen stood quietly, enveloped in a soft red aura. Hands on his hips, head lowered, he muttered to himself, "I never expected this. Raising my combat talent to the highest level, it's made me so strong." With resolve in his eyes, Yesen declared, "Just a little more, and I'll become a great master." Above him, birds soared across the golden-tinted autumn sky, fluttering over the humble city fenced by stone and wood. Below, the Demon Sea base market bustled with life. People pushed carts, sold herbs, shouted prices. Yesen looked at the flowing crowd and smiled. The market here really is thriving. With her hands tucked behind her back, Yayu smiled and said, "You're right. But why didn't you invite Big Sister Ulling and Sister Xiaoyu over?" She beamed. "If they visit our home, I'll throw a feast big enough to make them cry." Yesen chuckled. "Sounds good. I want you to get to know them better too. Especially if they'll be staying here a while." In the red bag slung over her shoulder, Violet and Goldie perked up, listening closely. As they strolled through the marketplace, Yayu stopped at a fruit stand and pointed. "How much for these apples?" The vendor replied, 2 silver per pound. Yayu frowned. 1 silver 50, and throw in a free one if they're sweet." Yesen watched with amusement as she bargained harder than a sword buyer in a blade market. In the center of the market stood a grand white fountain, the water sparkling under the fading light. Approaching it, Yayu asked, "Is that a fountain?" "I've never seen one before." As the sun dipped low, painting the sky in hues of deep amber and violet, the siblings found themselves near a small bar tucked between stone buildings. Yesen poured a shot of clear liquor, setting it gently on the table. He took a sip and exhaled deeply. "Beautiful." Looking over at Yayu, he added with a grin, "It's been a long time since I had a drink." "And no, you're not drinking yet. Still too early for you." Yayu puffed her cheeks. "Then don't get drunk. I won't be able to carry your heavy but home." She leaned her cheek on her hand, smiling warmly. "Still, it's nice. We haven't had a day like this in so long." Yesen closed his eyes and nodded. "Yeah, today was peaceful. And happy." The city gradually quieted. Windows flickered out, markets closed, and laughter faded with the wind. A flock of birds soared across the night sky above their familiar multi-story apartment building. Inside the now dark apartment, a blonde-haired girl stood silently, arms crossed. She stepped into the living room, peeking through the balcony curtain. "Empty." She turned, her eyes soft yet searching. "Are you really not home?" Looking into the night, Yunfang quietly murmured Yesen's name. And that's how this chapter ends. If you watched all the way through, don't forget to subscribe, like, and leave your thoughts in the comments. See you in the next video, where the peace might not last for long.